Chapter 1928. The entanglement between origin and chaos was an endless war that had existed since the beginning of time. Neither side would let go before they were defeated. When origin energy and chaos energy clashed, there was only one path that could lead to either life or death. That was the purest and most violent thing in the void. It was also because of their purest characteristics that they could always cause a lot of trouble in the void, and most of them could stay for a very long time. It was not a big problem for them to last for hundreds of eras. Their things were stronger than the void itself. No matter how the void was blasted and pierced hundreds of times, the traces they left behind would not be moved. Unless they were personally killed by both sides, they could stay in the void for a very long time. When the latecomers came to excavate, it would cause a lot of shock, except for those who did not know what was what. This was because there were a lot of additional conditions. For example, the things they left behind had to be related to them, and only the people of the origin system could touch on the origin. As for the chaos, he did not know. There should not be anyone who accepted the gift of the chaos. They probably would not do such a thing unless they came looking for him themselves. Yes, he was talking about those two bastards. However, they seemed to have their eyes on him now. He could imagine that one day in the future, 441 conceptual entities of the chaos would surround him in a circle and crazily chant, "Interesting, interesting, join the chaos, feel the chaos, place without order, the beginning of the Grand Yuan realm. You are a very good thing," until he went crazy. He had already imagined the scene of 441 voices buzzing in his ears with the effect of echoes. He almost pulled out the Nethervoid sword as he thought about it. Therefore, generally speaking, these two kinds of trivial matters were used to shock him for 100 eras. That's right, shock. All of it was shock. Just like this trivial matter that had lasted for 5 eras, it was also shock. In the domain of origin, a temporary small pillar of creation was dyed a colorful pillar by the rich origin energy. 10 feet above the ground, close to the small pillar of creation, a light sphere about 10 feet in size floated. The chains formed by the origin energy and the origin law tightly bound the light sphere and the small pillar of creation. A curled-up figure in a green dress could be seen in the light sphere wrapped in a colorful luster. It was Ji Shuiyan, looking at the small pillar of creation, and Ji Shuiyan at a close distance. It was actually nothing, but looking at this scene from 100 meters away. Well, the girl looked like she was strung up. The dense chains of order seemed to be stringing her up for some strange ceremony. Why is she strung up? He crossed his arms and stroked his chin. He looked at the light sphere strangely and took a light breath. Why do I feel that you have a strange obsession with the word strung up after you were strung up by the gods of origin last time? I don't think as much as you do. This is a necessary measure. In my opinion, it's just being tied to the small pillar of creation. Yin Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him. We always thought of strange things in his head. She was completely used to it. It's just some safety measures. Safety measures. Safety measures? At the mention of this word, hundreds of scenarios appeared in Hui, Jihan Xiao, and Suifeng's minds. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads at a speed visible to the naked eye, condensing into a waterfall that flowed down their cheeks. Yin Nuoshing rolled her eyes again. She pondered for a moment and frowned slightly. Maybe you've guessed one of the answers correctly. Huey's expression suddenly became serious. He pressed on his shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Feng, you have to think twice. There's no need to drag this girl into the big explosion. She just forgot about you. She doesn't deserve to die." Yin Nuoshing. "No. You're obviously wrong." Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about you guys. Let me see the situation first." He rolled his eyes in annoyance, exhaled. and began to mobilize the pancake formation of the sanctuary of creation and a bunch of his own formations. He carefully approached Ji Shuyan, who was strung up on the small pillar of creation. The origin energy and origin rules were also activated. According to the old habit of dealing with origin and chaos, Hui was prepared to take a stroll around the area to check out the situation. Suifeng planned to go back to the door, in case I Ching sent someone over, and no one was there. Ji Hanxiao was extremely nervous. He was so nervous that his hands and feet were trembling and sweating. Hui felt that if he saw something else, he might pass out. It was normal for a patient's family to be afraid, but it was still too early for them to be afraid. They were still in the examination stage. Later, Feng would open his little mouth and grind it. If it was a human, then there was nothing wrong. If it wasn't a human, then there were two types of situations. One was a new condition, but it wasn't a big problem. It was just for people like them who didn't know much about the origin of the disease. The other type was like, I'm going to give your illness a new name. That was a big problem, the kind that was especially big. However, a big problem did not necessarily mean that something bad was going to happen to the patient. It was very likely that something was going to happen to the doctor. Judging from the doctor's actions, the patient might be fine after lying down and sleeping. However, the doctor might have just finished dealing with the earth-shattering matter. After he was done, the patient woke up and the doctor lay down. Well, he was already used to it. Now, he just waited for Feng to say something. He crossed his arms and was calm. After all, it was not the time to be nervous. The examination would probably take a long time. He just walked around nearby, Yun nuashing. It's over, it's over. Even Maple's words shocked the void. This was probably a big problem. This could be considered the third situation, a situation where people were cursing and swearing. This was the highest level of problem, and the crisis level was directly raised to the max. Hui and Suifeng, who had just walked 2 steps, hurried back. Hui saw Feng's ferocious and twisted expression as if he had stepped on dog poop. He swallowed his saliva and calmed himself down. He patted Ji Hanxiao, who was about to faint, on the shoulder and said calmly, "You're done with the examination so quickly? Look at how you're swearing. What happened this time?" Yun Nuashing coughed dryly to recover his twisted expression. He glanced at Ji Shuyan, who was hanging in front of the small pillar of creation, and felt a headache coming on. "I don't know what to say." Hui rolled his eyes. Well, this was the third type of situation. I don't know how many types of situations there are. Yun Nuashing sighed. He thought for a while and decided to keep it simple. Shuyan's body structure has been affected by the origin energy and the origin rule since she was born. The origin of her structure is branded with the origin. I've told you about this before. However, when I walked around her structure just now, I found out that when her structure was still in a chaotic state, the origin energy and origin rule that affected her, it's a strong level of energy and rule. Puffed. Suifeng tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with a mouthful of energy. Although he really wanted to say something shocking, it was the truth. Little brother Feng's judgment couldn't be wrong. Oh my God! Suifeng's face was twisted and flushed. He could not help but say, "This little girl is really strong to be able to live until now." I didn't mean to say anything strange, but I can only sigh like that. His last sentence was directed at Ji Hanxiao, but it was obvious that he wanted to faint even more after hearing it. A strong level of origin energy and rule. Isn't this too heavy for a newborn? Hui wiped off his cold sweat. Look at what he said just now. Feng's shocking words meant that something big was about to happen. What's the last part? The latter part is the main point. this energy and rule replaced 80% of her structural source, and then solidified her structural source that was still in a chaotic state at that time. Yun Nuoxing's pretty face became even stranger as she spoke. Then, the condition was established. Hui smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Slow down. Sui Feng then picked up where Maple had left off. What you mean is that the powerful origin energy and origin law had unintentionally replaced the girl's own origin structure, allowing her to be born smoothly. It's inconceivable. That level of energy and law should have instantly torn apart and destroyed the newborn origin structure when it invaded, but the reverse occupation solidified the origin structure and replaced it. It's as if a certain venerated god had witnessed everything from the sidelines and personally stabilized it. In other words, the venerated god had immediately discovered and rescued the girl before she was born. Brother Feng, how did this little girl encounter the origin energy and rule before she was born? I don't know the details, but it doesn't matter how. What matters is that the origin energy and rule came from an origin relic. Well, it might be an origin relic in a muddled state since it's sealed. Yun Nuoxing said, waving her hand. An origin relic in a sealed state. Sui Feng scratched his head in distress. It's hard to tell what kind of energy the origin relic released. But since it's already like this, we should be able to judge it as a result. Maybe it's a minority, but that's the truth for now. He stroked his chin and muttered, but doesn't that mean... He looked up at Ji Shuiyan. Can't we treat this little girl as a creation of the gods? Yun Nuoxing sighed in distress and shrugged helplessly. That's the situation. A creature-type life form, well, it can barely be considered as such. After all, it doesn't seem like a life form formed by 3 generations of creation cores. There's a slight difference, but this little girl can indeed be considered as a creation of the origin, a creature-type life form. Regardless of whether she has a creation core or not, she's still in this category. Yun Nuoxing knocked on her head. Phew, you can already analyze the situation after that. What a headache. Sui Feng shook his head vigorously. No. I haven't experienced the cloud continent. Explain it clearly. Hui also shook his head vigorously. No. I'm not related to the people of the origin. Explain it clearly. Ji Hanxiao nodded vigorously at the two of them. Yun Nuoxing said, the meaning is very clear. A creation of the origin and the chaotic energy encountered in the battle at the end of the cloud continent. Can there be any other result when these two conditions are combined? No. Realization dawned on the trio. When these two things clashed, there would be no other result other than the destruction of the void. The battlefield could be the void, the environment of nothingness, or the environment of origin. It would not be a problem even if the infinite space was shrunk to the size of a single tool. As long as there was a collision between the origin energy and the chaos energy, they would not stop until they killed each other. That means Hui sorted out his thoughts and thought about the stupid things he had encountered in the past few years. He looked up at Ji Shuiyan. That girl's body is now in a state where the origin energy and the annihilation energy are fighting. Yun Nuoxing shook her head lightly and looked solemn. Not in her body, not in her soul. They're fighting each other in the origin of the structure. Sui Feng turned his head and spurted out a mouthful of water again. Yes, it did make sense. Such a small child had been replaced, or rather, strengthened by the powerful origin energy and the rules of origin. It was already a great fortune that she was still alive, whether or not it was a minor miracle. However, before her body and soul were able to bear the extraterrestrial disaster, there was no way that she could master the origin energy and the rules of origin. It was absolutely impossible, not to mention that the energy and the rules of origin were so powerful. That is to say, even if her origin existed, this power could not make her body manifest. At this time, there was no origin energy in her body. It was just a treasure that was sealed for a long time before it could be activated. Before this treasure was activated, even before it was activated, there would be situations that made her different from ordinary people. After all, it was the origin law. When the little girl was still young, her body could not withstand the corrosion of the chaotic energy and the chaos law from the outside world. Therefore, the chaotic energy at that time should have sneaked into her origin through the traces of the origin energy and the origin law. When the enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred, and the two groups of people fought fiercely. Fortunately, the little girl's origin energy and the origin law was strong, so she could passively fight back and forth with the invaders. Therefore, she was involved in the worst battle in the void. This time, she was the battlefield of the battle. It was a battle that would not stop until one side fell. On one side, it was a check and balance, while on the other, it allowed her to grow peacefully. It was indeed a strong origin energy, and the origin law. She could not freely mobilize the origin energy and the origin law that had not yet manifested. This was the main reason why this battle could last for so many years. Her origin was just a passive counterattack. Perhaps the little girl herself did not know that there was a battle in her body that had lasted for 5 eras. Ji Hanshao listened to them one by one and was still confused. He only knew the general situation and was not clear about the small details. He scratched his head, and his face was full of worry. Then, in short, can this be solved? Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at him. It's a little troublesome, but it's not too big of a problem. At most, it'll take some time. It's just that there will be repercussions. Ji Hanshao had just heaved a sigh of relief, but he immediately took it back up again. His eyes widened like copper bells. What repercussions? Don't be agitated. It's not the traditional repercussions that you think it is. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand to calm him down. Now, Shui Yin is affected by the battle between the two types of energy and the origin law. The only obvious effect is that her realm is suppressed. After she enters the Yuanshe realm, this part of the origin energy and the origin law will slowly take effect. However, they need a clean field. Before the field is cleaned, she can't even break through the realm. As for the other aspects, it's not too big, so there's no need to mention it. However, the repercussions I mentioned have nothing to do with this part of the situation. It's related to this part. Yun Nuoshing raised her finger and pointed at her temple. Her understanding of the origin has been affected. This is also the repercussions left behind from the battle between chaos and the origin. Hui and Sui Feng sighed upon hearing that. The chaos tide that hit her face and the AI Hongyun's land. Her understanding of the origin had been completely washed away. Only a part of the relics and sculptures were left. However, no one knew what those were. The chaos energy had been hiding in the origin law for so long. It was expected that it would be damaged. That means... Hui suddenly raised his head and looked at Feng. This little girl doesn't remember the two of you because Yun Nuoshing rubbed her bangs. Most of her understanding of the origin had been destroyed. It also destroyed her understanding of me. After all, from then on, when I came into contact with so many origin relics in the Cloud Continent, it was also when I accelerated towards the origin. From then on, I was already considered there. It's that. This little girl has been following me. She and Qing Huangxi, you were the first to be affected. They were tainted with the strong aura of the origin, so they were also counted and forgotten. Hui, you were a little further away from me, So, you weren't affected so quickly. At that time, I might not be able to affect things outside of my body. Moreover, you weren't around when I changed the most. Yun Nuashing patted the head of the little angel and looked at the three of them. That's the situation. Hui scratched his head and had a strange look on his face, but doesn't she know about the ancient origin spirits relics and the chaos energy? Because these are all recent events. The chaos energy will not target the chaos itself. The ancient origin spirits relics are considered a part of the history of the Cloud Continent. It was also used in the battle that just ended. So, it's not surprising that she knows about it. Her understanding of the ancient origin spirits relics is not permanent. She can still make up for it if she loses it. There's nothing strange about that. Yun Nuashing shrugged, but that shouldn't be the case. Sui Feng raised his hand and said, if she could find out what happened to the Cloud Continent through various means, even if she didn't know that the Cloud Continent had moved once, she clearly knew about the war. Why didn't she find you, Brother Feng? She just finished a battle. She shouldn't have no information about you, right? That thing about the participants of the war. Yun Nuashing raised her head and pondered for a moment. Look, we're all outsiders. Not many people know about us. Plus, the whole war was chaotic. It's a problem whether the others saw it clearly or not. Plus, there's another characteristic. Yun Nuashing's face twitched a few times as she spoke. Characteristic? The three of them were stunned. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Basically, no one knows about me. Everyone should know more about Hui. Ji Hanshao was startled. Actually, it's the top management. After all, Lord Feng, you didn't appear during the last period, but Hui Jun and the others were active. The things that the commoners knew the most were the things that happened during the last escape period. As for what happened during the war, they relied on guesses and rumors. The more they spread, the more ridiculous it became. So, basically no one among the commoners knew about your existence. However, there were many who knew about Hui Jun. After understanding more, many people treated Hui Jun as a savior. To us, that's the truth, so there's no need to correct it. Plus, after moving, we were busy with many things and didn't have time to care about this. When things settled down, many years had passed. At that time, we realized that, the whole world had news about Hui Jun, but there was nothing about you, Lord Feng. Ji Hanshao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although we tried to add your story into the news, it didn't seem to have any effect. Yun Nuashing shrugged and put on an expression that said, "See what I said?" It made them smile bitterly, a certain observer's characteristic. He charged with violence, raised his sword to retreat, and instantly fell to the ground. He did it all in one go, and when he was done, he turned into a ball. No one could recognize him. Even if there were hundreds of official announcements, they still couldn't save him. Of course, everyone agreed that the commotion caused by his fight was too big. And no one saw it clearly. The commotion caused by him fighting alone was like an army of millions charging with their lives on the line. No one thought that it was something that could be caused by a single person, so no one thought about it at all. In addition, no one had seen him before, so they simply treated him as if he didn't exist. Well, that was more or less the case. The situation here is about the same. Yun Nuashing turned around. He didn't stop what he was doing when they were chatting. He turned around and touched the ball biscuit array that was closest to Ji Shuiyan. The origin energy surged, and the golden ball biscuit array trembled slightly. Its surface was suddenly dyed with a dark gray color. Hui subconsciously took out the guardian shield and entered a defensive state when he saw the dark gray color. Sui Feng also began to mobilize the origin energy in this space. Ji Hanshao also prepared to defend when he saw that the two of them were facing a formidable enemy. He whispered, "Did you pull out the chaotic energy?" "Yes, be careful. It's the chaotic energy from the chaotic concept body. It might explode." Hui nodded vigorously and strengthened his defense as he nodded. The ball biscuit array trembled a few times. A thick, dark, gray cloud surged out from it. Under the pressure of the origin energy, it was rolled into a fist-sized ball. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and let the biscuit array float to the side. He grabbed it with his hand. The origin imprint on his right arm further released origin energy and origin rules to suppress the annihilation energy in his hand. "It's done. Shui Yen is fine now. She won't have any problems with breaking through. It might be delayed for a while, but it's not a big problem." Yun Nuoshing's body surged with origin energy. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the item in his hand. The chaotic energy's damage to the cognition of things related to origin is greater than I expected. I didn't expect such a small amount of chaotic energy to be able to completely destroy the cognition. It might be because the girl was still young and was in the center of the storm. Moreover, the destruction towards the object of origin lasted for 5 eras without loosening. Fortunately, the origin energy and origin rules that this girl used to construct her origin are strong. She also has a part of the imprint on her body. Otherwise, she might not have been able to hold on. Ji Hanshao finally let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at Lord Feng and cupped his hands solemnly. "Thank you, Lord Feng. If it wasn't for you, I might never have known about this. TSK, I only found out because I wanted to look for this girl." Yun Nuoshing waved his hand. Ji Hanshao smiled helplessly. He knew that Lord Feng was such a person, but it didn't mean that he would ignore this matter. However, if he really wanted to do something, it seemed like he could only... It seemed like there was nothing he could do. He came to the Void frontline willingly, so it couldn't be counted in this matter. Forget it. He would think about it in the future. Anyway, if there was a need, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. "Oh, right. You said that the cognition of origin has been lost." Ji Hanshao recalled what he just said and pinched his chin. "Doesn't that mean that she's completely forgotten about you? She really can't remember?" Yun Nuoshing shook his head and waved the chaotic energy ball in his hand. The chaotic energy's damage to cognition is absolute. However, just like what I said just now, not remembering doesn't mean that I'll be shut out forever. I can come in contact with it again, but it'll take some time. I don't really mind, right? Probably? Hui grinned. "You don't know a lot of people in this world, right?" Yun Nuoshing nodded. "That's true." "Then, don't you feel anything when one of the people you know suddenly doesn't know you?" Yun Nuoshing crossed his arms. "I'm used to it. Look at Feng. Cough, look at Qing Huang. I've known her for a long time, but when I came in contact with her again, she didn't know who I was at first, but we still got to know each other. All right, this isn't up for discussion. It's useless even if I have some reaction. This can't be fixed, so we can only start over." Yun Nuoshing shrugged and forcefully ended the topic. "Now let me deal with this thing." The gray light in the center of the chaotic energy ball suddenly exploded. Yun Nuoshing's breathing stagnated, and his pupils shrunk to the size of a needle tip. In that instant, he violently flung the little angel hanging on his body away. The sudden explosion of origin energy shook the 4 people who were still lamenting. "Back off!" The moment he shouted, the 4 people were flung thousands of feet away. They hurriedly stabilized their bodies and looked at their original spot. Before they could see anything, a violent energy shock wave suddenly hit them in the face, forcing them to retreat a large distance. The storm that hit them in the face made their expressions change. They quickly stabilized their bodies and looked forward. All four pairs of eyes froze. A huge ball of dark gray energy exploded on the spot and expanded to a diameter of hundreds of feet. The dark gray energy flowing on its surface crazily rotated, and the violent chaotic aura seemed to be able to drill a hole in space. The dark gray energy, the rich annihilation energy, was very rich and even carried the order and rules of chaos. Just looking at this blob of energy from afar made them shudder in fear. It was not inferior to the feeling when they faced the concept body of chaos. At this moment, the energy wind that blew past them was tainted with the aura of chaos. It was so dark, so manic. Even their souls were slightly dimmed under the influence of this light wind. It was still releasing energy in a frenzy, but it seemed to be plundering energy instead. It seemed to want to use the endless energy of the void to strengthen itself and condense into a chaotic storm. However, this environment was dominated by the origin energy. The origin energy and the laws of the world had sealed off the void, preventing it from plundering any energy. After spinning in vain for a full minute, it suddenly expanded as if it was struggling in its death throes before it could no longer maintain its momentum and began to slowly shrink. What's going on? What's going on? Brother Lay and the others who had sensed the abnormal energy burst in the depths of the origin domain all rushed over. More than 100 figures landed and were all stunned when they saw the cluster of chaotic energy that was slowly shrinking. The former hurriedly said, "Where did the chaotic energy come from? Weren't you guys having a good discussion here just now?" "It's a long story." Sui Feng smiled bitterly. Then he suddenly thought of something bad and shouted, "Get ready for battle. Sister, Xiao Shi, transfer half of the origin energy here." "No, transfer all of it here." Sui Qing was stunned. "Why, don't you see that we're missing someone?" Sui Feng hurriedly shouted, "Little brother Feng is inside." This is the energy left behind by the concept body of chaos. There's also the order and rules of chaos in it. I'm afraid this explosion will. The words, "I'm willing to join the chaos void," suddenly rang in everyone's mind. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Hui hurriedly prepared to defend himself. F*CKU, immortal. Is this a trap left behind by the chaos demonic shadow? Sui Feng and Ji Hanxiao's expression changed. It seemed like they could not deny it completely. The chaotic energy ball shrunk little by little. Everyone's heart was hanging in suspense. As the energy ball shrunk to the center, they began to sweat. The group of people held the energy ball in their hands and stared with their eyes wide open. The energy ball had completely dissipated, and a gray star appeared at the center. It was a figure, dyed in a gray color, with boiling gray energy flowing around his body. The gray color had replaced the color of his long hair. He stood in place with his head slightly lowered, his right hand pressed against his right forehead. His brows were tightly furrowed, and there was a slight pain on his face. This was completely boiling chaotic energy. Hui was certain that this was completely different from when Feng first obtained the initial light. This was a completely chaotic state. Everyone had their own way of judging. They sensed that the origin energy in his body and soul was so weak that it was almost inactive. Looking at his posture, their hearts sank. "It's over. Something big has happened." Hui suppressed his panic and hurriedly issued the highest order to Jing Yuanji, Lady Green, and I Ching. "Observer, the situation is critical. Come to the sanctuary of creation immediately. Bring all the forces that can be mobilized at the front line. Only reserve the lowest level of strength to guard the realm of order. I repeat, observer, the situation is critical. Mobilize all the forces at the front line to help suppress it." Chapter 1929. There was no telling if everyone still remembered one of the conditions for victory in the war a long time ago, or even now. Yes, he was talking about Maple's ascension into the primeval tier. As the sharpest spear of the Order Void and the pinnacle of the origin, it was absolutely unreasonable for him to be able to defeat a group of mid-tier primeval. Even in the previous era, it was absolutely reasonable for Maple to do so. As for why, it was obvious from the way he made himself look neither human nor ghost. Apart from that, he also possessed 196 types of origin energy and 2 types of annihilation energy. Now it was 3 types. Perhaps, as he put it, his very existence was the biggest joke in the void. Although there should not be any hope in the war between order and chaos, Maple's existence was the hope of order and the void, the hope that countless people sought. It was just that this hope would become unstable under extreme circumstances. He had become an unstable factor when he encountered the chaos concept body, because the latter had inexplicably clicked after seeing Maple, and from then on, it had been nagging to summon Maple to the chaotic void all the time. If not for the chaos concept body being pinned in the void and unable to move, Joshua believed that they would have swarmed out in full force to drag Maple to the chaotic void. That's right, the strongest spear of the Order Void. But they didn't forget that this lord had a belly full of resentment towards the Order Void. It wasn't just a matter of saying that he wanted to turn the tables on the Order Void. There were many reasons why he didn't do so, his own reasons, a lot of reasons, but if he was really invited to join the Chaos Void, then everything would be over. He would no longer be bound by them, and it would only take him a little effort to turn the tables on the Order Void. For the Chaos, this was also one of the fastest ways to end the battle. As long as the spear completely turned its spearhead, it was all over. He put it bluntly. Back then, 20 high-tier primeval chariots of the underworld overturned the front lines of the void. Now, Maple could also consign the front lines of the void to eternal damnation, should he rejoice that Maple had risked his life to torment the staff of creation before coming here, causing him to show signs of fatigue. This gave them a little more chance of victory. Don't fool around, buddy. At such a critical moment, you better wake up. Don't tell me you're going to submit here. Are you going to compromise too? Stop joking around. This space has been completely sealed. From now on, only people can enter, but not exit. This will also prevent little Brother Feng's primal chaos energy from leaking out. Next, it's the cage's matter. Brother Lei braced himself and spoke like a cornered beast. Just in case, in an emergency, we can also strip the entire space from the sanctum of creation in one breath and sink into nothingness. But to be honest, it's still unknown how effective this method will be for Brother Foam. Although it was a sinking cage, it was possible that the trapped beast in the trapped beast battle wasn't little Brother Foam, but themselves. The space beacon used to guide Jing Yuanji, Lady Qing, and the others suddenly tore open a huge space crack. Countless figures rushed out from it before the crack stabilized. Being in a state of battle all year round, they subconsciously took out the energy tower and stood in front of them as if they were throwing out a white wall. The vast energy suddenly surged in this domain of origin space, similar to the scene of a whole star region collapsing. Each of them arranged according to their respective arrangements, displaying and strengthening the order domain, or immediately began to accumulate energy, waiting for the order to go all out. Lord Hui, the front lines of the void, have completely entered a state of martial law. Just in case, the corresponding camouflage has been left behind. The defense is also ready. All available combat forces will be assembled within a minute. The remaining Order warriors wandering outside will need some time to return to the front lines of the void. Jing Yuanji quickly landed next to Lord Hui and reported. Seeing that all of them were on guard, she turned her head and looked around. What happened? Before she finished speaking, she had already caught a glimpse of Lord Feng standing under the pillar of creation. Then she felt the incomparably violent and boiling chaotic energy on him. Her heart stopped in an instant. Mei Mao widened her eyes and couldn't believe what she saw. Lord Feng, my mother's seventh uncle. Qing Jun came out of the crack and saw this scene. He was so scared that his breathing stopped for a few seconds. His whole body stiffened as he spoke to Lord Hui. Lord Hui, we're not going to charge at Lord Feng, are we? Charge at him? Hui, Sui Feng, and the others all smiled bitterly when they heard this. Is that called charging at him? That's more like charging at us. It's hard to say if they can withstand the power of the observer chaotic forms, / The Order warriors gathered here and saw this scene. Their eyes were dull, and their breathing was difficult. However, as if they had agreed, no one asked anything. No one cared about why this happened. They just continued to prepare for attack or defense in silence. Because from the very beginning, they, including Lord Hui, had expected this to happen. Lord Feng himself had mentioned it, but they didn't expect it to happen today. They all knew that the chaotic concept entity had some kind of obsession with Lord Feng, so they all knew that this could happen, but they didn't prepare a plan to deal with Lord Feng at all. How could they arrange such a plan? They couldn't really guard against Lord Feng, like guarding against a thief, just because this kind of situation might happen, because it wasn't necessary. They couldn't really prepare a plan to guard against Lord Feng, because it wasn't necessary either. For something like a plan, it would be destroyed in less than 2 steps. If they still followed the rules step by step when dealing with Lord Feng, they were simply tired of living and looking for death. What they had to do was to be mentally prepared when this day really came, and then brace themselves to face it head on. Everything they had to do during this period could only be done through improvisation. What exactly happened? I Ching grinned and broke out in cold sweat. Wasn't everything fine? Just now? He was still leisurely gathering everyone over there when the alarm suddenly sounded, saying that something big had happened. Fortunately, they had gathered most of the power of the node in advance to send people to the domain of origin. Now, they had gathered everyone and saved a lot of time. We can't be sure yet, but it's very likely that it's a trap of the chaotic concept entity, a trap that has been hidden for 5 eras. It's even possible that the chaotic concept entity didn't put any hope in this trap and just left it to play. But it just so happened that we had some things on our side that pulled the trap into the scope of the plan. We didn't even know and didn't expect to encounter it at all. Hui took out the guardian sword with his right hand, his face solemn and covered in cold sweat. That might be the case. A trap that had been hidden for 5 eras. Everyone's face turned pale when they heard this chaotic concept entity with circles and crosses. This was really the worst of the worst, and it was Lord Feng who had drawn the lot. This was a void-level great evil. As Jing Yuanji said, the time to gather was only a short 1 minute. As the crack closed, the entire domain of origin seemed to have been filled by the sea of people and the energy towers that formed the Great Wall. Energy towers kept smashing on the ground, and together they extended the attack power of the Great Wall. Everyone either held up the domain of order or began to gather energy in the form of a storm. They were just short of moving the Temple of Origin in, but there was no other way. Using spatial cracks of this level to move such a big thing was not enough, but at the moment there was no time to open up a stronger spatial crack. This was not a gathering of tens of thousands of troops to charge into the underworld, and it was not something that was so hot-blooded. Everyone who came here had a heavy heart condensing into a storm that released an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Everyone was silent, holding their breaths, not mentioning anything, not saying anything. They just followed the familiar method of guarding the domain, of order to deal with things that they should deal with. Hui saw that everyone was a little restless and heavy, so he took a deep breath and smashed his sword on the big shield twice, making a clanging sound. It attracted everyone's attention like a canteen announcing the start of the meal. Then he took a deep breath in his dantian and shouted, "Everyone's dantian! Listen, our goal is to beat that big idiot until he wakes up. Don't be merciful. Brace yourself and listen carefully. Don't be merciful. Don't go easy on him just because he's an acquaintance. It doesn't exist. Beat him to death, for me. Use the most powerful force in your life to smash him flat in this space for me. You can't kill him, but if you go easy on him, the ones who will be killed will be us. Who dares to go easy on him? After I wake this idiot up, I'll let him beat you all again." Everyone grimaced, their faces turning green and white, as expected of Lord Hui, very calm, very spirited. "Then, I hope that you have really dealt with the thing that Feng gave you." Hui grinned, and cold sweat flowed down his face. "Just treat it as an actual combat test, and bravely charge forward. Everyone." No, this kind of actual combat test could kill people. Although they had been beaten by Lord Feng all year round, the situation in front of them now was a real fight. The difference between the two was as big as the Great Yuan realm, although it was like a joke to ease the tense atmosphere that was about to explode. The vigilance in everyone's heart did not decrease at all. When they noticed that the chaotic energy on Lord Feng's body was getting denser and denser, almost condensing into a storm, they all gritted their teeth and accelerated the accumulation of energy. Hui winked at everyone, then looked at the little angel, and said in a low voice, "Later, I'll charge out to attract the firepower. You follow me and bring back the girl who is still strung on the little pillar of creation." The little angel was stunned. Charge out. It's okay. Unless Feng focuses all his firepower on me for 5 minutes, I won't be able to break through his defense," Hui said confidently. Wind was expressionless. "Have you forgotten that Brother Feng has been forcibly increasing his strength recently? Although it's only been a few hours, there should be some changes. Also, why don't you take a look at his current state first? This is Brother Feng's chaotic form, and it's the chaotic form imposed by the chaotic concept body." Hui turned his head stiffly and looked at Feng, who had been standing still and holding the right side of his forehead without moving. Feeling the expanding chaotic energy and the strong sense of threat from Feng, Hui remained silent for 2 minutes and said excitedly, "In the initial defense state, you'll have to focus all your firepower on me for at least 1 minute to break through my defense. Everyone." "That's great." For minutes was reduced in an instant. Their temporarily built and still being perfected order domain would be destroyed with one blow. "Anyway, that's it. Let's pull him back first, and then beat him up without any scruples." Hui suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. With a brave and fearless expression, he rushed out of the order domain. Like a ferocious beast, he charged towards Maple, who was still stunned at the same spot. He concentrated his energy in his dantian and let out a deafening shout, "Maple, you big idiot! Come and hit me if you dare." Everyone. The first thing he did was to taunt. Was it true that a shield's instinct was to taunt? Yun Nuwashing, who had been in a daze for a while, slowly raised his head and saw a golden stream of light rushing toward him. Trembling, he slowly reached out his right hand. That stiff movement was as if his body and will were not in harmony. His will was resisting his own movement. Hui took the opportunity to see Feng's situation. His drooping bangs slightly covered his eyes. It was a pair of eyes that were completely occupied by a gray color. It was different from when he was at his craziest in the past. There was not so much violence and madness in his eyes, but an extremely pure will destroy. In the past, they had sensed countless negative emotions and energy from the chaotic concept bodies. It was more like the negative emotions accumulated by the entire De Yuan realm and smashed into their heads. It was a bit like the sins of the world. Seeing that Feng's mouth moved slightly but did not make a sound, and a gray and incomparably deep black spot appeared in front of his outstretched palm, Huey's hair stood on end. He quickly grabbed the guardian shield and smashed it toward Feng's face with all his strength. Boom! The gray energy storm suddenly exploded. The black spot expanded into a gray energy ball that was thousands of feet in size in an instant. The huge attractive force of the energy ball's explosion made the entire domain of Origin tremble violently. Just the first energy explosion at the beginning of contact had made this space that was forged by Origin energy and rules tremble slightly, the beginning of the 10,000 Mammoths attraction. Although it's in a state of being soaked in pure chaotic energy, it's still Lord Feng's move. Is there no better way to release the power of chaos for the time being? But Lord Feng doesn't seem to be borrowing the power here at the moment. The follow-up attack of the 10,000 Mammoths attraction has not been released. Looking at the situation of the first confrontation, Green murmured. He waved his hand and shouted, "Overload all energy towers. Don't be in a hurry to attack immediately. When the 10,000 Mammoths attraction disappears, there will be a chance to attack with full strength. Don't be soft. Don't be soft. Don't be soft. Whoever is soft will wait for Lord Feng to come back to his senses and beat you up. Yes, God." Seizing the opportunity of the energy explosion, the little angel also turned into a golden stream of light and rushed out. In just a moment, she arrived next to the small pillar of creation. This place was very close to the place where the 10,000 Mammoth star was released. The violent attractive force and chaotic energy explosion made her body shake a few times. She hurriedly grabbed the energy chain on the small pillar of creation to prevent herself from being swept into the violent energy explosion. Wow! Ming, be careful! Huey's cry of pain suddenly sounded in the soul transmission. The little angel felt the violent vibration of the entire space. She hurriedly turned her head and saw dense and compressed chaotic energy rushing towards her. She quickly estimated the impact of this violent energy. She gritted her teeth and opened the wings behind her. She poured most of the energy into defense and left all the energy in her hands that were holding the energy chain. She gave up on dodging this attack and chose to tear the chain forcefully. However, what she did not expect was that this powerful chaotic impact that was supposed to hit her in the face actually deviated a little at the last moment, brushing past her less than 10 feet behind her. It was as if an entire black void had brushed past her. Even so, it had already torn apart the energy barrier she had set up for defense. Without the protection of the barrier, facing the chaotic impact head-on made her involuntarily tremble a few times. Deviated? Why? In surprise, she hurriedly looked at the violent energy ball of nature manifestation, stars. However, she couldn't care too much at this time. She poured the energy in her hands to the maximum in one go and tore the chain that bound Ji Shuiyin. She hurriedly carried her with her wings and hurriedly escaped. So, it's definitely not wrong to let your wife help save people. The golden energy light burst out from the energy ball of nature manifestation, stars. It was as if a bright light burst out from the cracks that spread from the depths to the surface. A moment later, a sacred energy poured out in all directions. Two figures also emerged from it. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw Master Huisen, Master Feng, flying with a shield attack. The dark energy that stuck to the surface of the guardian shield was quickly swallowed by the surging golden energy. Eat your own move. Hui quickly teleported in front of Feng with the shield. He swung the guardian shield out and smashed it on Feng, who was flying backward. He fiercely pinched the shield with his palm. The remaining golden energy on top of the shield suddenly exploded with the entire shield, exploding into a huge golden energy ball in an instant. Everyone, attack with all your strength. Give it a good beating. After receiving Master Huey's order, everyone clenched their teeth and began to activate the energy towers with all their strength. The neatly arranged energy towers were like white walls that released a dazzling light of order. This time, it didn't matter if they were in echelon or not, or if they released the attack in sequence. After a flash of light, all the energy that had been condensed for a while burst out, turning into countless streams of light that surged across the Milky Way. They fell into the golden energy ball and multiplied the violent energy explosion by more than 1,000 times. Hui used the force to retreat back into the realm of order. When he landed, Little Angel just happened to come out with Ji Shuiyan. He hurriedly looked at them and asked, "Are you all right? That was just a graze, right?" "Yes, you calculated it." Little Angel hurriedly nodded. She was already prepared to take that attack head-on. "It's nothing." Hui crossed his arms and said righteously, "I was just betting that idiot didn't compromise." That was because he shifted his attack, although it was only a little. Everyone was speechless. King bet on anything. If something went wrong, the worst-case scenario just now would be that the two girls would both enter the spiritual sanctuary. Hey, don't just look at me. Continue to attack. Continue to hit him. Gather energy to expand the realm of order, strengthen the defense, and increase the firepower. Don't tell me you think it's over. Hui hurriedly waved his hand and continued to order. While that guy is caught in the energy explosion zone by his own nature's star, quickly throw energy at his face. Yes, that's right, hit his head. Hit his face. Don't hesitate to use your strength. The energy that shook the entire realm of origin suddenly descended from the sky. A dark and violent energy unreasonably penetrated the realm of order and fell on everyone, causing their bodies to stiffen. The energy towers that were pouring out torrents of energy also froze at this moment and stopped attacking. This is the realm of chaos. The aura of the annihilation energy, coupled with an unusual feeling that he had never felt before, stunned Hui for a moment. He hurriedly formed a guardian shield and smashed it into the realm of order, releasing the guardian's energy to strengthen the realm of order. No, that's not it. At most, this is a primal chaos domain that's been weakened by who knows how many times. Well, if you insist on saying that the primal chaos domain is a primal chaos domain that little brother Feng released in his own primal chaos form, it's obviously a half-finished product, an inferior product. Brother Lei shook his head hard. If it was a genuine realm of chaos released by a chaotic concept body, all of them would have fallen. None of them could have escaped. The girl in white calmly looked at the space covered by the energy of chaos, and her expression changed. Not good. Quickly shut down the realm. Oh no. I wanted to use the realm of origin to help suppress the energy of chaos. Sui Feng and Brother Lei hurriedly responded. But that was Brother Feng. The realm of origin would not have much of a suppressive effect on him. On the contrary, it would provide him with assistance. Just as they were about to rush over and pluck the cube sun, a dark energy beam suddenly exploded in front of them. The impact of the energy of chaos was as heavy as the power of an entire realm of void slammed into the realm of order. The realm of order that spanned for miles trembled violently, and a huge crack that took up at least 2/3 of its entire length appeared in an instant. Everyone's teeth hurt, and cold sweat poured down their backs. Although it was a temporary realm of order, it could definitely withstand the bombardment of the abyssal death mist construct for half an hour. This was not the realm of order of the previous generation. Brother Lei and Sui Feng were so frightened by the movement that their faces turned pale. They stopped in their tracks and did not rush out in an instant. The continuous explosion of the energy of chaos overturned the torrent of energy of order, and countless energy of order were all destroyed in the tsunami of chaos. The madly spreading chaotic energy squeezed in through the cracks of the barrier like a gust of wind, but before it could affect anyone, it was all pushed out by a layer of golden barrier that suddenly expanded from the inside. Hui hurriedly held up the realm of the Guardian. He felt a headache coming on as he shouted at the tsunami of chaos. "You idiot! Go easy on me! We have to shut down the realm." The girl in white frowned. She did not care about the storm of chaos that was raging in the entire space at the moment, and rushed into the space where the storm of chaos was raging. Just as she was about to use the realm of origin to hold up the barrier, a huge shadow fell beside her. It was Brother Lei holding up the guardian shield, which he borrowed from Hui Jun, and following beside her. "Don't worry. Even if it's an inferior realm of chaos, you won't be able to take 2 hits of chaos head-on," Sui Feng hurriedly said as he came in front of the huge cube sun. He pressed his hands on the surface and poured out all the origin energy in his body and shut down the sun that was still glowing and heating. The trembling of the entire space did not stop. Brother Feng had been smashing this realm from the beginning. After a few breaths, the trembling suddenly became more violent. The swaying space seemed to shake the endless stars hanging in the sky from the sky. The endless energy flowing in the space swept violently behind like a gust of wind. Sui Feng was startled. He quickly turned his head and saw a thick and spacious energy vortex where the tsunami of chaos erupted. The origin energy in the space was rushing toward it. "Hurry up and shut down the realm. We can't let him absorb more energy," the girl in white urged. Her calm words carried a hint of urgency. An extremely bright light came from the dark sky, as if the sky had suddenly appeared and illuminated the entire sky. Brother Lei was stunned for a moment and stuck his head out from behind the guardian shield. In the distant sky, the colorful energy entangled and condensed into a huge energy ball that was not yet complete. It looked like a violent sun that was constantly bursting with energy and was about to be destroyed. With it, as the center, the energy vortex, entangled with the edge of the energy vortex, had almost extended to the realm of order. "Hurry up and find a place to hide. It's too far. I can't take care of you. It's going to explode." Hui Jun's anxious voice resounded through the soul transmission. Brother Lei immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. As everyone knew, Brother Feng caused an excessively bright and violent movement. There was no need to say what would happen in the next second. "Stop. It's more important to stay alive." Brother Lei carried the shield on his back and rushed to Little and Sui Feng's side. He held one in each hand and rushed toward the center of the cube sun. The girl in white hurriedly stretched out her hand. "Realm your head. The outside is going to—" Before Brother Lei could finish his sentence, there was suddenly a crazy roar from outside. The rich chaotic energy and the origin energy were like 2 converging storms, pouring endless destructive power into the area they covered. Even when they plunged into the center of the sun, they could feel the extremely violent energy wantonly leaking from the outside. Just by looking back, they could see a gray and colorful cross-shaped star appearing in the ocean through the thick and dazzling energy ocean. All energy towers switched to defense mode. Full defense. This move is going to be a big deal. Everyone, save yourselves. Feng, you bastard. Ah! A certain guardian's hoarse scream came from the soul transmission, causing the 3 of them to feel their hearts skip a beat. While they were still considering whether or not this cube was hard enough, that dim cross-shaped star exploded. An indescribable torrent of energy spread across the entire space in an instant. The energy explosion was like a supernova mixed with countless extreme emotions that most people could not bear, such as madness, hatred, and resentment. Those were the negative emotions mixed with the consciousness of countless individuals, which were even more intense than the negative emotions in the energy of the chaotic concept body. This was the extent of exaggeration. Ah, is that Feng's emotion? But it seems that it is not only that. There are many more, as if it carries the negative emotions of the entire Yuan realm. It is so heavy. Under the erosion of the chaotic energy, all the emotions that have been hidden in his heart for a long time poured out. What exactly did he go through to be drowned by such intense and extreme negative emotions? They knew that the resentment toward the order void was not just a casual mention, but they had never thought that it could be so heavy. Even the soul of a mid-level premier would not be able to hold on for long when exposed to the torrent without any defense before being swallowed by the gray negative emotions. The crazy roar of the unknown object reverberated in the entire starry sky, as if there were endless souls wrapped in hatred and resentment screaming and roaring in the starry sky. The stomping and shaking of the entire space was so violent that it was difficult for everyone to maintain their balance. The sea of stars shook violently in front of their eyes. The violent tremors caused huge cracks to appear in the sky, and the void one after another. Even the origin realm could not withstand such a degree of vibration and destructive power. Their bodies were also shaken out by the tremors that were heavier than the previous one. They seemed to see a huge unknown object waving its hands and smashing the starry sky again and again, exerting a huge force that made the whole starry sky tremble. Stop smashing, stop smashing. Even the brain matter is shaken evenly. He rolled hundreds of times in the starry sky. When he felt that the movement had calmed down a little, he quickly turned over and jumped up. He covered his head and shook it a few times to get rid of the dizziness. He shouted to the others, "Reorganize the realm of order. It's not time to give up yet. That guy hasn't done anything yet." Turn into powder of nothingness, a low, dark murmur echoed in everyone's mind. The cold, dark voice made everyone shudder. Instead, they forcibly ignored the dizziness and jumped up. They kicked away the energy tower that was smashed into scrap by the force that shook the void and the sea of stars, and quickly took out a new energy tower to stand in front of them. Boom, boom. The last violent shock shattered the entire starry sky. Even the exposed void had been in a fragmented state. It was entangled by a bizarre vision, shattering and disintegrating little by little, exposing the entire land of nothingness in front of them. No, it was directly dragging all of them into nothingness. The observer, standing in the nothingness, released a sense of uncontrollable violence from the chaotic energy released from his body. He gestured with his right hand, like a vigorous general issuing an order to attack. Then, the nothingness around him began to ripple. Pieces of gray magic circles were emerging from the nothingness one after another. In the blink of an eye, they completely covered the area in front of them. Even so, the number of magic circles was still increasing, overlapping and covering little by little. Everyone looked at this scene solemnly. The Emperor of the Magic Circles began to increase his strength little by little. Chapter 1930. Countless magic circles appeared in the void one after another. The dense number was like a dark, great wall of death right in front of them. They had no time to care about anything else other than preparing to defend and attack. Those were the magic circles that all of them were very familiar with. The scene of them unleashing energy torrents in the front line could be seen every day, destroying countless abyssal death mist and its spawns. But this time, the endless magic circles had all turned their cannons to point at them. Hundreds of oscillations mixed with origin energy and annihilation energy only tore the order domain and the energy tower array apart. Not a single person was lost. Hiss, luckily we prepared that thing in advance. Hui endured the dizziness of his brain being shaken and ran to the front to take the lead in maintaining the order domain. The words that he muttered made everyone stunned. After thinking about it, they all let out an ah in their hearts. The concept creation that was used to identify the energy of the observer and to avoid aggravating the degree of accidental injury to their own people, as it was the highest level command. They had all raised the level of this thing to the same level as themselves. They thought that it would only come in handy on the day they launched an attack on the underworld. They did not expect to encounter such a thing and had to check it in advance. If they did not prepare that thing, after being torn apart in the order domain and taking more than 100 chaos oscillations head-on, they would have lost more than half of their people. But there is no way to avoid it. As maple silk becomes more chaotic, the energy identification effect will gradually decrease. Sui Qing said dizzily, "We did not expect to completely avoid it. At this moment, it is already very surprising that we can still guarantee about 60% of the evasion effect." Hui grinned hard, looking at the funnel in front of him that was still stacking the magic circles. His face turned green. How many were there already, based on his understanding of the funnel, and the fact that it was gradually becoming chaotic? It might already be in the order of billions. Guys, we have good news. Brother Lei's voice suddenly came, startling Hui and the others. What is it? Hurry up and say it. The origin domain is closed. Nonsense, we all saw it. It's been F*King smashed, and we've all been dragged into the void. Everyone's scolding made Brother Lei smile bitterly. Ah, I thought, then it's fine. Sorry to disturb you. Everyone... That's it. What kind of good news was this? If this was good news, they had good news too. Now, they were being slapped in the face by a billion-class formation. They were so full of energy that they wished they could take them away with 10,000 formations at once. Hui and Sui Qing turned around and saw Sui Feng and the other two. They were Sui Feng and the other two. However, judging from their dizzy looks, it was obvious that they had been beaten up by Sui Feng and the other two from a long distance away. I was rolled tens of thousands of times by that cube. My brain juices are all over the place. Sui Feng rolled his eyes and reported to the sky. The item is not damaged. It's just that the domain was destroyed. It will recover after some time. What's the situation now? Hui Wuyan raised his hand, and the three of them looked over. They were already dizzy, and at this moment they sucked in a breath of cold air and almost collapsed. We're in trouble. What should we do now? Sui Feng hurriedly looked around. The domain of order was still desperately recovering and recharging. Similarly, the 1 billion energy towers were also in an overloaded state, but were not releasing any energy. They had to wait for Brother Maple to make his move before they could make their move. But just keeping him in check wasn't going to work. They had to get someone to wake that guy up. Brother Lei gritted his teeth, raised his right arm, and pinched it with his left hand. A burst of silver lightning flashed, and the origin energy surged. It looked like an overloaded energy tower. I'll think of a way to get there. Qingjun was excited. I'll go too. You're not going. Hui Wu Yin was even more agitated. If you guys go out there, you'll be dead before you can even say your last words. The only ones who can fight Feng head-on are those things above. We can't even hit him with a combined blast. What can you guys do if you go out there? Old Brother Lei and Lady Green were even more excited. Just as they were about to say something, the turbulence in the void and the chaotic energy that was spreading crazily shocked everyone. Their vigilance skyrocketed. The emperor in the formation that came from an unknown distance away began to move forward with his army. Every step he took towards them made them feel the the chaotic energy boiling further. Hui Wuyen gritted his teeth. His body began to turn into a golden form. His whole body released a burst of holy energy. He waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone, switch the energy towers to attack mode. Leave the defense to me. Send me his first round of 10,000 formations and hit them back." The domain of guardians spread rapidly along the domain of order. In just 2 seconds, the entire domain of order was covered and replaced. A thick layer of energy barrier with golden lightning covered the entire domain of order. From the edge, one could see that the barrier was at least a few feet thick. Countless holy energy surged inside. Jing Yuanji used the remaining space beacons to open the crack. "Let 2 idle origin sanctum from the outside come in. Everyone else, attack with all your might. The first wave of order disintegration is here." A short half a minute passed by in the blink of an eye. The emperor, who was slowly walking towards them, was really just taking one step at a time. The chaos energy that was boiling and rising by an unknown number of levels made him look extremely terrifying. The countless huge magic circles that were revolving around him trembled slightly as they poured out countless dark energy torrents. There were also countless energy torrents that were exploding in the realm of order. In an instant, the 2 mighty attacks collided violently in the void, causing countless energy fireworks to explode. The energy flames that were like curtains were torn apart by the mighty chaos impact as they crashed heavily onto the thick golden barrier. In an instant, the entire barrier and the realm of order were on the verge of collapsing. The edges of the golden barrier that was at the very front had snowflake-shaped cracks appearing all of a sudden. "Continue to attack. Don't stop. Don't worry about me." Hui Wuyen held the shield of guardians with both hands and threw it to various places in the domain of order to help support a stronger holy barrier. "My defense is also stacked step by step. If you can break my defense in 20 minutes, I won't be a human anymore." Everyone's teeth ached when they heard that. Is this guy a jinx or a jinx? No, I'm going to rush out." Qing Jun shouted loudly and grabbed a large sword from the back of a person nearby. He shouted loudly as he raised the order barrier and charged towards Lord Feng. "I'll be back soon." "Wait, I'll go too." Brother Lei's silver thunderbolt lingered and turned into a silver lightning bolt from the domain of order. He rushed into the depths of the void with Qing Jun. "We're responsible for attracting attention. You take the opportunity to attack with all your might. Don't worry about us. Let's just fight to the death." The 2 of them said in unison. Their voices were so heroic that Hui was speechless. He waved his hand and pointed at them with the holy sword. "Fight them both. Take them down for me. Everyone. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Just continue to attack." In the distance, the tremendous energy shockwaves from the clash between order and chaos flickered with extremely intense flames. Perhaps it was because 2 people had rushed over to fight him head-on, but he was slightly distracted. The chaos shockwaves and order disintegration that poured down on the order domain were slightly less powerful. However, looking at the overall situation, the order domain was still being violently beaten up. "If we gather all our forces, we can suppress his attack." Sui Qing frowned and said softly, "Half of our forces are guarding the front line and can't leave. When the time comes, we don't need to increase the number of people." "It's just that," she said with a slightly worried tone, "his condition is gradually recovering." Huey's face turned purple and green. Recovering means that the degree of chaos erosion has deepened. His will is beginning to fall into a disadvantage. His will is beginning to be forced to synchronize with his body, and the degree of power available is gradually increasing. Don't joke around. Buddy, are you really going to compromise here? Sui Qing nodded slightly. Her blue, starry eyes stared into the depths of the void. The frequency of attack has increased. His degraded chaos domain is limited in range and strength. He is gradually approaching here. If he collides with the domain of order head-on, your barrier won't last half a minute. The origin energy has been unleashed to the maximum. Even if we use the origin energy to build a domain to support the attack, it won't have much effect on him. She gritted her teeth and sighed softly. His familiarity and mastery of the origin energy is greater than ours. Moreover, he knows the attack pattern of the void frontline very well. We can only choose to fight him head-on. No. This is the number one weapon charging at us. We can't hold it. We can't fight him head-on either. We have to think of a way. Boom! The entire domain of order shook violently as if it was being torn apart. Huey's face twitched twice. He saw that the speed at which cracks appeared on his divine barrier and guardian barrier were gradually exceeding the speed at which they were being repaired, and it was still accelerating. His face became even more bitter. 20 minutes was the limit he could hold on for. He had to maintain the trend of constantly strengthening his defenses to hold on for 20 minutes, because the guy on the other side was also constantly increasing his attack power. But it was clear that the speed at which he strengthened his defenses could not keep up with that guy. Sparring with Maple was a headache because he would see that the guy opposite him was constantly increasing his attack power every minute and every second, as if there was no upper limit. Even if he was beaten to the ground by Maple, he would not necessarily see his upper limit. Not to mention that this was not a sparring session, but a real confrontation with Maple, who was standing opposite. Then, that would be even worse. And if he allowed the situation to continue, if the battle continued to develop without any changes, at most 10 minutes, Maple's chaotic form would completely stabilize. Then, it would be the beginning of the gathering storm. After that, in another 2 or 3 minutes, the first round of the void, infinite chaos would come. This time, it was really infinite chaos. More than 80% of the guys here could not withstand this power after leaving the domain of order. Even the concept creation that was prepared to recognize Maple's energy was the same. This thing was not perfect yet, but it could not withstand the damage from Maple's energy. After all, it was the first time he tried to create a creation. If there was a chance after this, he would try to adjust it again. Smash his magic circle. Think of a way to get close and smash his defense. Put the Guardian's shield on his face and continue to attack his soul with holy shock. If it doesn't work, hit his face. Hit him with physical pain until he wakes up. Hui Jun's voice made the people around him smile bitterly. The idea was quite good, and they also thought so, but they could not figure out how to do it. Looking at the magic circle that was constantly pouring energy, it was a problem how to get through his attack blockade. Come on, cooperate with me. I can control the magic circle. The calm voice made everyone and Hui Jun stunned. They turned their heads and saw the girl in white walking forward slowly. She looked at him and nodded lightly. You can try. Hui Jun grimaced and asked suspiciously, how confident are you? Ah, no, where did your idea come from? The girl in white pressed her right hand on her chest. I am the idea. Everyone, Sui Qing explained softly. I didn't tell you that she was a life born from the magic circle. She was born with the magic circle as the foundation and core of the structure. She was not a magic circle spirit. Hui Jun's jaw dropped to express his shock. The other heirs were also stunned. Sui Feng could not help but ask, I didn't hear you say that. It's not a good thing, so I didn't want to talk about it. The girl in white took a breath. She raised her snow-white arm, and golden lines began to appear on it. It seemed like she was drawing something. It was as if the aura of a magic circle was spreading out from her body. But at this time, there was no other way. Sui Qing whispered through their souls. Only the gods, Big Brother AI, and a few other second-generation inheritors know about this, but the other second-generation inheritors have all passed away, so I'm the only one who knows about this. There are some things that we don't want to talk about, so we've never talked about it. Sui Feng scratched his head. Why didn't you tell me? Can you tell me? You were not guarding the same node as us at that time. Besides, why should I tell you about a girl's matter? Sui Feng was speechless. Fine, he did not know what to say. Hui Jun grinned. There were a lot of life forms in this world. It was normal. He was used to it. If the life forms of the magic circle were to be categorized, they would be creature-type life forms, and her life form would be energy-type life forms. As for why she did not want to talk about it, well, I already said that it was not a good thing. Everyone had their own thoughts and concerns, so it was normal that they did not want to talk about it. Moreover, it was related to their own nature. Just look at Maple. While he was talking about it, he was plucked out of the void by the gods of origin and became a class of his own. It was really sad. If someone else knew that they were plucked out of the void by someone else and became a thing of unknown origin, they would be depressed for a long time. He himself would be depressed for 1,000,000 years. Maple, that guy did not take it seriously in just a few days. He even used it to tease himself. The life forms of the magic circle should have great control over the magic circle. I see. So that's what you're thinking. Hui Jun threw his thoughts aside and got down to business. In other words, you can directly use the magic circle to fight Maple head-on. You can directly eliminate this part of his power, and the rest of us will. My control over the magic circle is not as good as his, the girl in white said calmly. Everyone was speechless. As expected of the Emperor of Formations, the title of Emperor lived up to its name. A being that used formations as the core of its structure admitted that it was inferior to the former in terms of mastery of formations, but it made sense since the latter alone could control the countless formations in the void frontline, which was clearly not something a human could do. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Xiao was a proper living being. In other words, a human. So, I need someone to help me. The girl in white looked at him, and then at Sui Qing. I can interfere with part of the magic circle. I'll leave the rest to you. How much do you mean by part of the magic circle? Tell us a percentage so that we can estimate the situation, Sui Feng quickly said. The girl in white looked at him. All the magic circles, limit it to 30%. I can only hold on until my form collapses. Everyone. Although she was a person, just from this level alone, she wasn't a simple character. They thought that she would only be able to interfere with part of the array. They had already thought about which part of the array would be interfered with and which part would be attacked. They just had to take his life while he was down. They didn't expect her to mean that she could interfere with all the arrays. As expected of the life of the array, she lived up to her name. But the moment she opened her mouth, she said that her form would collapse. Don't learn from that guy. Have you guys come up with a plan? The two barbarians who were charging at the front suddenly sent a message back at the same time, causing everyone to turn their heads and be stunned for a moment. The chaotic impact that had just been weakened by a portion was now attacking at an extremely high frequency. We had felt that the pressure had skyrocketed since a minute ago, and even his head had become a size bigger than before. Little Brother Maple has started to ignore our attacks and is heading straight for you. We can't stop him. We can't stop him. I don't care what method you have. Just show us the way. The girl in white looked around and nodded to everyone. Then I'll go first. As soon as she finished speaking, her body turned into complicated patterns and disappeared into nothingness. Everyone was stunned and followed her aura. In the depths of nothingness, hundreds of miles in front of the observer, suddenly appeared golden patterns of light and shadow condensing into her body. The purple-gold patterns spread all over her body, carving out complicated but beautiful patterns that they did not understand. Then, the nothingness around her began to distort with her as the center. An energy of distorting nothingness appeared out of thin air. Hui was not unfamiliar with it. It was a method of forcefully distorting all elements and forcefully projecting them where they were. It was one of the methods of the origin school. It could basically bypass most blockades, including the nothingness enveloped by Maple's immature chaotic domain. A golden light appeared in the distorted nothingness, arrays with elliptical centers that looked like alls descended here. The tens of millions of purple gold arrays that were between thousands and tens of thousands of feet in size also looked very vast and grand. However, compared to the arrays in front of her, which numbered in the billions and had an average size of more than 1,000 miles and were constantly increasing, it was simply like an egg hitting the sun. The sudden appearance of another array attracted the attention of Yun Nuoshing. He slowly turned his gaze and stared at the other person in the array with his dark eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, and the chaotic energy began to condense. Lord Maple, don't look around. Look at me. If you have anything, come at me. Green's violent power collided with Lord Maple's chaotic domain and barrier. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws at Lord Maple's chaotic domain and barrier as if he was demonstrating his power. The violent impact of order and chaos slightly attracted the attention of Yun Nuoshing, but he was obviously more concerned about the person in the array behind Green. He ignored Green, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, and the chaotic energy in his hand began to condense. Boom! Suddenly, the impact of order that was hundreds of times stronger broke free from the suppression of the chaotic energy and collided with the chaotic domain. His eyes flickered slightly, and he turned his head. In the distant chaotic domain, 20 huge origin temples had appeared out of nowhere. Behind those temples, a huge light blue crack was slowly closing. The 20 origin temples that were lined up in a row supported the entire chaotic domain together, and at the same time increased the attack power of the energy towers by hundreds of times. With the support of the origin temples, most of the people who had nothing to worry about were almost all using their energy to attack. For a moment, they actually tore apart his overwhelming ceiling attack and poured their attacks on his domain and barrier. Yun Nuoshing only took a few glances at the chaotic domain and barrier that were being crazily attacked. Then, he looked at the person in the array again. Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth slightly and let out a murmur that seemed to tremble in the void. The gray energy condensed into lines that converged into strange and distorted words beside him. Just when he was about to do something, a gigantic oval-shaped barrier that seemed to be pieced together by pieces of crystals suddenly appeared in front of him. The energy of order condensed into golden meteors that turned into streaks of light that streaked across the oval-shaped barrier. It was as if thousands of stars were appearing and disappearing quickly, spreading the energy of order throughout the entire domain. For a moment, it actually suppressed the energy of chaos in this area. Meanwhile, he and his countless magic circles were trapped in the crystal barrier. The surging energy of order and the rules of order seemed to announce that this was the domain of order, suppressing his chaos energy. The dark runes that were floating around him were also affected. After a few trembles, they slowly collapsed as if they could not sustain themselves anymore. Hui stood at the edge of his primeval domain and looked inside with a gaze that was like visiting a prisoner. He cleared his throat and shouted to Maple, who was hundreds of miles away. "Old man, can you still make a sound? If you are still alive, can you use your method to make a sound for us?" Boom! what responded to him was the impact of the chaotic energy that burst out from countless magic circles. The entire primeval domain was instantly occupied by the chaotic energy. The energy of order and chaotic energy collided with each other and was extremely dazzling. Even though the primeval domain had the effect of reflecting attacks and could use various methods to weaken the chaotic energy that was rushing towards his face, we still felt that the entire primeval domain was crazily wailing in pain. Trying to trap Maple in the primeval domain was just wishful thinking, even if this was Maple, who was still a little dazed and could not move nimbly after being weakened. We shivered twice and quickly looked back at the white-clothed girl. "It's all up to you now." Tens of millions of purple gold magic circles were already ready to go. After Huey's instruction, she suddenly opened her purple gold eyes, and the origin energy surged. Between her hands was a gray cloud that was bound by countless purple gold energy lines. Her eyes that reflected the primeval domain in front of her passed through countless blooming energy fireworks and stared at him who was looking at her in the magic circle. She opened her mouth and whispered softly, "The truth of structure perishes here." They did not understand the principle, nor did they know what had happened. Anyway, they saw that the group of purple gold magic circles that were shaped like all suddenly expanded to the left and right sides, spreading out purple gold energy lines as if they were beginning to move. Then, the chaotic energy that was trapped in the primeval domain of the Guardian was instantly weakened to a visible degree. The attack power was definitely weakened by more than 30%, and him, who was used to using magic circles as a defense. At this time, his defense power was probably reduced by more than 30%. Hui pointed his sword forward and poured the limit of energy into the primeval domain. While Maple is being suppressed, destroy all these energy towers for me. Attack with all your might. The primeval domain of order that was connected into a sea of light burst out a wave of energy that was almost self-destructive. More than 100 origin energy merged into it and became the dominant force. After a slight delay, the continuous sea of light burst out a huge and exaggerated primeval domain of order, just like the origin energy that he usually used. The mighty energy torrent crossed the void in an instant, swept past the white-clothed girl and Hui, and crashed into the primeval domain with an oppressive volume. Hui saw the opportunity and crushed the golden energy crystal in his hand. The impact wrapped in countless order and origin energy fell together with the collapse of the entire primeval domain. A majestic energy flame, energy explosion, and impact pierced through the land of nothingness. Standing in the realm of order and looking at it, it was as if they were looking at a supernova exploding in the distant starry sky. Abnormally bright light illuminated the entire starry sky. In this extremely short period of time, everyone couldn't even feel the power of the void, rules, order, and other powers, even though they were so far away from the place where the energy explosion occurred. At the moment of the explosion, we pulled the white-clothed girl back for a distance to avoid being involved in the indescribable energy impact. He saw the purple gold magic circle around the girl dissipating in a few tremors. He quickly asked, "Dissipated? What's going on?" "The target of suppression has disappeared. There are no other magic circles in the range." The purple gold lines on the white-clothed girl's body also dimmed little by little as the magic circle disappeared. She said lightly, "It can be determined that the magic circle is all destroyed." "Lord Maple, will he be okay?" Jing Yuanji's worried voice came through the soul transmission, startling everyone. They couldn't bear to look at the nothingness that was still releasing violent bursts of energy. Being caught in such a violent explosion of energy, they couldn't use their soul seeds to confirm the situation of the people inside for a while. Don't be so quick to think that something is wrong. You may not be particularly clear about the situation of your Lord Observer, but I definitely know it better than you." Hui shook his head vigorously. His words left everyone stunned. "Get the energy towers ready. This kind of attack will never kill him. I only care if this level of attack can get rid of the chaos energy in his body. Have you forgotten what I said at the beginning? Wake him up, instead of beating him to death. If we really kill him in the void frontline will lose the power of any node." Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected of the Lord Guardian, everyone looked at each other and hurriedly took out more energy towers and placed them in the void. Once again, neat white walls pointed towards the void. The gathered energy caused the Order realm to become as bright as a sea of light once again. Hui gently pushed the white-clothed girl into the realm of Order. He himself carefully approached the place where the infinite energy explosion was. When he came to a place 100 feet away from the energy explosion, he took a deep breath and gently pointed his hand forward. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he waved his hand and carefully pushed the violent and destructive energy to the side. The gradually dissipating energy of Order and Origin exposed the scene at the center. The situation inside the energy explosion appeared under everyone's nervous gaze. Many people subconsciously held their breath. The center of the energy explosion area was empty, making everyone stunned. A lot of strange thoughts rushed into their minds in an instant and began to wander. Jing Yuanji had already wanted to rush over to check the situation carefully, but she was stopped by the little angel. "Don't go." The little angel shook her head at Jing Yuanji. The seriousness on her face startled the latter. Hui, who was standing at the front, was also stunned for a few seconds when he saw the empty center. After thinking for a while, he stopped breathing for a moment. He quickly turned around and waved his hand to tear the energy cluster that he had just pushed away. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. His handsome face became extremely distorted due to excessive shock. Dark gray energy slowly appeared from the torn energy cluster. It was in a relatively calm state, but Maple, who was releasing this aura, was now curled up. The dark gray energy was like flames and clouds that wrapped around him. 2 pairs of azure wings, formed by the dark gray energy, extended from his shoulder blades and wrapped around himself. The Netherworld Ruin Sword in his arms was releasing a demonic purple-black light that was entangled with the dark gray energy. What? Hui was so shocked that he could not even speak. The next moment, the pair of dark gray eyes gently opened. Maple's 2 pairs of azure wings slowly stretched out. He slowly stood up, holding the hilt of the Netherworld Ruin Sword with both hands, full defense. "Ah!" Because of extreme shock, a distorted voice exploded in everyone's soul transmission, making everyone's scalp tingle. They hurriedly looked over and saw that the Lord Guardian could only strengthen the defense because he could not make it back in time. Then they saw the Lord Observer, who was not far from him, stretching out his azure wings and holding the Netherworld Ruin Sword with both hands. At that moment, everyone understood. And at that moment, everyone's faces turned pale. Origin, chaos. It was as if everyone had been dragged into the center of a supernova explosion. A wild wave of colors and darkness brought with it an impact that tore apart the void and drowned the entire world. In an instant, all that was left was the scene of being swallowed up by countless colors, and in an instant, only the sound of violent energy echoing in everyone's ears. Chapter 1931. Where is this place? My brain seems to have been shaken, and I can't tell north from south. I can't remember what I was doing just now. What was I doing just now? Ouch, my throat hurts a little. Did I just shout? My body hurts. There's an inexplicable pain as if I was chained up and spun a few million times in the nothingness and then slammed into the barrier of the primordial realm, knocking my soul out of my body and almost into the path of reincarnation. Ah, what kind of strange feeling is this? I don't know, but it seems to be this feeling. My body feels like it's about to split apart. So far, this feeling seems to only happen when I'm facing a chaos concept body, as if I'm going to be torn apart like a piece of cloth in the next second. Chaos concept body. Oh no, I remember now. I was just swept into the center of the origin of chaos by Maple and ravaged. I have to wake up quickly. But I can't move. That bastard, Maple, hit me so hard that I was really going to shatter, forcing himself to take a deep breath and wake up his muddled consciousness. He opened his eyes abruptly. What he saw was still the nothingness, but what he saw now was completely different from what he saw before he fainted. The light ocean created by order was torn apart, and the order domain was torn apart by the origin of chaos head-on. The scene was just like the void frontline torn apart by the 20 high-tier primeval a few eras ago, but it seemed to be more fragmented. Oh no, I have to reorganize the order domain quickly. Hui hurriedly stood up and was stunned when he saw his almost transparent body. A few seconds later, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The last time he was flipped over by the 20 high-tier primeval chariots in the void frontline, he didn't end up like this. He had forgotten when was the last time his form was shattered and he was beaten back to his original form. After all, he was used to and instinctively pulling his defenses to the maximum, and was also the most solid shield guarding the void frontline. Generally speaking, when he cracked, the situation would be very urgent. He did not expect that this time Maple's origin, primordial chaos, would bring him back to his original form. But in fact, he was reaping what he sowed. He walked so close to the place without any preparation. He himself said that Maple would not die so quickly, but in the end, he did not even bring a layer of protection and walked to the center of the energy as if he was going to die. But he didn't expect that that round of focused fire would directly hit Maple's law, order, energy form out. Hiss, but thinking about it carefully, hitting Maple's form out was better than waiting for him to use it himself. Forcing him to use this form, regardless of whether it was the power or the duration, was much worse than him actively using it himself. But even so, they were still unable to escape the fate of being baptized by origin, chaos for God knows how many times. Just now, they were slapped unconscious by a huge wave. About a minute had passed, and there were less than 4 minutes left before the next origin, chaos, was cast. It shouldn't be the most violent state where it could be cast 2 or 3 times in a minute. His chaotic state obviously hadn't stabilized yet, and he was forced into this state, so it shouldn't be to that extent. Really? I'm a little angry. I'm angry. Hui shouted a few times at the void and took a few deep breaths. While he was taking deep breaths to make himself look more irritable, he rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fists. The golden energy on his body surged, and his long black hair turned into a dazzling golden color. The flow of holy energy condensed the transparent figure back into a solid form. Hui clenched his fists and made a series of cracking sounds. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "I shouldn't have cared that you are in the form of chaos. I should have let the realm of order press you into the void and beat you up until you wake up. Those who are muddled by chaos should be beaten up without discussion. You said it yourself." He looked at the torn realm of order that had yet to be rebuilt. But not everyone had given up. There were still violent energy explosions in the void. The surging energy of order and chaos were all thrown at each other's faces. The frenzied battle, and the high frequency of the battle, was because Maple had increased the speed of the battle to the point where it was difficult to keep up. Under such circumstances, it was difficult to regroup as a whole. Everyone was scattered in all directions. The energy from order was like endless raindrops, arrows, and energy streams from countless corners bombarding the gray figure that was moving at high speed. Although the scene looked like the latter was being beaten up, the void was still being suppressed by his immature realm of chaos. Coupled with his current state, he was still in control of the situation. Furthermore, the scattered power that could not be gathered together could not shake Maple in his current state. However, it was not easy for Maple to stand still and not fall apart under the rampaging of Maple. In this state, no matter who the enemy was, basically no one could take back control of the situation from him. No matter how many people there were, it was impossible. Once the origin of chaos smashed down, the destructive power would not be reduced. If one could not defend well, it would be a suicide mission. However, no matter how much defense they put up, they would only be able to hold on for a while longer, except for the two groups of people above. He raised his hand and smashed the Guardian's shield into the void, crushing it into pieces. The broken pieces of the shield were embedded into his body, turning into golden patterns and marks on his skin. He then took out the Guardian's sword. Some of the spreading patterns also penetrated into the sword. The sacred energy flashed, increasing the power of the sword by many times. Today, even if I have to sacrifice this old life of mine, I will smash you flat in the void. I will use the fighting method you taught me. He held the sword in his right hand. The white robe behind him was fluttering in the wind due to the sacred energy. The sudden change in his posture, the sudden change in his expression, and the sudden increase in his aura, there was indeed a shadow of a certain person in it. Innumerable energies crazily crisscrossed in the land of nothingness. Every time the surging chaos energy and order energy collided, they would leave a violent energy vortex in the land of nothingness. One could clearly see two different colored energies madly colliding in the vortex, desperately trying to kill each other. This was the background of the land of nothingness. The sizes of these energy vortexes ranged from thousands of feet to millions of miles in diameter. They densely covered the entire land of nothingness. In the largest energy vortex, there were three figures confronting each other head-on. To put it nicely, Brother Lay and Lady Green were just risking their lives to increase their combat power to keep up with the attack rhythm of the gray figure opposite them. The two of them could not withstand the frontal attack of the observer, which was equivalent to letting him rampage in the realm of order. In that case, before the origin of chaos smashed down, the remaining realm of order would be further destroyed. They had to hold him here even if it meant risking their lives. Having said that, both of them had been branded with 7 or 8 layers of annihilation energy. While dealing with the invading chaotic energy, they had to maintain their combat power in a state of gradual improvement at all times, and also keep up with the observer's rampage. This task was really too difficult. Even if they had the support of the entire realm of order behind them, it was impossible to do to this extent. Boom! When he once again confronted Lord Feng head-on, the annihilation energy on the Netherworld ruins, sword rushed into his body, causing the chaotic energy in his body to become even more intense. Jing Yuanji's anxious voice came from the soul transmission. Lady Green, the degree of chaos erosion you have suffered is almost critical. Come back quickly. Wait a little longer. Qing Jun turned around and used all his strength to throw a heavy blow on the Netherworld ruins sword. Seeing Lord Feng's figure flickering and disappearing, he rushed towards elder brother Lei. He let out a roar and let all the energy in his body continue to boil as he charged towards him after this round. Just this round. Everyone was so anxious that they gritted their teeth. This guy had been talking about this round since 2 minutes ago. God knows how many rounds of charging, and he still wants to do this round. The realm of order was broken, and now they had one less person who could barely withstand the observer's attack, and they would be completely done for. Back off. The explosive voice in the soul transmission had a strong holy aura, startling everyone. Brother Lay, who was desperately hitting Silver Dragon, was also stunned. Out of the corner of his eye, he quickly caught a glimpse of a meteor entangled with violent holy energy rushing toward him. He gritted his teeth and gathered more origin energy in his right hand than he could release once. A wave of silver lightning surged, and he punched Brother Feng's Netherworld Ruins sword. Silver Dragon! The blossoming Qianjun thunderbolt exploded into a violent storm of origin energy, and a figure entangled by the silver lightning was also sent flying backward. When he was sent flying, he hurriedly reached out to grab Lady Green, who was about to charge, and pulled him away from the battlefield. At the same time, he shouted at the golden meteor, "I'll leave it to you. Hold on for a while." "Hey, wait. I can still charge for one more round. Just one more round. One more round, you idiot. Hurry up and go back to the realm of order. Let me deal with this bastard." The light of purplish-black energy tore the violent silver storm apart, and the gray figure burst out from it. Just as he was about to launch a pursuit with chaotic energy, he saw a huge golden meteor coming straight for his face. Without thinking, he swung the Netherworld Ruins sword to meet it. Hui, with the violent holy energy, smashed the Netherworld Ruins sword. The violent collision between order and chaos seemed to have opened up the void. The boiling energy had already gone beyond the scope of defense, as if it had temporarily superimposed an unknown amount of attack power. He could not help but yell at Brother Feng's face, "Wake up, you bastard!" The gray eyes responded to his cursing with a consciousness inclined to absolute violence and destruction. Yun, Nuwashing, did not care that the two targets had been reduced to one. He just followed the endless will of destruction and listed the thing he was attacking as one of the targets to be destroyed. "You want to kill me? Well, come on then. If I take a step back today, I'm not King Hui." Hui gritted his teeth and tried his best to convert all the energy in his body into attack power. The violent energy made his eyes spurt out a substantial golden light. The golden lines on the sword of the Guardian suddenly spread rapidly. The deep lines, full of destructive power, seemed to be tearing the big sword that focused on defense apart from the inside. The sword of the Guardian, which had been filled with energy, suddenly exploded under the next swing. The expanding holy energy ignited a holy storm, but neither of them stepped back. They continued to attack each other in the storm. Hui once again condensed the sword to meet Brother Feng's attack. In a flash, there were hundreds and thousands of collisions. The two of them seemed to be in a stalemate, but he had to maintain his strength under the corrosion of Maple's chaotic energy. He also had to brace himself to withstand Maple's powerful attacks that could topple mountains and overturn seas. That unreasonable power seemed to want to crush him and the entire land of nothingness. Every time a heavy attack landed on the Guardian's sword, he had the illusion that he would be sent flying to the end of nothingness in the next second. But if he was sent flying today, he would no longer be the Guardian. "I'm going to crush you," Hui yelled. The sudden surge of energy in his body made him suddenly understand something. "All energy towers overload. Don't rush to attack. Wait for me." Hui continued to violently charge at Brother Feng. The two madly collided, and the energy of the clash of order and chaos filled the void. The scene was much grander than when the three of them fought with the entire realm of order. Suifeng's gaze followed the two guys who were rampaging in the void. After a while, he anxiously slapped the energy tower. "Origin Temple, convert the energy output form. Destroy this realm of chaos for me." The white-clothed girl quickly said, "No, if we weaken his support, it will—" "Don't worry." Hui Jun was able to keep up with Brother Feng's attack without the support of the realm of order. It's the same without support. The most important thing now is to destroy this realm. As long as the realm of chaos exists, Brother Feng's energy will always be limitless. We don't have an attack that can break his rule, order, energy form in one go. If this drags on, even Hui Jun won't be able to hold on. After a moment of charging and delay, the 20 temples of origin suddenly burst out with colorful energy beams that shot toward the top of the void. Before they could go far, they seemed to have collided with a boundary, and the mighty origin energy exploded in an instant. The boundary suddenly spread with ferocious patterns, and the entire void began to shake violently. The sudden violent impact from the realm of chaos made Yun Nuoxing's eyes narrow. He quickly saw the boundary of the realm of chaos being eroded and destroyed by the origin energy. Just as he was about to rush over, the golden meteor hit his face again. The golden sword in his hand, which was on the verge of breaking, smashed his head. "Don't look around when you're fighting." With a roar, the violent holy energy exploded on the spot and instantly turned into a violent golden star that released violent energy. However, it only released a blazing light for less than a second before it was torn into pieces by a gray and purple-black light. Yun Nuoxing's body was entangled with the scorching holy energy, and the Netherruin sword slashed heavily at Hui Jun, who had yet to condense a new sword. Clang! The golden pattern embedded in Huey's skin turned into a palm-sized shield, which was exactly the same as the Guardian's shield. It blocked the heavy blow, and the trembling, rebounding energy almost bounced the Netherruin sword away. Feng turned his hand and condensed the chaotic energy into a weapon. However, because his hand was shaken this time, the rhythm of his frenzied attack was slightly disrupted. His attack was delayed for a moment, and a golden sword condensed in front of him, with violent power pierced in front of him and sent him flying. Hui ran on the big sword that had just been condensed and rushed out to launch a hot pursuit. A small shield condensed in front of his right hand that was clenched into a fist. When Maple reacted in an instant and was about to counterattack, a punch was thrown. Boom! The chaotic energy exploded from the side and covered Huey's head and face. He was stunned for a moment. Damn it, he forgot about Feng's magic circle. This guy basically did not use magic circles in this form, but it did not mean that he could not use them. He did not have time to clear the chaotic energy entangling his body. He hurriedly tore apart the energy impact and flew out. Just as he calmed down, he saw Feng not far away, holding the Netherruin sword with both hands and stabbing it heavily into the void. "I haven't been sent flying by you yet. Don't think that this is the end." A huge golden shield, which was as large as a city wall, suddenly appeared in front of Feng. Hui hurriedly grabbed the city wall at the last moment and threw a heavy punch at Feng like a falling meteorite. Origin! Chaos! The frenzied shriek of the energy suddenly spread across the void. The chaotic energy of origin and annihilation pressed against Huey's city wall in front of him and the realm of order behind him. But this time, there was a sturdy city wall in front of them that blocked the monstrous wave that was enough to shatter the void. The indiscriminate monstrous wave was forcibly blocked by a corner and only affected the corner of the realm of order that was too large to be completely blocked. Even so, the impact of the annihilation of order and chaos hundreds of times in a second still tore the affected area of the realm of order into pieces. Everyone who took action when they saw the actions of the observer and the emergency measures of the Guardian miraculously did not suffer much damage from the origin, chaos. They only lost a corner of the realm of order, and even the energy towers that charged them did not break. The city wall could not eat the full power of the origin, chaos released by foam at a close distance. The moment the city wall of the Guardian shattered, Hui poured out a part of the remaining holy energy and turned it into a holy energy storm to continue to offset the remaining 2 to 3 seconds of the origin, chaos. He also had a part of the holy energy entangling his body. Like an arrow, he rushed into the center of the dual-colored energy ball. The countless energy impacts that exploded on his body instantly weakened the holy energy entangling his body to almost non-existence. He only crossed this short distance, and in less than a second, he almost exhausted all the energy that he used to maintain his current state. *TU. But before the energy was exhausted, he still crossed the distance. While the pair of gray eyes were stunned, the fist that condensed into a shield smashed heavily on Maple's chin, forcibly interrupting the origin, chaos that only had 1 second left, and sent him flying with a single blow. Fire! 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 The hoarse roar once again made everyone's scalp tingle. The hundreds of millions of energy towers that had been waiting for a long time gathered all the energy on the energy core, releasing a high-pitched energy roar in the void. A huge energy array formed in front of the core in an instant and shattered in an instant. The energy poured out with a power that was thousands of times stronger than before, condensing into a mighty energy torrent that crossed the void and swallowed the figure of the observer. Continue to fire. Continue to fire. Fire. Fire him. Fire at me. Fire at me. Fire at me. Everyone grimaced in pain. Their scalps tingled, and their faces were in a mess. For a moment, they did not know whether to fire at the observer or the guardian. Green knew that Lord Hui, who was above him, was a little confused. He did not care that others were purifying the chaotic energy for him. He hurriedly jumped up and waved his hand. Aim at Lord Hui. Fire. Fire at full force. Shatter the realm of order and the energy towers for me. Throw out all the energy. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked to the ground by Jing Yuanji. I Ching rushed up and tied him up tightly. The latter scolded, "You've been corroded into half a chaotic person, yet you're still not obedient. You even stole my lines." The violent energy torrent lasted for a very short time before it was offset by a burst of gray energy from the inside. A ferocious Maple rushed out from it. The chaotic energy on his body was boiling, and 2 pairs of azure wings were dancing wildly. The chaotic energy that was several levels more violent than before caused the whole void to tremble. Arrays appeared around him, but they were not aimed at the area of order in front of him. Instead, they surrounded him and aimed up and down. The violent energy aura that came from them was exactly the same as the origin of chaos. Origin, don't treat me as if I don't exist, you bastard. Hui, who was covered in hundreds of millions of firepower of order, rushed to the front of Maple like a bull and smashed his head hard on Maple's head, crushing the origin of chaos in its cradle. Hui grabbed Maple's shoulders with both hands, and his golden eyes looked at the pair of gray eyes that were close at hand. Come on, feel the baptism of the origin and order with me. Vast amounts of energy rumbled and roared as they surged through their bodies. It was as if hundreds of billions of Tyrannosaurus Rex were trampling over them. The commotion caused even the void to tremble. At the same time, the chaotic energy that entangled the void had unknowingly weakened by a few levels. Sui Feng sensed the movement and immediately understood. He was the first to release the origin energy. Brother Maple has been weakened. His rule, order, energy form can't be maintained for long. Release the energy of the origin temple in one go. Don't worry about the energy in the later stage. Take down the realm of chaos. Take it down. Brother Thunder's body was entangled with 1/3 of the chaotic energy. He jumped up excitedly, clenching his hands into fists. All the silver lightning on his body poured out for the last time, along with all the origin energy. As if venting his anger, he punched the void in front of him. Silver Dragon! The full-powered blast of the origin energy, coupled with the origin temple emptying all the energy in one go, caused the realm of chaos that had held firm for half an hour to tremble. Countless huge cracks appeared on the void, where Brother Thunder punched. While the master of the realm had no time to care about himself, the realm that had no energy support could not hold on. After shaking for a few seconds, it finally shattered, the dark energy dissipating like the ebbing tide. As the dark clouds over their heads dissipated, everyone felt the haze in their hearts dispersing abruptly. Their condition was once again restored to their peak, and without anyone's instructions, they really did their utmost to gather all the energy in the energy towers. Even if the attack was not over, some even emptied their storage worlds, and through a floor full of new energy crystals. It was a pity that they did not have the Tier 1 energy towers as the core to pour the energy. Otherwise, this attack could be at least 10,000 times more powerful. The violent energy that erupted from the depths of nothingness once again made everyone feel as if a boulder had been lifted from their hearts. The mighty energy torrent of order and origin lasted for another 2 seconds before it was completely exhausted. The energy torrent that had been poured out completely dissipated. The explosive force that erupted from the clash of the two figures tore the remaining energy into pieces. Hundreds of millions of dark energy arrays broke through the void and rushed out. They formed a sky curtain that covered the entire void. Maple's power, aura, and chaos energy had been raised to the highest level, and there was no sign of it rising any further. That was rare. It actually forced him to use his upper limit. He was going to launch his final attack. Block it. You must block it. A thick, chaotic barrier appeared in the form of a burst of energy and slammed into Huey's body, slowing down his movements. Maple's body erupted with a dense beam of chaotic energy. He held the nether void sword tightly in his right hand and knelt down to stab it into the void. The chaotic energy, which was approaching a state of madness, resonated with the countless arrays and released an energy shockwave that could topple the void. The last primordial chaos explosion was a second or two late. Just as it was about to explode, the crystal-like domain once again shrouded him. Hui gave up the big sword attacking form and returned to his proper guardian form. He held the big shield in one hand and rushed into the primordial domain. He held the big shield in his right hand and smashed it at Maple's head. Have a taste of my order, Sacred Shock. Fall into the void. Attack with all your strength. The colorful and dark energy pillars formed by the two sky canopies crashed into the primeval domain, along with the full-force attack from the ocean of order. The divine golden energy that burst out from the interior of the primeval domain was the first to fill up the entire domain. Then it was instantly dyed colorful and dark gray by the collision of energy, the last destructive energy from the primeval domain, and all the other energy attacks were restrained in the primeval domain. The crystal barrier expanded by tens of thousands of times in an instant and trembled violently. It looked like a balloon that was filled with air and would explode at any time. This is a F*King's suicidal attack. When did Lord Hui become a member of my Great Mang's Void Traversers? Green was pressed to the ground, but he did not forget to raise his head and look at the crystal barrier that had become the size of a huge star. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Continue to attack! 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 Break through the void! Throw out all the broken energy towers and energy cores. Throw them out and blow them up. Don't stop! Don't stop!" Bang! The entire void shook violently as if it had been hit by a heavy blow. Everyone could feel that they had been hit by a heavy blow from afar. They were all forced to retreat hundreds of feet away, as if they were thrown out by a slap. The crystal barrier also exploded from the inside. In an instant, all the energy was torn to pieces by an invisible force, making everyone turn pale with fright. The observer's left hand maintained the posture of swinging the sword upward. The guardian was flung out by this unshakable sword. A strange energy pervaded the entire void, making everyone feel the feeling of death hanging in their hearts. Their hearts and souls felt like they were being fiercely pinched. The little angel felt this strange fluctuation, and her pretty face changed slightly. She immediately understood something. Golden light spots began to spread out from her body, turning into a light shadow that rushed towards the source of this death aura. Sinful words. Huey's transparent figure flew out, unable to control himself. He could only shout at the top of his lungs through the soul transmission, "Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. This is the last blow. Hit him. Hit him. I'm already dead. Remember to bring a bouquet of flowers to visit me in the spiritual temple in a few days, and give me a nicer name while you're at it. Hit him. Ah. Condense energy. Condense. No, the energy tower and the Temple of Origin are not responding. No, I can't attack. I can't condense energy. All the energy can't be used. The void is blocked by a strange energy. Is it a spear? An indescribable strange energy mixed with the chaotic energy that had been raised to the extreme descended. Suddenly, Maple appeared in his sight, raising the Netherworld Ruin Sword in his right hand. With a power that was like the judgment of the great Yuan realm, he swung the sword down at Hui Xiao. Huey's eyes widened as he watched his inevitable death descend. Suddenly, he saw a pair of pure white wings spread out behind Maple. Golden energy particles permeating the air rapidly merged into his soul, causing his dull gray eyes to suddenly tremble. A gorgeous luster suddenly lit up, and it happened in an instant. The Netherworld Ruin Sword that was supposed to land on his body abruptly shifted a little, brushing past his side as it abruptly landed on his body. At the moment of the indescribable energy explosion, the void seemed to have been shattered. An opening of unknown size was torn open. The laws and principles that originated from the source environment poured into the void, causing a series of violent energy anomalies. We stared at his left shoulder. Just now, the Netherworld Ruin Sword was 2 centimeters away from rubbing against his body. Huff, huff, huff. He was 2 centimeters away. In recent years, the underworld had probably been too lazy to accept people, especially people like them who had huge capacities. The strange restrictive energy lasted for 2 seconds before suddenly dissipating. We immediately jumped up to gather energy. However, as soon as he stood up, he saw Maple holding the Netherworld Ruin Sword and half kneeling on the ground. Huey's face paled. He thought that there would be another round of chaos in the next second, but he only saw Maple using all his strength to hold the Netherworld Ruin Sword and not letting himself fall. His body seemed to be trembling uncontrollably. Thinking back to how the little angel tried desperately to merge himself into Maple's soul, we immediately understood. He hurriedly shouted, "Energy Tower, gather energy, but don't rush to attack." After saying this, he hurriedly moved closer. His face was full of fear and caution. Maple held the hilt of the Netherworld Ruin Sword tightly in his left hand and half kneeling with his head lowered. His trembling body seemed to be struggling madly. Just as we was about to do something, Maple suddenly raised his trembling right hand and turned it over with his palm facing up. Just as we thought Maple was about to launch an attack, the void suddenly split open in front of Maple. a pale golden ball of light the size of a human had suddenly rushed out of the crack. The bright light illuminated the dark void. The golden energy particles, mixed with the light, quickly filled the place with the energy of order. At the same time, there seemed to be an even more mysterious energy spreading out. That is, Sui Qing saw the ball of light and understood. He wants to force the chaotic energy that has taken over his body away. Be prepared. Huijun, you are too close. Be careful of the chaotic energy. After the pale golden ball of light fell into his palm, it returned to the heart of Yun Nuoshing. The pale golden light quickly condensed into a thin layer of light on the surface of his body. The chaotic energy that was entangled in his body suddenly surged and was released continuously. However, looking at the situation and the momentum, it seemed like the chaotic energy was being pulled out along with its roots. The chaotic energy that was released from his body quickly completely broke away and quickly condensed into a gray ball of energy the size of a human head. Everyone who saw this ball of energy was shocked. Their hands trembled, and they almost smashed the energy on the ground. Ha ha ha, your mental fortitude is beyond my expectations. I didn't think that a little fellow like you would actually be able to persevere for such a long time. You are indeed very interesting. However, I was just playing around this time. If it fails, then so be it. This is nothing. Anyway, it wasn't my idea. Rather than forcing you to join, I would rather have a proper battle, a voice that seemed to be trembling in the chaotic void, and mixed with a noise that was difficult to identify by ear rang out in the void. It was a strange sound that was like the remnant rules of countless things that had been destroyed. Everyone was stunned, looking at the gray ball of energy that was constantly rising as if it was about to leave this place. Everyone raised their hands and pressed on the energy tower at the same time. Sui Qing, who was tied up like a maggot, could not suppress his excitement. He jumped up and roared together with Huijun, "Beat the hell out of it!" The exploding light of order carried with it an unknown level of resentment and remnant thoughts as it pierced through the void. In an instant, the dark energy ball was drowned in a vast amount of energy. In the void, a dazzling firework blossomed. Amidst the mighty vibrations and vibrations, the curses of countless order warriors could be heard. Ha 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 ha! Is this what you care about in order? Is this where you belong? That's all. Ha ha, it's okay. See you next time. Next time, let's have a good fight again. The gorgeous fireworks bloomed, and the voice that came from the chaotic void gradually faded, leaving behind a lingering echo that slowly dissipated. Chapter 1932. The sudden incident inadvertently revealed a lot of things. For example, even though they were well prepared, they still underestimated the chaos concept bodies. That group of gray creatures would leave behind a cloud of gray smoke wherever they went, as if they wanted the entire void to notice them. For example, a small degraded chaos domain had suppressed their collective power by more than 30%. For example, when the main core of the damage output expressed, "I am willing to join the chaos void," there was actually no one who could replace him. He even had to smash his shield and roll up his sleeves to fight. Forget it. This was an old problem that could not be cured, and there was no cure for it. As for other examples, let's not talk about it for the time being. Everyone was tired, and it would take a long time to talk about it. Now, they could only be glad that things had come to an end safely. Congratulations, congratulations. No, congratulations, my ass. Whether it was the process or the result, it was not peaceful at all. Now, there were still a lot of things to deal with. The delayed origin baptism plan, the delayed inheritor awakening plan, the delayed various origin creation plans, and most importantly, Maple, who had been half kneeling in the void since the beginning and was trembling all over, had to go and check on his condition first. He had just been forcibly pulled back from the state of willing to join the chaos void, and everyone was afraid that something would happen to him. Maple! We ran towards Maple while shouting. He quickly half-knelt in front of him and pressed his hands on his shoulders, his face full of anxiety and worry. "How are you? Are you still conscious? Do you recognize who I am? Are you still thinking about destroying the void? Do you want me to give you?" Don't move." Yun Nuoshing's face was twisted in pain and gloominess. Her eyes, which alternated between gray and colorful, stared at him with a frightening gaze. "Don't move me. My soul. Cracked. Chaos, not cleared. Clean. In the soul. Chaos echoes. Move back a little." Those who had just charged forward felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. They hurriedly jumped back a distance. The Order warriors who were filled with anxiety were busy fixing up the void. And the void. When they heard this, they couldn't help but move closer to that side. Yun Nuoshing maintained her trembling state for half a minute before she slowly freed her hands and took out a cluster of light from her pendant. The cluster of light was bound by many origin runes and energy runes. The cluster of light had been condensed to an unknown degree and mixed with the origin energy and laws of origin to create a longsword made purely out of light, the rhythm of light, Ai Hongyun's personal sword. He had yet to try using it after obtaining it. Yun Nuoshing adjusted the rhythm of light to be less than a meter long. Her trembling hands clenched the hilt of her sword. Everyone felt that something was wrong when they saw her holding the sword. She was holding the hilt of her sword forward and pointing the tip of the sword at herself. Was she going to? We understood and paled in shock. "Don't!" Yun Nuoshing clenched his teeth as the long sword made of light pierced through his body. In the next second, he frantically urged the origin energy in his body to suppress his entire body and soul. A moment later, the rhythm of light that pierced through his back suddenly turned gray as a thick gray mist gushed out like a fountain, forming a huge gray fan that was probably thousands of miles long and wide behind him. The dense chaos energy made everyone's face pale and cold sweat trickled down their backs. It was not clear whether they were frightened by the observer's suicide or by the massive amount of violent chaos energy that remained even after the energy of the chaos concept body had left. Perhaps it was both. More than half of the people who saw the scene had their minds a little blank. The gray mist gushed out like a fountain for a full minute. All the annihilation energy that was repelled should have stayed in the void, but because the origin energy was also mixed in the mist, the annihilation energy was devoured by the origin energy that rushed out together with the origin energy after it left the body. It was not allowed to stay in the void. When the chaos energy in Maple's body gradually decreased until it completely calmed down, we immediately rushed forward and carefully helped him get the rhythm of light out. He then pulled Maple's eyelids to check and found that his eyes had returned to their original colorful color. This guy had just fought a battle and committed suicide with his sword. Now, his body was so transparent that it was almost dissipating into a ball of light, and judging from his trembling appearance, he probably could not move. When he came up, a group of people also rushed forward as if they were watching a critically ill patient. Each of them reached out and pressed on a spot, using various methods to look back and forth for a long while before they all breathed a sigh of relief. There is no remnant chaos energy of the chaos concept body. Sui Qing checked for a while and nodded to everyone before she softly breathed a sigh of relief. She then looked at Maple. "It's not a big deal, but your soul has resisted the chaos corruption of the chaos concept body for half an hour. Even you are not lightly injured. You need to rest for a while." Yun Nuoshing shuddered and rolled his eyes. Bloody hell, he was not lightly injured. He felt that he was going to split open. We held him down for a while and after confirming that he was fine for the time being, he could not help but grumble. "Are you dumb? You didn't expect a big bomb to be hidden in the corner. What do you think now that you have experienced the Chaos Half-Day Tour?" Yun Nuoshing continued to roll his eyes. "Sooner or later, I will flatten the chaos void too." Everyone expressed that the word "too" was used very eloquently. Rounding it up, it could be said that he wanted to flatten the entire Deyuan realm. They suggested that they find the initiator of the previous void turbulence to discuss how to carry it out, or the two of them could carry it out together. After all, the two of them were from the same family. From top to bottom, inside to outside, they were more or less from the same family. It did not matter who carried it out. Everyone who was not at ease surrounded him and checked again. After confirming that there were no mistakes several times, they finally relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that they had relaxed, the Order warriors who were repairing the space and watching at the side also breathed a sigh of relief. It was only at this moment that the tense atmosphere that oppressed the void truly dissipated. The repair of this space became much faster. We held Maple and looked around. After finding Jing Yuanji, he hurriedly stuffed a certain someone who was almost transparent into a ball in his hand to her. "Take your Lord Maple and find a place to rest. Phew, we'll clean up the mess here. I can still move for the time being." Yin Nuoshing raised his trembling hand. Everyone scolded, "Shut up." Hui threw a glance at Jing Yuanji. Jing Yuanji quickly nodded. Without saying anything, she carried Lord Maple and left the void that was still being rebuilt. Everyone watched the two of them leave. Only then did they let out a long sigh of relief. Then they rolled their eyes again. This guy was really not human. He had just been beaten up by half of the void frontline with 40 to 50% of their combat power for more than half an hour. If it were someone else, they would probably be lying on the ground or rolling into the reincarnation road. He still said that he could hold on for a while. Fortunately, Maple's face was covered in chaos and was not clear-headed. Many of his attacks were not used. Otherwise, today's matter would not be over. We may have to choose between Maple and the void frontline. Which one to protect? Hui covered his forehead with a distressed expression. This was not a joke. If Maple was completely chaotic and in a normal state, he would have already started to choose half an hour ago. It's not that serious. The girl in white shook her head lightly. His soul is guarding the initial light and balancing the chaotic energy. He has never compromised. This is the main reason why he could not exert his full strength. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. A certain observer had a lot of deadly skills that he did not use. Even because Hui Jun used his head to block the cannonballs, the most deadly attacks were stopped. Of course, there were still casualties. After all, they were dealing with a chaotic observer. It was impossible to wake him up without paying a price. More than 1,000 people have reported to the spiritual temple. They will recover in a few days. It's not a big problem. I Ching reported from the side. Suddenly, he turned his head with a strange expression. But the remaining 80% are in a heavily injured state. The degree of chaos erosion is different. This may take some time to recover. The source of chaos erosion is the energy of the chaos concept body. The purification process is slow. Everyone was speechless. After all, they were dealing with a chaotic observer. This tragic ratio of casualties was not something that an individual could do. In fact, the most serious damage was actually when they faced the first round of Origin, Chaos head-on. Yes, it was the first round. The full explosion of Origin, Chaos made everyone suffer. This was the first attack of Origin, Chaos. The attack power was at least 10,000 times worse than the last attack. Even so, it caused countless people to be heavily injured and light injured. More than 1,000 people died. If it were not for the Guardians blocking all the origin, chaos at the back, there would not be many people left. Hui pointed at himself and did not know whether to laugh or cry. You have to count me in. I was 2 centimeters away from dying. Everyone turned to look at him. Sui Feng looked at him, who was completely transparent and entangled with a faint gray aura. He could not help but pout. Why don't you go and rest for a while? Look at the monster. The monster is heavily injured. In the end, it was pressed into its own primeval domain to fight Brother Maple. Only you can think of something like that. We all thought that you would die in your own primeval domain. We did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head. The last round of origin. Chaos. If we don't block it, we will all die. How can we think so much? No, we have to block every round of origin. Chaos. If we don't block it, we will be in big trouble. If it was me, I would have been fine. Because of Maple's rule power, it reduced a considerable part of my attack power. I calculated that I wouldn't die before the primitive domain exploded. But the last strike after the explosion, I would be gone, but I didn't manage to slash it down. Hui said with a lingering fear. This was the closest he had ever been to death. He was only 2 centimeters away from death. But what about the last attack? Brother Lei frowned. He was still in the midst of purifying the chaotic energy, and his injuries were lighter than the other guy who had just entered the void. He was temporarily fine and did not need to be carried out for purification. Now that he heard Hui Jun mention the last moment, he could not help but think of the last moment when everyone was unable to attack. Everyone, no one can use energy to attack or defend. What kind of strange restriction is this? That Hui scratched his head with a distressed look, and the lingering fear on his face deepened a little. Sinful language is the same as the 3 forms of nothingness. It's an unreasonable power. The latter can be said to be purely destructive. It's completely unreasonable. With a ding sound, the nothingness will be left with countless destroyed wreckage. As for the series of attacks of sinful language, all sides are unreasonable. I've only heard about the specific details from Maple. I've never been hit by this kind of attack before. Today I experienced it personally, and only then did I know why he basically didn't use this move during sparring. Hui briefly told Feng about the sinful language he heard from Maple. He spread his hands and said, "That's what happened." Using the combination of the world's sin and the power of order to launch an attack against order. Sui Feng was dumbfounded. He pulled out a bunch of his hair. It forcibly controlled all of us for 2 to 3 seconds. During those 2 to 3 seconds, we could not attack. Let alone attack, we could not mobilize any energy. If it were not for the remaining primeval domain, we might have been forced into the void to take a bath. If he used origin, chaos at that time, wouldn't we all be dead? This is really unreasonable. Just a second ago, they were standing on the beach, enjoying the sun and the sea breeze. The sea water washed over their feet. But in the next second, the beach turned into a trench. Everyone sank 10,000 meters into the sea and took a bath. If they sank, they would have passed out. If they had passed out, it would have been fine. But what if a meteorite had crashed down on them? When using that attack, we cannot change the form of the attack. It is not something that we can do as we please. Hui shook his head. Oh, I see. So, the effect of sinful language is to attack the order and then force us into the void to stop us for 2 seconds? Sui Feng rubbed his chin. It doesn't feel like anything is wrong. 2 seconds seems to be able to do a lot of things, but it doesn't seem to be able to do anything. Hui glanced at him faintly. You're not the one who's responsible for getting hit. Naturally, you didn't feel anything. The attacks you suffered were all pre-attacks. The most important one was the last attack. Yes, the attack that should have been aimed at me. That attack. Feng rubbed his chin. There was indeed something after that, but he couldn't remember what Feng had said. Sinful language. Owl. What was it again? Sinful whisper. Decapitate. That slash just now. Even if I was in my peak condition with full defense, and with the support of the entire realm of order, I would still. Huey's face was gloomy as he drew a line across his neck. One slash, and I would be killed instantly. Everyone was speechless. No wonder he was yelling about how he couldn't be saved after being thrown out. He wanted to kill Feng as well as him. It turned out that there was such a connection. Feng said, Are you sure this is not a concept-level attack? They had all seen how tough Hui Jun's defense was when he was in his peak state. If even that level of defense could be killed in one hit, there was no concept-level aura. The girl in white shook her head and said in a heavy voice, but it was like an attack launched by the entire De Yuan realm. The attack was launched by the sins of the world. It was as heavy as the void itself. Even with a quick glance, I could tell that no concept-level power could defend against that attack. However, I couldn't tell how concept-level power would be like. He spread out his hands. Feng himself said that it was very difficult for him to use that attack. Usually, he would only use the first 3 attack methods of sinful language. As for this blade, well, it can only be used in the rule, order, energy form. Moreover, it can only be used in this form when one's strength is pulled to the limit. The restrictions are still quite large. Usually, I don't have the chance to see him use this blade. Once he uses it, then, you guys saw it. I was just a little bit away from death. That girl's interference was slower by 0.0001 seconds, and I would have been lying there. Feng thought for a moment and clapped his hands. I understand now. When fighting Feng, we have to finish it quickly. Everyone looked at him, sweating profusely. Who's the one who wants to finish it quickly? The real sparring session had only ended for less than an hour, and he was already being silly, and he wanted to end the battle quickly. They had almost been finished off quickly. Hui coughed dryly and waved his hand to change the topic. Let's not talk about this. Little Qing, continue with the disaster report of this void-level disaster. Everyone's face twitched. Disaster report. It seemed that the loss of control of an observer was classified as a void-level disaster. I Ching coughed dryly and ignored Huey's daily sarcasm. Apart from the casualties, the damage to the energy towers is severe. At least 1/10 of our inventory has been destroyed. 1/10. Give me a rough number. Hui scratched his head, sweating profusely. He was not very sensitive to these numbers now. After the new energy towers were installed, he did not manage the subsequent matters. He was busy with the origin relic and a lot of trivial matters related to it. For the time being, he did not check the inventory of the new energy towers and energy cores. More than 4 billion energy towers and energy cores of the same magnitude. I Ching shrugged and sighed. Against Lord Maple, we mostly used ultimate attacks or self-destruct attacks, which would blow up after a few rounds of attacks. That's why both of them were consumed quickly, and one of the energy towers was completely destroyed in the origin. Chaos. Well, that's it. The Shrine of Origins was not damaged. Everyone was silent. As expected of a void-level disaster, Hui Jun had the foresight. This was indeed a disaster report. Phew. Hui did not know whether to laugh or cry again. Shaking his head and rubbing his forehead, he said, Let's recover slowly for now. Sigh, many things have to be delayed because of this incident. It will take at least 100 or 200 days to get back on track. However, because of this battle, we have learned a lot of shortcomings that need to be dealt with quickly, which is a blessing in disguise. Let's just treat it as a rehearsal in advance. In the future, when we face the concept body of chaos head-on, we should be more or less mentally prepared. It's not a bad thing, but something good. I guess it's a good thing. Shortcomings, such as the lack of a way to counter the chaos domain, the imperfect identification of the energy used against their own people, the lack of power of the energy towers, and the fact that they continued to use the first-tier energy towers. I'm so tired. I just fought a tough battle, and I'm even more tired than when I was ganged up on by 20 high-tier primeval a few eras ago. Can we not talk about that for now? After all, you were still guarding the front line, so you couldn't cause trouble. I'm used to it. Every time I finished training with him, I just wanted to close the door and lie in bed for 180 days without moving. When I trained with him, I would be sent flying if I didn't concentrate for half a second. What's more, this is a real battle. A large group of us have been jumping around the border of the reincarnation road for more than half an hour. Even if we're still standing here, our spirits and souls may have already rolled into bed and laid down to heal. Look at everyone around us. All of them are full of energy as if they haven't rested for a few eras. If this were to spread out, I'm afraid they would think that we're mistreating our employees. Brother Lay smiled bitterly. I feel like I've just fought a war as long as an era. How is this half an hour? Hey, let's not talk about it anymore. I have to lie down for a while. If I don't lie down, I'll follow in Maple's footsteps and become a ball. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Hui waved his hand and yawned. He squinted his eyes and looked tired. He finished his words weakly. Let's put other things aside first. For now, let's lower the priority of everything. First, we have to ensure the defense of the Void frontline. Nearly half of our people have major or minor injuries, and they all need to rest and recuperate for 4 to 5 days. It won't be fun if the other side finds an opportunity. Maple doesn't have time to take care of himself now. The front line is full of loopholes now. Everyone thought for a while and nodded. The next short period of time would be very difficult. They had to act to prevent the underworld primeval, whose existence was unknown, from finding out what was going on here. Even if they forced themselves to be alert, they had to act as if the front line was still lively. The Void Patrol team, they should have received the order to come back soon. They can fill the gap in the current defense if they come back, I Ching said. Oh, that's good, Hui said, and suddenly opened his eyes to refresh himself. Hey, so they haven't come back after we've finished fighting inside. But Maple usually ends things quickly, so it's normal that he didn't hold out until the reinforcements came. All in all, it's only half an hour. I guess everyone is still desperately teleporting on the way and jumping around in the void. Tell them that the crisis has been resolved and let them return to the Void frontline for the time being. Speaking of which, I have to give myself a new name. Forget it, it's too troublesome. Let's talk about it after I wake up. Everyone watched as a certain guardian staggered away from the Void, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They still remembered that when the guardian took over the battlefield, he said, "If I take a step back today, I won't be called Hui." Indeed, he did not take a step back at the beginning, but at the final blow, he was sent flying so far away by the Sin word, behead attack, TSK, let the guardian be troubled by it, although they felt that he would not change his name in the end. At first, they thought that it was a trivial matter without any danger. Purifying someone who had been corrupted by chaos was a trivial matter in everyone's eyes. After all, the front line and the forces of chaos fought each other every day, and it was normal for them to be corrupted by chaos by accident. Even if the situation was special and the chaos corruption was in the origin, it would only turn from a trivial matter to a slightly more serious matter. But no one had thought that it would end up like this. Chaos concept bodies. Oh, chaos concept bodies, as expected of something that had fought with the gods in the Grand Yuan realm for over 300 eras. Well, he was partly to blame as well. After all, he had faced chaos concept bodies in their era and knew how ridiculous those old foxes were. Back then, when he saw little brother Maple calmly grasping that cluster of chaos energy without feeling anything, he relaxed his vigilance. After all, that cluster of chaos energy did not react at all, remaining quiet and harmless after being sealed by the origin energy. Who would have thought that it would suddenly corrode little brother Maple with a bang? Ah, that's right. Chaos energy that could be considered a creation of the origin or a creature-type life form had not been depleted even after 5 eras. How could it be simple? Tisk stupid. That's exactly what I meant. Sigh. It was useless to give advice in hindsight. It had already happened. As Hui Jun said, it was better to treat it as a practice session with the weakened version of the chaos concept body. Since the fight was over, they could not treat it as a fight for nothing. Those who could still move had to quickly pack up and sort out the situation of the battle. At the same time, they also had to list out the 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. Those who were still carrying a lot of light and heavy injuries had to quickly rest and purify. As for the other things, they could only wait until everyone finished resting and reorganizing. He was not badly injured, but he had been smashed in the face by the origin of chaos. He was also one of the group of people who had been purified by the chaos corrosion. When his sister, Young, and Barbaric Thunder all went to rest, he had to do something. However, he only listed out most of the important things and put them aside until little brother Maple could deal with them when he woke up. They needed the venerable god to personally interrogate them. To put it bluntly, these things needed little brother Maple to personally deal with them. Yes, these inheritors were not reliable anymore. Now they did not even have the slightest psychological fluctuation when they ridiculed themselves. He was finished. If this continued, he would probably be like Hui Jun, slacking off for half a day. As for the rest, he repaired the creation sanctum. After that battle, not only was the creation sanctum seriously damaged, but half of its structure had collapsed. It did not look like much from the outside, but one could see the problem after going inside to check. There were other heirs who could still move apart from him, but everyone was busy acting in the void front lines. Now that the front lines were half crippled, it would not be fun if there were emergencies such as checking the water meter in the underworld. Someone had to stand guard over the place, and other things could only be done by himself. Oh, and of course, there was another laborer in the void front lines, little green child. He was busier than himself, and in just one day, he saw little green child going in and out of the creation space and the observer space, running up and down anxiously and hastily. Come to think of it, how is Brother Maple? Sui Feng scratched his head. As expected, he was more worried about Maple, who had just completed his chaos transformation, than anything else. Throughout history, there were countless beings of order that had been directly corrupted by the chaos conceptual entity. Even if the influence was expanded and the corrupted individuals were measured by world clusters or world groups, it was still a mind-blowing matter to count how many things had been corrupted. Under such circumstances, no being of order could revert to their original state after being deeply corrupted by the chaos conceptual entity. It was a miracle that Maple had held on to the initial light and was not forcibly conscripted into the chaotic void. Even so, it was precisely because it was unprecedented that Sui Feng was a little worried. He still had to check on the situation. Node 0, Temple of Origins, Maple's special bed. The name was obviously written by Hui Jun. This place had been covered in dust for a long time. After Maple left the creation sanctum, he had switched to a special bed. But this time, the creation sanctum had blown up, so Jing Yuanji had no choice but to bring Maple here. Standing outside the door, Sui Feng first sensed the situation. There was no barrier blocking the door, no sound of conversation, and the breath of the two beings inside were stable. In short, there was no awkward situation that could be broken through. Sui Feng then carefully opened the door and poked his head inside to take a look. Then, he felt that it was inappropriate and closed the door. Maple was lying on the bed peacefully. Jing Yuanji was lying on the edge of the bed with her head leaning against his head. Seeing the two of them, Sui Feng suddenly seemed to understand why Hui Jun felt so anxious when they talked about him. Of course, before he left, he carefully checked on Maple's condition. He did not feel the chaos energy coming back from the ashes, so he was a little relieved. The rest would wait for the two of them to rest. "How's the big idiot?" Sui Feng was startled by a voice behind him. He quickly turned around and saw 1, 2, 3 four girls standing silently behind him. He did not know when they had appeared, but they all had worried expressions. Sui Feng looked at the four of them and said, "Oh, they are, according to Hui Jun, they are Maple's girls. They were all in the Void Patrol team and did not encounter this kind of thing." "Oh, you guys are back." "Yeah, we've been back for a while. After we finished with the things on hand, we immediately came over." Yuan Kong's gaze was fixed on the door. He wanted to go in and take a look, but he was worried that he would disturb the people inside. He hesitated and asked Sui Feng, who had just seen the situation, "The last time we left, everything was fine. How did something like that happen in the blink of an eye?" "It's a bit of a headache. You can wait until he wakes up and then listen to him." Sui Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, "As for Maple, we haven't found anything out of the ordinary for now. The corroded chaotic energy probably won't recover. The only problem is the problem left behind after the corrosion." The aftereffects? Does that count as aftereffects?" He scratched his head and gestured to the girls. He put his palms together and then slowly separated them. "His soul has cracked. Anyone can feel it. It should count as an injury, but we don't know how to deal with it. If he can deal with it himself, then there's no need to worry." "Crack? What does that mean?" "Crack. The big idiot is going to become two big idiots." When Yuan Kong heard this, a dumbfounded expression appeared on his face. The faces of Dao Heaven and the others twitched a few times. That guy's mind and soul had already been damaged to begin with. Now that his soul had split open, wouldn't that mean that his mental illness had worsened? That's definitely not what I meant." Sui Feng quickly waved his hand and explained when he saw their weird expressions. "Maple has been resisting the corrosion of the chaos concept body for more than half an hour. The soul under his control, and the soul corroded by the chaotic energy each occupied half of the sky. It's like a tug of war, and then his soul cracked." He sighed and looked at the door that had just closed. "It will probably take some time for him to recover. But like I said, I don't know how to deal with it, or even if he can recover. From what I know, I really don't know. As far as I know, there has never been a life of order that could recover after being deeply corroded by the chaos concept body. The venerated gods said the same. And Maple is the first life in history to forcibly break free from the chaos concept body's corrosion." Sui Feng coughed dryly. "We have to observe the aftermath. If there's a problem, we can only solve it after we observe it. But now, we have to wait for him to wake up since he's exhausted. It's fine if you want to visit him, but be careful not to disturb the patient." His soul had just entered slumber not long ago, after watching Sui Feng leave the Temple of Origin. Qingyu looked at the scene outside the window, where countless flashes of energy were erupting. After a while, she turned to Yuan Kong and asked calmly, "Shall we go and take a look?" Yuan Kong looked at the tightly shut door, and then at the scene outside the window, where the energy was exploding. The flashing fireworks lit up the corridor, but the temple was silent. She looked out of the window for a while, and then suddenly turned back. Her yellow dress swayed, leaving a long shadow. She gently pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 1933. The large room was quiet, and the curtains were drawn close to the open window. Outside the window was an ordinary courtyard with no decorations, and the sky was filled with flashes of energy. It was the result of countless energy explosions in the realm of order. Even when the light shone into the room, it wasn't blinding, and the sound of energy explosions couldn't be heard either. It was as if the room was completely isolated from the outside world. The door was gently pushed open, and 4 figures carefully entered the room. They looked around and fixed their eyes on the bed. There were 2 people here, but there was only the sound of breathing and heartbeat. Even if they were used to energy life forms being different from other life forms, it still made them shudder every time they saw this. It made them feel as if the person lying there wasn't a living person, but an empty body. Yuan Kong and the other 3 cautiously moved closer to the bed and glanced at Jing Yuanji together. They sighed in their hearts, and then shifted their gazes to the person lying quietly on the bed, without any signs of life. Really, she was as quiet as a corpse. It was strange. Yao Guang carefully looked at the person on the bed, and then turned to Yuan Kong and the others who were frowning slightly. He lowered his voice and asked, "How is Brother Feng?" "I didn't see anything unusual. After all, we just finished up. The big idiot should have already dealt with part of it, so I couldn't see anything." Yuan Kong shook her head and poked the big idiot's forehead a few times with her slender finger. Her brows furrowed slightly. His soul really did split into 2. It's very obvious. There's no need to check at all. It was like tearing a piece of paper in the middle, but it wasn't completely torn. It was more than half torn from top to bottom, and the remaining part was still intact. It was just that it wasn't completely torn apart, only a part of it. Apart from that, something seems to be moving. Yuan Kong bent down and put her forehead on the big idiot's forehead. After a while, she frowned and muttered, "It's strange. On the surface, it looks like the soul is completely asleep, but when I look deeper, I can feel that it's in an active state. There's something moving in the depths of the soul. It has the big idiot's own presence, and some other strange presence." Dao Qian's pretty face darkened, and his voice was grave. Could it be chaos? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't Sui Feng say that he had already checked the area, and that the corrosive chaotic energy showed no signs of reviving? It shouldn't be that chaotic energy, but he didn't come in to check carefully, and that's the energy of the chaos concept body, not the ordinary chaos energy that we're familiar with. Even if he's an inheritor, it's impossible for him to look so carefully from the outside. Big Brother is also a troublesome guy. Who knows if something special will happen again? Dao Heaven pinched his platinum hair and shook his head. Besides, he likes to trigger special situations. Yuan Kong and the other 2 suddenly felt that what she said was very reasonable, so much so that they could not refute it at all. A certain troublesome fellow, even if he encountered ordinary things, under the influence of his own stubbornness, the ordinary things would become very unusual. Trespassing into the territory without permission, he would encounter trouble from the origin or chaos. Common sense was an inexplicable thing when it came to him. He and the things that happened to him could not be explained by common sense. What should we do? Xingyu asked calmly. Check. Or should we go and find him? The others in the front line are still busy. After all, they have just fought a tough battle. Yuan Kong sighed and looked at the images of the battle between the Guardian and the Big Idiot. Although the Big Idiot was muddle-headed and could not use his full strength, it was still a tough battle for them. I don't think everyone has the time. Well, let's go and have a look. Xingyu, Dao Heaven, and Yao Guang all tilted their heads and said in unison, "Go and have a look." Of course, there's an unknown active movement in the depths of the soul. Naturally, we have to go there to check what's going on. We can't see anything from the outside, but the Big Idiot's soul is very deep. If we want to see what's going on, we have to go there ourselves. Yuan Kong nodded and began to prepare. Qingyu blinked. But if we go into the soul, it's okay. Yuan Kong waved her little hand nonchalantly and grinned at them. The Big Idiot is not guarded. Just treat it as your own home and go in. Haven't all of you been in there before? What's there to be afraid of? Dao Heaven. Although Big Brother is like that, I think Big Brother will beat you up if you describe his soul world as a public place. Family area, what public place? Don't worry, it's okay. If he wants to beat me up, he has to wake up first. Yuan Kong continued waving her hand and pressed her other hand on the Big Idiot's forehead. The power of the soul surged and wrapped all four of them. Then, hold on tight. We're going in. Yao Guang shrank his neck. I'm not mentally prepared. Don't worry. I have experience in this. We won't find him immediately after we go in. It's not too late to prepare yourself on the way. Even if you don't prepare yourself, there won't be a problem if you rush into his face. Yao Guang. There was a lot of gray dust floating in the air, as if something had been burned by a big fire. The residue drifted far away with the wind and spread to every corner, little by little, staining the space. It seemed that the pollution was very serious. Above their heads, the clear sky was covered by a thick layer of haze, dividing the sky into two distinct boundaries. On the left was a gloomy land covered by haze and dark clouds, while on the right was still a clear blue sky with the sun shining high in the sky. There was not a single cloud under the high blue sky, which was in direct opposition to the thick haze on the left. No one had crossed the boundary, but everyone wanted to devour the other. He subconsciously looked at the sky and slowly lifted his feet on the ground. He walked forward casually as if he was taking a stroll. The cracked earth was constantly changing from brown to gray. However, it was not that he would see the earth gradually crack and turn gray if he kept walking forward. Just like the two skies above him that were covered by a haze and a blue sky at the same time, the earth also tended to be aligned to the left and right. If he turned around and walked to the blue sky on the right, the earth would gradually recover from the cracks in a few minutes and be covered by grass, vegetation, and trees. In a few minutes, it would seem that he had walked into a forest and would be drowned by countless green leaves. As he walked forward, he could see mountains and mountains rising from the ground. The plains were gradually divided and occupied by many terrains. But on the other hand, if he continued to go deeper into the haze, the dead gray color would exaggeratedly cover his entire vision in just a minute. The sky was only left with darkness, and the earth was covered with a strange dead gray color. The ash and gray dust floating in the air gradually increased. The earth was also clearly divided into left and right sides. He walked on the border and moved forward little by little. The border was a barren land that all life instinctively stayed away from. The heavy haze that shrouded the sky clearly told all life to stay away from this place. Indeed, no life would come here. The only life in his spiritual world were some small animals. Just now, a little bird stood on his shoulder and followed him. But as he came to the border and stepped into this place, it finally could not stand the atmosphere and hurriedly returned to the world under the blue sky. His nonchalant footsteps paused for a moment, and an aura of silver and black intertwined with each other appeared in the air before him. Chrysalis began to condense into a ball, and in just 2 seconds, it expanded to 1,000 feet in size. He casually grabbed the Netherruin sword that was floating beside him and casually swung it forward. He didn't even need to release any energy to tear apart a ball of silver and black mist that had just condensed into a ball in front of him. The exploding cloud quickly dissipated, and his vision returned to the barren land in front of him. Yanuashing exhaled softly. He let go of the Netherruin sword and let it float beside him. With a wooden expression, he lifted his feet and continued to walk along the border. His colorful eyes were slightly listless as he looked at the distant blue sky. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a voice came. The voice was like a mixture of dozens of noisy noises, making it even more disturbing. He could not tell the emotion of the voice, whether it was male or female, and there was no target around him that could make the voice sound. It was as if the voice rang from the soul, echoing in his mind. He heard the voice clearly, but he did not intend to stop and pay attention to it. He had heard the meaningless voice countless times. At first, he tried to respond, but then he found that the messages conveyed by these voices were all disconnected and aimless. It was like chatting, but the chatter was all about logic, and it was likely to cut off the topic at any time and start to talk nonsense. In the end, he did not even know where the topic was, and it was just saying something to annoy him. In a word, lunatics. He did not need to pay attention to them. He was used to them. Their voices often echoed in his mind. Usually, he used a concept space to restrain them, lest these lunatic voices would nag him. But in this case, there was no way to restrain them. They had to nag for a while after he used the language of sin, although he had only used it once, and we had almost been killed. Perhaps it was because he had used the language of sin under the influence of the chaotic concept body that the cleaning up of garbage this time seemed so long. While he was in a daze, the gray clouds and silver-black clouds began to gather in front of him again. Not long after he walked out, another cloud appeared. This time, he didn't let his mind wander for too long. Before the clouds could form and expand, he picked up the Nethervoid sword and swept them clean with a single slash. It's so noisy. This world is boring and meaningless. It was not wrong to be noisy. This world itself was noisy, but who cared about the meaning? Meaning or not, was it not a question of life-giving? He had said this many times. Could he change the topic? Also, rationally speaking, this nagging voice of yours was even noisier. If you could be quieter, he would feel that it would be a lot quieter. Although he did not open his mouth to respond, the voice sounded from his soul. Even if he muttered in his stomach, it would still be a response. Yes, he was responding to the voice again. But it was not a big problem. After all, they would calm down after a while. As the garbage was cleaned up, the frequency of their voices would also decrease and finally return to normal. After a while, you have become more human-like. Why? Have you started to grow in the world? Sorry, he had lost his personality. He was a huge lunatic. The most important thing in the void was to force him. He had no emotions and no humanity. Among your countless eyes, which one of you used to judge that a human-like person would think of slashing the entire void of order every day? Should I drag him out and give him a treatment? Sure enough, it was still a neurotic speech, and he should not have paid attention to it. He should use less of the language of sin in the future. Every time he used it, he would have to listen to them rambling on, which was very annoying. It was as if they were gathering in his head, with tens of millions of lives opening their mouths at the same time and blabbering on endlessly. In fact, he had already filtered out a lot of the voices, otherwise it would only be noisier here and turn the world upside down. He actually did not like the sinful language series of skills. It was an attack that used the sins of the world and the power of order. Although it was useful, the effect on him was also unforgettable. The blabbering in his soul was just a small side effect. Compared to the overall effect, it was only slightly worse than being bitten by a mosquito. Every time he used it, every time he used the sins of the world, they would go on a rampage in his body and soul. It was as if they were going to tear him apart from the inside. Whether he was a celestial god or an empyrean god, this feeling had never subsided. It was the same even now. However, the pain from the inside could be slightly reduced or restrained. If you don't like it, can't you just not use it? I didn't want to use it, but it came to me anyway. It was nestled in my body and soul, occupying a part of my space, and I couldn't drive it out. I had to let it play a role, just like collecting rent. Although I didn't want to, this thing was really useful, wasn't it? In dealing with the current trouble, this power was indispensable. How could I be willing to give it up when I had such extraordinary power? Before the world returned to peace, I would never consider giving up my power. Silver-black clouds suddenly gushed out from the cracked ground around him. It was as if he had run into a cloud. Because it was too sudden, his reaction was a little too quick. He almost used the power of the Netherworld Ruins sword. With a sweep of his sword, the entire space suddenly exploded with hundreds of small fireworks. The ground trembled for a moment. Countless rocks on the cliff to his left broke apart and fell down. The sound of the rocks hitting the ground could not be heard for a long time. It's dangerous. Dangerous? I'm used to it. It's just that cleaning up the garbage is a little loud. It's nothing. Anyway, even if I run into the sins of the world now, it's not a big deal. I've already passed the time of the sin word's influence. I'm just cleaning up now, so it won't affect me much. Hey, do you take me for a fool? You actually said that I'm annoying. The danger I'm talking about isn't this danger. He thought for a moment and continued to walk forward with a blank expression. This time, he did not even bother to respond. Wait for me. Don't walk so fast. Walk slower. Are you pretending that you didn't hear me? He did not. He heard it very clearly. He just wanted to walk faster. Staying at the border was not fun. This place was barren and boring. If he did not deal with it quickly, it would be another big problem. There was another big problem on the other side. Seriously, after being pushed into the chaos by the chaos concept body to wash his face, he just wanted to have a good rest. Don't walk so fast if you want to rest. Hey, walk slower. Listen to me. I already said that I heard you. I won't be silent anymore, all right? I really heard you. It's so annoying. Why is the sound so annoying today? Why is the frequency so much higher? He did not continuously use incriminating words, and he did not rush into the high-risk area. Speaking of which, the initial high-risk area of the explosion had already been cleared, so it should not be so fast, right? Also, this sound, why did it sound like something was not right? It doesn't seem to be so crazy anymore. Big idiot. Yun Nuwashing was stunned when he heard the unbearable voice and the sudden impact on his back. He quickly recovered from his stupefied, absent-minded, and dazed state. When he turned his head, he saw a figure hanging on his back and panting heavily. He looked back and saw Dao Tian, Qing Yu, and Yao Guang running toward him. Considering the speed at which he walked just now, he felt that these girls might not be able to catch up with him. They were panting from running. Pulling the figure on his back in front of him, Yuan Kong was panting and rolling his eyes at him. Phew, you big idiot. I almost died from running. How can you be so absent-minded when walking? Yin nuashing? Because I really didn't expect that someone would come here at this time. Let's not talk about this. Come here first. This place is not fun for you. Yun Nuashing hurriedly pulled the few girls who were out of breath from running behind, in front of him. The surging origin energy condensed into a barrier to cover the four of them. Only then did he see that their expressions were slightly better. The atmosphere in this place can even affect the heavenly God of the beginning. Don't leave my side. Yun Nuashing looked at the four girls who could not wait to sit down and rest. He tilted his head and scratched it. How did you guys come in? Yuan Kong rested for a while, and when he caught his breath, he said, Phew, we received an emergency order and rushed back from the orderly void. But by the time we got back, you guys had already finished fighting. I had to come over to see what you had done for a while. When I came in, I felt that your soul was not at peace, so I took the opportunity to come in. So what exactly happened? You were just staying in the observer space. How did you get corrupted by the chaos concept body? Yun Nuashing's pretty face frowned helplessly. It's a long story, actually. After briefly explaining the cause and result, the four of them let out a long, oh, and their expressions changed. Yuan Kong could not help but say, Who told you to bring people home? Randomly? This time, something finally happened, right? That's definitely not the reason. God knows that old fox. In the end, after dealing with it, you were corrupted by the chaos concept body. Not only did you almost tear down the creation sanctum, but in the end, the little girl doesn't even know you. Yuan Kong ignored his quibbling and said, Big loss, big idiot. Yun Nuashing was speechless. From all aspects, he could not deny that it was a big loss. The situation this time was indeed a big loss, and it would be even worse if it got worse. If he did not hold himself in one part, it would not be as simple as tearing down the creation sanctum. That would be the beast that had escaped the cage collapsing the front line of the void, and after that, the void of order would be gone. Seeing the big idiot's haggard, helpless, and powerless face, Yuan Kong did not say those words. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder and said with concern, We saw your soul split open. Are you okay? How's the situation now? No, not good at all. To be honest, I have a headache. Yun Nuashing scratched his head in distress. The backlash of the sins of the world is still okay. It's almost cleaned up. Now, the most troublesome thing is still the chaos concept body. It might not feel much if I just say it directly. Come with me, and you'll know. Don't go too far away from me. He sighed softly and turned to lead the way towards the hazy land. The four girls looked at each other for a while and followed closely behind the barrier made of origin energy, not daring to step out of the range. The border was a short distance away from the cliff on the left, and it was a little deeper into the hazy land. Thick ashes and dust were blown in front of them, as if gray and silver-black dirty snow were floating between heaven and earth. When the snowflakes fell on the energy barrier, they would collide and create energy sparks of various sizes, and the dense numbers made the entire barrier light up repeatedly. Intuitively, Yuan Kong and the others felt that these snowflakes did not have any destructive power, but it still made their scalps tingle. Their survival instincts told them not to touch these darn things as much as possible. Yuan Kong quickly pulled his hand and carefully pointed at the scene of countless snowflakes blowing in front of them. Big idiot, what are these snowflakes? She could not help but ask. It's a phenomenon caused after I used the sins of the world. Its essence is the diluted sins of the world, and it's one of the main ways they spread and corrode my soul. The cracked land you just saw was also affected by the erosion of these snowflakes. Yun Nuwashing extended his hand out of the barrier, and some suction force appeared from his palm, attracting some of the broken snow that floated past to the top of his hand. The broken snow that was flying in the air spun, releasing a silver-black aura, and it seemed to be mixed with dark clouds and some faint, very faint green air currents. It seems to be mixed with two other things. Qingyu looked at the snowflakes floating and spinning in his palm and was a little lost in thought. One is the annihilation energy of the chaotic conceptual body, and the other thing is neither good nor bad, but its existence weight is similar to the sins of the world, and both have the weight of the primordial realm, according to the primordial god, and the others, the commotion caused by them is more annoying than the sins of the world. The sins of the world only pour out endless negative emotions on everything, but they can use countless consciousness that covers all emotional states to nag people until they are stupid. Well, I have never seen them cause trouble. After all, they seem to be in a state of being completely suppressed by me. Yun Nuwashing waved his hand to disperse the snowflakes floating in his hand. Yuan Kong tilted her head in a daze. What's that? The Sea of Consciousness. You probably haven't heard of it before. Just listen to it for a while. I don't know where to start with the specific explanation, because it's very troublesome. Yuan Kong and the others all tilted their heads with question marks on their faces. Indeed, they had never heard of it before, and it sounded like a very troublesome thing. Yun Nuwashing led them forward and skipped the topic. Every time I use the power of the sins of the world, my soul will be damaged a little. Of course, it's not permanent damage, but I have to spend some effort to deal with it afterward. If I deal with it normally, it would have been done a long time ago. But this time, as Qingyu said, due to some special reasons, the sins of the world, the annihilation energy, and the sea of consciousness are all entangled, and it's very troublesome to clean it up. The entanglement of the latter two is still manageable, as their main bodies have been suppressed again. Now there are only remnants in the soul, and they won't rise from the ashes. So what's left is also the most important. Yuan Kong's pretty face changed. Is there still remnants of annihilation energy in your body? Should I say that it's the remnants of annihilation energy, or Yun Nuwashing's pretty face wrinkled like a walnut, and her face was conflicted. Just take it that there are remnants of annihilation energy, but due to some special reasons, this remnant energy is not in the standard cloud-like state that you know, but, we're here. You'll understand when you see it with your own eyes. He stopped talking and led the girls to the edge of the cliff, and when they turned their eyes, they had already seen something in advance. They saw something like a sunken opposite shore, a cliff, and a cliff. When they reached the edge of the cliff, all of them held their breaths. Before them was a grayish-white rift valley that was probably almost 10,000 feet wide. There was no telling how deep the rift valley was, but the bottom and the cliffs on both sides of the valley kept releasing large clumps of snowflakes that resembled ash. Most of them were churning and swirling in the middle of the valley, with only a few being swept up by the strong winds and drifting in all directions. Yun Nuwashing pointed at the rift valley and said softly, "That's the rift. It's the scar that you saw on my soul. It's a conceptual damage left behind by the concept class power of the chaos concept body, although only a small part of its essence is inclined towards conceptual damage. It's probably because there wasn't much power left after 5 eras, and it's not exerting enough. It's much calmer compared to when it first appeared. And now it's just a remnant after the concept class power finished its destruction and gradually calmed down. Factor. That is to say, this is the remnant of annihilation energy that, although it's now a rift." Chapter 1934. The gigantic crack that filled one's vision was like a strait that spanned across the ocean. From left to right, one couldn't see the end of it. However, the strait wasn't filled with seawater that smelled like the ocean. Instead, it was filled with a bunch of disgusting things that would make all life forms of order vomit or cry out in pain. If this stuff was poured into the ocean, no matter which planet or what type of planet it was, it would turn into a small spark in the sky in less than 2 days. Moreover, it would be a spark that was dyed gray. The surging wind under the hazy sky was also mixed with the aura of the annihilation energy that tore order apart. Just by listening to the wind, they could feel that the wound was starting to spread from their ears. It was weird, Yun Nuoshing explained, as she saw them subconsciously touching their ears as if they were hurt. Most of the concept class power in the fissure has subsided, but the remnants are still active. Their movements and the things they have done before will make you think that the attack is still going on, and the attack this time is aimed at you. But don't worry, the weak concept class power can be forcefully stabilized with the origin energy. The remaining concept class power has been severely depleted and will not be able to cause much trouble. That part comes from your senses. You can deal with it and press it down. Don't worry too much about it. Yuan Kong's attention fell on the left end of the rift. There was no annihilation energy near the end of the rift. She pulled the big idiot to the end and asked, "Is that where the rift begins?" "There is no chaos energy there. The beginning is indeed there, but the place you see is very far away from the end. As for why there is no chaos energy, that is because it has been purified before you came." Yun Nuoshing stabbed the floating nether void sword into the ground and opened the origin energy barrier. She stretched her arms and legs a little. "We have almost reached the place where the purification is needed. I pulled you guys over to have a look and do the purification." "How do we purify?" As soon as Yuan Kong said that, she saw the big idiot dashing out of the origin energy barrier and plunging into the big crack. They held their breaths as they watched. He had just deactivated his chaos form not long ago, and now he was jumping in again. "Don't leave there. Don't worry about me." Just as Yuan Kong was about to hurry over, the voice that echoed in their ears made them stop in their tracks stiffly. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Yun Nuoshing had already plunged into the surging, broken snow and disappeared. The next moment, the broken snow that had been obediently guarding its own domain suddenly became very agitated and began to surge violently. A strong tremor came from the entire crack. The dark energy surged in the depths of the crack. The dark energy aura became inexplicably excited and became irritable. The strong aura kept surging and had already spread to where Yuan Kong and the others were. The strange aura that rushed toward them made them have a bad feeling and subconsciously take a step back. The dark clouds and snowflakes in this area seemed to be attracted by the things that had fallen inside. A storm was stirred up in the rift, and everything in the rift was rapidly converging as if they had met their own kind. Seeing this scene, Yuan Kong seemed to understand what the big idiot was doing. Hundreds of ideas popped up in his mind at once, and some of them even extended very far away. He saw a lot of results. Anyway, none of them were good results. Just as she was considering if she should immediately leave with Dao Heaven and the others and report to the front line, the storm that was gathering madly in the rift suddenly disappeared. As a gust of wind blew, the vision suddenly became much clearer and clearer. It was no longer as dark as before. The gray clouds and snow in the rift below disappeared in an instant, leaving only the remaining snow floating upward. However, they would also completely disappear in a few seconds, and there would be no follow-up. Everything in the rift had been cleared, and it now looked like a huge grayish-white rift valley. At a glance, they still couldn't see how deep it was. If they widened their eyes, they could see faint white clouds and colorful energy flowing at an unknown depth in the Rift Valley. The two were moving around in the depths of the Rift Valley, intersecting touching and merging with each other to form a net that connected the two cliffs on both sides. This colorful net could be seen in the depths of the Rift Valley, and it seemed to extend from the beginning to the point where it would touch the chaotic energy again before stopping. There seems to be a net down there, made of origin energy. Do you see it? Tao Heaven pointed at the depths of the Rift Valley. I see it, but I don't know what it's used for. Yuan Kong had a strange expression, something that appears immediately after the purification. It should have something to do with this Rift Valley, right? Oh, be more confident. Remove the should. That net is used to repair this Rift Valley, but even with origin energy, it would take a long time to reconnect it. After all, it is a conceptual scar left behind by a chaotic concept body. Even if it is not particularly deep, it would still take a lot of effort to treat and a lot of time to heal. The voice that came from beside them changed its tone, carrying a noise that sounded like the remnants of destruction left in the void. Yuan Kong and the others quickly turned their heads, and what they saw made them widen their eyes and pale faces. They shuddered and hurriedly shrank into a ball. The person who had just jumped down had already jumped back up, but now, her long gray hair, her eyes had lost their colorful luster and were dyed with the color of chaotic energy. The chaotic energy on her body was also in a very active state, as if she was in a state of chaos, which frightened them so much that they almost immediately adjusted themselves to combat mode. Oh, don't worry. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand nonchalantly when she saw how worried and bewildered they were. I have chaos energy myself, and as long as order and rules aren't pulled over, there's no problem. The remnant annihilation energy doesn't have the effect of corroding order and rules, which is why you can put down the hundreds of thoughts that are swirling in your heads. When Yuan Kong heard this, he looked at the big idiot again. The big idiot seemed normal. Yuan Kong cautiously moved closer, but didn't dare to get too close. When he looked into the big idiot's gray eyes, he was slightly startled and took 2 steps back. After adjusting the distance between them and the big idiot, he felt safe and said, "Didn't you say, purify? You've just purified it like that." "That's right. I touched the 3rd type of annihilation energy after being corroded by the chaos concept body." Yun Nuoxing had one hand on his waist, while the other hand spread out and flipped upwards. Chaos energy was churning in his palm as he looked at the dark energy with a helpless expression. It's this energy of annihilation. Compared to using the origin energy to cleanse it with a bombardment, it's much simpler and more convenient to just go down and collect it. However, we can't do too much at once, or the 100-odd tenants would have a problem with that. That's why we have to deal with it bit by bit. Even if we use the origin energy to cleanse it, we still have to deal with it bit by bit. You just said that there's a faint remnant of concept class power. Oh, didn't I make myself clear? Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and pointed at the Rift Valley below. The remnant of concept class power is this Rift Valley. After it settled a little, it became a scar and was fixed here. The chaos energy flowing in the Rift Valley is just a small part of it that leaked out, while its most important main body solidified into this Rift Valley. That net you see is used to process this Rift Valley, and it will take some time. The 4 of them seemed to understand what he meant on the surface, but did not quite understand why it was like that. Yuan Kong pondered for a long time before simply speaking. "I understand, but it's not within the scope of understanding. What is concept class power?" Yun Nuoxing looked left and right before pulling out the Nether Void sword and simply walked along the edge of the Rift Valley. If they kept walking along the edge of the Rift Valley and entered the area where the annihilation energy remained, they would come into contact with a lot of snowflakes and would have to work hard to hold up an energy barrier. But when they walked along the edge, They had already pushed down the intersection point between the sins of the world and the sea of consciousness, and what was left were just isolated and helpless defeated soldiers. Now that their numbers had been reduced from the root, the number of snowflakes that floated out was not much of a whole, and after a while the number of snowflakes would obviously decrease and would basically not float out, settling in the Rift Valley, and not matter where they walked. It was just a hassle. But now that the four of them had come, and they had to hold up a barrier to move forward, well, it didn't matter. Concept class power. To be honest, I can't really give you an answer now. I don't know the specifics. Yun Nuashing tugged at his long gray hair and pondered as he walked. I can barely explain a part of the answer. First of all, concept class power is not some sort of energy or energy-like object like the power of order and the power of rules. Concept class power is, you can treat it as a classification of power, just like the classification of power of rules. Yuan Kong could feel the movement of the chaos energy in the big idiot's body slowly diminishing and cautiously approached. It's a form of power. Yes, it is a form of power. At present, there are only two groups of people who have mastered this form of power. Yun Nuashing pointed above her head, and the four girls immediately understood. Order was the god of origin, and chaos was the chaos concept body. These two groups of beings were the root of existence, and they were the only ones who had mastered concept class power. As for the specific changes in this form, as well as what exactly is different about this form, I really can't say for sure. However, it's definitely true that my firepower has become stronger. Isn't it all for the sake of gaining a greater understanding of the truth by changing my physical strength and energy? The four girls were speechless. That was the truth. Then those concept creations that you made before and concept class power shouldn't have anything to do with it, right? From what I know, there should be a little bit of connection, but not much. Yin Nuashing folded her arms. No matter if it's concept creations or concept class power, they are all related to concepts. This is definitely true. It's just that there's a huge difference between the two. Concepts themselves exist there, and concepts are concepts. They have nothing to do with the existence of these 2-foot things. In order to simply explain the situation that I know, I'll use a simple analogy. Let's say that a concept is a volcano. You can think of those concept creations that we made before as using the volcano as a barbecue. You can think of all the things that we've talked about in the past as how we're planning to dig a hole and plant a tree on the volcano. As for concept class power, as I said just now, it's a form of power. With this form of power, you can carry the volcano and run, or you can become a volcano yourself. The four girls were speechless. It was a simple and crude analogy. They understood the gap and difference between them. They understood that the former was borrowing the power of concepts, while the latter was treating oneself as a concept. At least, they were on the same level and could directly interfere and influence concepts. However, they just didn't understand what concept class power was. I don't understand it either. Even the high-level primeval might not be able to explain it clearly. When I talked to the heavenly god of origin and the others last time, we didn't talk about this, so I'm not sure. Yun Nuashing shrugged. But even if we talk about it, it's useless. We can't use it. Even if we talk about it, we can't use it. Even if we talk about it, we can't use it. Even if we talk about it, it's pointless to talk about it. We can't reach that threshold now, so we can just maintain our knowledge of concept class power at the level of knowing. There's no need to waste time and effort to pursue more, because it's just a waste of energy. Dao Heaven blinked his beautiful eyes and suddenly came forward. He smiled and poked Hao Ren's face with his slender finger. Oh, even Big Brother, who's good at creating miracles, can't do anything about it. Yun Nuoshing turned his head and stared at Dao Heaven gloomily. He spread his hands and sighed. Hard course level is not high enough. He has me in a tight grip. I really can't do anything about it. Well, there's still time. Maybe in the future we can find a way to forcibly use concept class power. Well, let's talk about it when the time comes. If we can really use that power, well, we'll just pay a price. Either we make our already weird self even weirder and more colorful, or, we'll just die 20 or 30 times. That should be enough to pay for it, right? The four girls shuddered when they heard that. What kind of nonchalant and plain words were used to say such frightening words? It was as if he wanted to die. Feeling the weird silence of the four girls, Yun Nuoshing turned his head slightly and saw their pale faces. He shrugged. I don't care. No, it would be a lie to say that I don't care. Who likes to die for no reason? Even if I know that there's a spiritual temple next to me, and I can do sit-ups in the coffin, the pain when I die is still very real. Whether it's the pain when I'm killed or the pain when I die, it's all very real. If I have to say the real reason, it should be, no way. The price. If every price that has come true is calculated as money, I'm either in debt or rich. I've either overdrawn too much or accumulated too much. Yuan Kong shook his head to get rid of his pale face. Big idiot. A normal life shouldn't always talk about death. It sounds scary. That's strange. Yun Nuoshing seemed to have heard something funny and could not help but laugh. There are still people who treat me as a normal person in this day and age. The four girls were speechless. This guy had already engraved his crazy state into his soul. He had already told everyone from his soul that he was not a normal person. There was no way to reverse this thinking. After cleaning up the chaotic energy leaking from another node and constructing the big net at the bottom, Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief. He stood on the rift and looked into the distance with the four girls. The rift still had no end in sight. It seemed that there was still a very long distance to deal with. The part that had been dealt with behind them was gradually disappearing at the end of their sight. Yun Nuoshing stood on the spot for a while and took a break before continuing the previous topic. I'm not a normal thing in the first place. Up until now, I'm just an unidentified individual who has been given the name of a race, plucked out of the void, and formed a class of my own, yet I still don't know what I am. While I like a certain degree of uniqueness, it's more or less a headache to be so special that it's essentially unique. Still, it's just what I want now. For me, who has reached the end of my path of cultivation, the remaining path forward is completely laid out before me. It's almost as if it's declaring that I've done everything I can to reach the limit. Even if I had some misgivings before and chose not to immediately reach the end, now that I've come this far, I should move on without any misgivings. At a time like this when I'm showing my own limits, there's suddenly a vague path, a dusty path that can't reveal what's in front of me, and I need to explore it bit by bit. For me, this is great news. It means that I can raise my upper limit again. What is the new path? Yuan Kong asked curiously. The path of this body's essence. Dao Heaven tilted his head. The path of an energy, life form? Didn't you say that it would take a lot of effort to go forward, and you might not even be able to find the correct direction? Even if you found it, it doesn't mean that you can step on it whenever you want. Big brother, have you found the new path ahead? Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said, Yeah, so many things have happened recently. I keep thinking that a long time has passed. Everyone should have been exposed by those big mouths, because you all often wander around the void of order and rarely come to the observer space. I did not tell you about this. Yun Nuoshing stroked his chin and said softly to the four, have you heard of quasi-nothingness and primordial derivative? The four girls, question mark. All right, he was just joking. It was quite interesting to see their collective dumbfounded expressions. Asterisk cough cough asterisk after the joke. It was time for a serious explanation. The four of them let out a long, "Oh." Then Yuan Kong suddenly understood what he meant. "So that's what you meant when you said those weird words just now. So that's what it means to not be a human. Even though I know you've been nagging about not being a human for a long time, I didn't expect that one day you're finally not being a human anymore." Yin Nuoshing rolled his eyes and patted her head. "When it comes to my essence, no matter how far I have come, it is actually under the condition of disguise. It could be said that this body has never seriously explored the path of essence since the beginning. So, this is a new path covered in dust." Heaving a sigh of relief, he turned around and looked down at the new node of the Rift Valley that was covered by the energy of chaos. His eyes flickered. "After being corrupted by chaos this time, I have inadvertently understood something about the nature of things. I seem to know how to deal with it. Consider it a blessing in disguise." Lord Hui and the others emphasized that this is a void-level disaster in their report. Yao Guang stuck his tongue out. "A disaster caused by the chaos conceptual entity. Although it was caused by my hand, it is still a void-level disaster. There is nothing wrong with that." Yin Nuoshing shrugged. "It is a void-level disaster. Since it has happened, we cannot treat it as a simple attack. We have to find ways to make up for the losses from this disaster, whether it is a breakthrough in some aspect when dealing with the disaster, or a sudden flash of inspiration when dealing with it. It is a good factor to make up for it. For example, after this battle, some of the shortcomings of the Void frontline against the chaos conceptual entity were revealed. It would have taken 80 to 100 years to come up with it, but now we know after a fight. Then, counting myself, I have figured out some of the more important things and have a general idea of what to do. With these two factors, the disaster this time wasn't too bad. The path of essence. Understanding one's own essence was like what ordinary people said about understanding oneself, and also like the saying, the one who understands oneself the most is not necessarily oneself. Walking on the path of essence was actually very easy to get lost. This was especially true for life forms that bound their consciousness, soul, and spirit to a specific object. No matter what, material life forms had a harder time understanding themselves and exploring their essence compared to energy life forms. But while it was difficult, it was easier than walking to the limit. Just like the limit he mentioned, physical life forms' exploration of essence was not particularly high, but it was too easy for them to reach it compared to energy life forms. As for energy life forms, their own characteristics made it relatively easy for them to explore their own bodies. However, because the upper limit was too high, and because the division of levels based on energy was not so clear, it was not that easy to cross between levels. In summary, it was difficult for physical life forms to advance, but it was relatively easy for them to reach the limit since the limit was low. For energy life forms, advancing was simple, but it was difficult for them to cross the hurdles one after another because the limit was too high. For the former, moving at a constant speed and basically unobstructed, the earlier they could end things in peace. On the other hand, the faster they could cross the hurdles, wandering around for millions of years without making any progress. After listening to Feng's conversation with them, Yao Guang could not help reaching out to tug at her pale white hair and mumbled, "Should I switch life forms too?" Yun Nuoshing turned to look at her, only then noticing that Yao Guang was the only one among the four who maintained her physical life form. It was not easy for him to comment on that. Just do as you like, and don't care if it's more suitable. A path that suits you and the height you can reach at the end is far better than a path that is theoretically higher but does not suit you. Being able to reach the limit and not reaching the limit are two completely different states. Then, am I suitable? Energy, life form? Yao, Guang hurriedly asked, a little anxious. My judgment has always been bad. I'm a little hesitant, so Yin Nuoxing turned to Yuan Kong and saw her shrug. We did talk about a similar topic, he said softly in their souls. I don't know what she was hesitating about, but we didn't push her. Just as you said, big idiot, it's best to choose your own path. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. After some thought, he decided to speak seriously. Under normal circumstances, as long as the path taken before does not conflict with the change in life form, there would be no hindrance in that aspect. If you want to ask if the path after changing life form is suitable for anyone, well, you actually have to walk it once to know. After all, everyone's situation is different, and there is no way to judge thousands of steps in advance. Energy life forms are stronger than physical life forms, even if they do not reach the limit. That is an unchanging truth, but it takes a lot of effort and time to advance step by step. Everyone's path of exploration of essence is different, and that is also one of the reasons why I said that the path ahead of energy life forms is difficult. It requires repeated adjustments and changes to one's own constitution and essence. Sometimes, if one takes a wrong path, one would even have to turn around and walk back, completely abandoning the wrong path before moving forward again. Every adjustment to essence is a pain that requires constant groping. It is a pain that goes deep into the soul and is etched in the bones. What I just said about suitability is based on the fact that you have other paths to choose from. After all, the exploration of essence is just one of the countless paths, and your path of advancement has yet to come to an end. There are still many paths that you can choose from, and some of them are not as heavy and difficult as well as achieving good results. However, for the path of essence, the path of energy life forms and physical life forms, the amount of time and effort required is on a completely different level. Before your path is cut off, and there are still many paths around you, if you feel that you cannot bear the burden of the path of energy life forms, it would be unsuitable under such circumstances. Instead of forcefully charging through this path, it would be better to change directions. After all, you are not as unlucky as me, and the path ahead is not blocked. Why would you insist on a path that you cannot bear and burden yourself without any obvious benefits? After transforming into an energy life form, you would need a lot of time to tidy up yourself in order to return to your original state. Before that, you would be stuck in the same spot, and if you don't tidy up, well, you might even have to take a few steps back. Seeing that Yao Guang was about to faint from her big brother's words, Dao Heaven softly added as a reminder, back then I had also hesitated for a long time before I chose to change my essence. Energy life forms. Although they are powerful, they require a lot of effort. If you put your heart and soul into it, you might even slow down your progress in the main path of cultivation. Something like that. Yao Guang was dazed for a while before her expression slowly relaxed, as if she had made up her mind. Seeing that, Yun Nuoxing continued, it's fine as long as you understand. No matter what you choose, you just have to move forward with your own thoughts. If you want to change your life form, you can look for the commander-in-chief or the vice-commander of the node, or Hui and the others. Of course, you can also look for me, but you might have to wait for a while if you want to find me. I have to deal with all the bumps on my body before I have the time to do other things. Yao Guang nodded and pursed her lips into a smile. Then I'll wait for a while. Actually, I've been thinking about asking you for help for a while. Big Brother Feng. There were a few times when I almost came, just a little, and I've already thought of how to say it. Yun Nuoxing and the others were speechless. Ah, no wonder she made up her mind so quickly. Was this girl the kind of person who would recite lines in front of a mirror in the middle of the night to simulate a situation? Feeling the strange gazes of the four, Yao Guang scratched her long white hair in embarrassment. I've actually hesitated for a long time. I'm not like you guys who can make changes immediately with a firm goal. I've been reciting to the void for a long time, but I'm still a little hesitant. Ahahaha. They used to tell me that I'm always indecisive when it comes to my own matters. Looks like I haven't changed even after a few eras. Ahahaha. The four were speechless. They saw it. They all saw it. Chapter 1935. Boom. There was a dull roar. It was the sound of the earth crashing into each other. Yun Nuoshing and the other four stood at the edge of the rift valley, shading their eyes with their hands as they looked at the far end of the rift valley. The grayish-white dust had been thrown into the air by the impact of the movement. A node of the rift valley was slowly closing, and the moment it closed, it released a colorful light of energy projecting from the ground into the air and dispelling part of the thick haze, weaving a continuous thin veil of aurora into the sky. It was clearly visible even when the sun shone. A sound mixed with the aura of order and rule reached their ears simultaneously. Instead, it was the tremor that took a while before it reached their feet. After all, it was not the movement of an energy explosion, and it was a little slow when it came from tens of thousands of miles away. However, the tremor did not weaken at all. It made them experience the shaking of the void for a while, looking at the space squeezing in front of them, twisting like a towel, twisting into a twist like a wave, like an abstract painting. The four girls could not help but sigh at the exaggeration of the movement. They wondered if it had something to do with the chaos concept body. When Yun Nuoshing saw it, she only wanted to say one thing. Ouch. Yuan Kong and the others were stunned when they heard the gloomy and slightly painful words. They turned their heads and saw the big idiot slowly squatting on the ground, holding his head with his hands and shaking his head with a pale face. Only then did they realize that this was a construction in his soul. They saw it as entertainment, just like watching a scene of moving mountains and filling seas in the ordinary world. They had forgotten that they were actually in his soul world. Such a huge movement. Felt like his soul had been torn in half and was being pushed back. Wah, just thinking about it made them feel so painful that their faces were filled with agony. Yuan Kong squatted down and held the big idiot's shoulder. How are you? Ugh, not so good. Yun Nuoshing frowned and kept shaking her head, trying to relieve the soul-deep pain. However, it seemed that the more she shook, the more uncomfortable it was. When she stopped, it was so painful that she twitched again. The damage to the soul is actually okay. It's just that the healing of the concept level damage. There's a second damage. I haven't gotten used to it yet. It's very painful. So painful that I feel like I'm back in my childhood when I found a team to go on a mission for the first time and accidentally got stabbed in the back. Yuan Kong smiled bitterly. Isn't your metaphor too detailed? It's not a metaphor. Yun Nuoshing covered half of his face and stopped shaking his head. This is what really happened. When I was young, I was naive, cute, silly, and foolish. I gave my back to someone whom I thought I was familiar with after knowing them for only 4 to 5 days. In the end, I was stabbed in the back. When I think about it, I feel a slight pain in my spine. Hey, it's the part you're holding. Usually, there would be a follow-up to such a statement. Based on her understanding of the big idiot, there must be a follow-up. And then, Yun Nuoshing tilted her head. I almost died. Half of my life in exchange for 3 lives. It's not a loss, not a loss. The 4. They knew there would be a follow-up, but they did not expect it to be this extent. Did he not take his life seriously? since he was young. You didn't cherish your life when you were young? Dao Tian squatted in front of him, holding his face with both hands and rubbing it. More than 10 eras have passed, and you still don't cherish your life. Hey, cherish my life. Ugh, don't rub my face. Wait for me to finish. Yun Nuoshing puffed her cheeks and stopped the girl's mischievous hands. She sighed softly and said faintly, "The topic of cherishing life is a false topic from the birth of all life. It's a false proposition. You can only control a part of your life. This part is safe as long as you don't treat it carelessly. The other part is full of uncertainty, randomness, and suddenness. In other words, it's either probability or probability. It's too heavy and too light. No one can grasp it. It's just a joke. I can pray that the probability is 99% every time, and that might be the truth. However, as long as there is one time, whether it's a short, long, or infinite life, as long as there is one time where the probability is 0, 1%, it's just like when I was stabbed in the back when I was young. From the moment I was stabbed in the back, my fate took a turn. No, to be more specific, from the moment I met those people, it had already taken a turn, and it was a turn that fell straight to the bottom of the valley. My fate fell headlong into the smelly ditch and was never clean again. Let me ask you a funny question. What would happen if someone else encountered the same situation? For example, you guys encountered the same situation? By the way, when I encountered the same thing, I was about 12 or 13 years old. Those 3 people were about the same level as me. Ugh, they were slightly stronger than me. They were also older than me. Yao Guang thought carefully. If this question were to happen to us, it might be more tragic. After all, we're girls. Yin Nuoshing. Aya, don't think about that. Just think of it as if you were me and encountered the same situation as me. Would I have died if I just lay there? Qingyu asked calmly. There's a 50% chance. After all, the place is remote, and it's quite a distance from where there are people. Oh, by the way, I wasn't rescued by anyone at that time. I survived by myself, so this part of the plot can be skipped. By the way, I dragged my injuries and killed them all in half a minute. Although it made my injuries worse in the end, when I was done, I almost passed out with a kick of my legs. Qingyu thought for a moment. Based on my temperament when I was a child, I should have just lay there in fear. Whether I'm dead or alive may not be known until later. If I survived, I don't know what I would have done. Maybe I would have cried and ran home. After all, it was a child. When encountering such a thing, there's not much to think about. Yuan Kong turned his head and snorted. I would have killed them with a blast of chaos energy. Yin Nuoshing and the others. After all, they were beings of the order of chaos. They were natural energy life forms and were born with the power of the order of chaos. It was hard to say who was the one who stabbed who. Big idiot, what's your answer? Why did you? Yuan Kong felt that this answer might be one of the reasons that led him to this day. It might be one of the reasons for his current personality. Yin Nuoshing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. She slowly stood up when she felt a little better. Facing the great rift valley that had been completely purified and was just waiting to heal, she let out a strange laugh. From the moment they pulled out their knives, my life and fate had been destroyed. Then let's die together. You want to live after destroying everything of mine that doesn't exist. It will never exist. Such an answer. Even if it crushes my soul, I will destroy everything that caused all of this to happen. He turned his head and looked at the 4 girls who looked half shocked and half unsurprised. He smiled sweetly. This is my initial obsession with living and fighting. Even though things have changed with the passage of time, and the obsession has changed a lot as I kept moving forward. Perhaps even the general direction of the obsession has changed. But even now, the shadow of the initial obsession still remains. It has never disappeared. Perhaps if this had never happened, I would have become a little more normal, as all of you wished. A little, more like a human. Perhaps I would not have changed. The initial guiding effect of the initial incident is nothing more than sowing a seed. There are many more things that happen later. Perhaps there are many ifs, but in the current outcome of the fixed reality, it is nothing more than a joke. Gently stroking his long hair that was slowly turning back to its original color, he breathed a long sigh and looked at the hazy sky. That is why the phrase cherishing life is nothing but a joke from the very beginning. What you can cherish is only the part that you hold in your hand. When it comes to the other 1%, you just have to endure it. If you can't, you can only blame it on bad luck when it comes to natural disasters and void-level disasters. As for man-made disasters, I've already said that just now. Just like that, I walked further and further down this path and became more and more crooked. I don't think it's a big deal. Everything in this world is nonsense in the first place, and everything in this world is indifferent. With such thoughts, I became more and more abnormal until it became the current situation. It's not too bad, right? After all, jokes like the void, jokes like order and chaos do not require normal characteristics. Normal people would never be able to participate in such a stage. Even if they did, they would never truly step into it. They would just be one of Chun Li's members who were accidentally injured by chaos. I'm quite unlucky. There are actually quite a number of such incidents. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. It's not like I've forgotten the pain after the scars have healed. It's just that, well, there might still be that little bit of hope and that thing in the bottom of my heart, but in the end, nothing good ever came out of it. I'd been stabbed in the back so many times that I chose not to believe in anything. I don't want to believe in anything. Walking alone and doing things by myself is quite good. Joining something, taking charge, whatever. And if I think about it carefully, if I'm one of those high and mighty people who always talk about reason, blabber on and on, playing with people's hearts, and no, I want to vomit. I'm not a talent from the performing arts. I'm from the combat arts. In the future, everything I do will be by myself, fighting and fighting alone. The number of times I've feigned civility with others could be counted on one hand. They thought for a moment. Imagine him standing on a high platform and waving his arm, while the people below the platform were all fooled and brainless people who only knew how to shout for faith, for justice, and for honor. Every once in a while, he would have to feign civility with the visitors from the neighboring worlds or from other major sects and factions. Hiss, when they thought about it, they felt that this style was not quite right. As expected, the crazy observer who would collapse the void without saying anything was more normal than a certain observer who would never compromise with anything. Yuan Kong and the other three were silent. To sum it up, they basically relied on brute force when fighting, brute force when doing things, and flipping the table when negotiating. The rest had not been decided yet. Anyway, that was more or less what they meant. They just needed to convey it to him. If they wanted him to sit down and have a war of words, if they had the time to do that, they could just use Origin Primal Chaos and be done with it. After all, they did not need to be gifted in this aspect to deal with the biggest problem in the De-Yuan realm. Those who wanted to negotiate with the other side were either mentally ill or mentally ill. If I'm targeted, I'll kill him first. If I'm threatened, I'll kill him as soon as I meet him. If someone comes to me, I won't be able to go back. Although I might not kill them all, I'm not interested in killing them casually unless they annoy me. It's troublesome, and I'm not bloodthirsty, but that's my attitude. My stand is firm, and I've never changed. I don't expect such things to change. When you speculate about others with kindness, you may get kindness or malice. If you look at others with malice, you'll find that your malice is far from enough. Just because you have a bottom line, it doesn't mean that others have one too. The phrase, "the world is beautiful," is just a world painted by children's sketchbooks. You see, these are all things that can destroy and distort one's life and fate. When these things happen, everything has changed. It's impossible to compromise. If you compromise once, there will be a second time. You'll never be able to let go of yourself if you hold on to a fluke. Anyway, I'm not a person. I'm just a lunatic. Yun Nuoshing sat on the edge of the great Rift Valley, dangling her legs in the air and swinging them casually. Whether it's in this life or the next, I don't plan to talk to many people. It's too troublesome, and I don't have time to waste on talking. That's what you say. Dao Heaven sat down beside her. Aren't you talking to us too? You've even wandered around with the Guardian for a dozen eras. Well, maybe there's still a little bit of kindness in my heart, but it's just a little bit. Of course, a more accurate answer would be that it doesn't matter. As I said just now, strangling things in the cradle is my standard for dealing with most things after reaching rebirth. I don't have to care too much about whether things are troublesome or not, and I don't have to care who is involved. I just have to be good at fighting. The light of truth in the void will flatten all troublesome things, and if it can't, then flatten the void as well. The four girls smiled bitterly in their hearts. It's true that I'm good at fighting. As for talking to you, it's not troublesome to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Yun Nuoshing was slightly stunned as she spoke. Of course, sometimes when I talk, I don't feel that it's troublesome. But if you feel that it's troublesome, just say it. I won't say it. It's not troublesome, not troublesome. Dao Heaven smiled and nudged her gently. She tilted her head and rested her chin on her hand, looking into her eyes. Go on, go on. It's very interesting to listen to. The other three girls quickly nodded. Yun Nuoshing said, "Are you listening to it as a story?" "Yes," the four girls said in unison. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. "I think my story is quite boring. Why do you all like to listen to my story as much as they do? The things that a normal life comes into contact with are far less than the things that an abnormal life comes into contact with." Dao Heaven stretched and responded to her big brother's question. Although we have our own experiences, in general, we haven't deviated from the trajectory of most of our lives. It's different from Big Brother. Besides, it's not boring. Big Brother is a strange person. I'm very interested in everything about Big Brother, just like what we said when we first met. Yun Nuoshing said, "I'll stop talking." "Hey!" Yun Nuoshing quickly stood up and changed the topic before his mouth twitched and accidentally revealed his dark history. All right, get up quickly. The rift is about to close again." Not long after he finished speaking, another violent tremor came from the Rift Valley. It was still the sound that arrived first, and the tremor slowly moved a distance away. However, judging from the time of the tremor, the location where the rift closed this time was much closer to them. The tremors continued for about a minute before stopping. The huge tremors caused Yuan Kong to tremble all over. He quickly dug his ears. The tremors are a little too strong. It feels like there's a huge piece of land in my head. The feeling of the resonance of the concept level scar seems to be a little better now. Even if it's just a slight movement like looking at it, I'll be affected. What an unreasonable power. Dao Heaven patted her numb body and sighed. Suddenly, she remembered something. She turned her head to look for her big brother, who had not spoken since the beginning. She saw someone lying on the ground with his hands folded over his abdomen. His whole body was transparent, and his face had a peaceful expression. She was so scared that she quickly shouted, "Big Brother has fainted." The four of them hurriedly pulled Yun Nuashing up and used all kinds of reliable and unreliable methods to torment him. After tormenting him for a few minutes, they saw him slowly wake up. He covered half of his face and looked haggard and half dead. It hurt so much. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was like dragging a living soul and forcefully piecing two halves of a soul back together. Just thinking about it was painful. In addition, this injury wasn't a serious injury. If it acted up, they could tell just by looking at him. Even with his strong spirit and soul, he still fainted from the pain. They guessed that he didn't roll on the ground in pain because this action wasn't very elegant. His image would probably collapse if he rolled on the ground twice. The feeling of pain persisted for a few minutes. Yun Nuashing trembled as he pressed against the grayish-white ground and muttered, "Concept scars, the resistance power seems to have weakened. It's almost exhausted. The speed of recovery will, be much faster, which means the pain will increase, intensify." He stuttered for about half a minute. He felt the tearing in his soul getting stronger and stronger. Finally, he could not stand it anymore. The corner of his mouth trembled as he said to Yuan Kong and the others, "Before the rift recovers, don't wake me up. I can't take it anymore." "Do you want to sleep to avoid the pain?" Yuan Kong did not know whether to laugh or cry. "If I tremble for a while more, I'm afraid I'll develop some strange illness. I can't take it anymore. I'll go first." Yun Nuashing trembled and nodded. Then the energy in his right hand condensed into a brick. Under the shocked and confused gazes of the four, he smashed the brick on his head. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground with a peaceful expression on his face. The four. This is physical sleep. He is a wolf. He smashed a brick on his face, just like that. That red mark, they felt pain just looking at it. The continuous tremors of the earth made Yuan Kong, and the others clearly feel that the tremors were getting more and more intense. It seemed that just as he said, the recovery speed was getting faster and faster. No wonder he had to knock himself out first. Using this kind of recovery speed to treat concept-level wounds, they felt as if they were watching themselves being sawed from the middle along a vertical line. Moreover, the sawing speed was getting faster and faster. If this was a real feeling, it would probably cause everyone to scream out in pain until their voices broke. After moving this big idiot far away, they calmly watched as the origin energy of the Great Rift Valley emerged inch by inch and illuminated the aurora curtain in the sky. It was as if they were watching a colorful belt of light emerge from the ground and extend to the other side of their line of sight, little by little. Accompanied by the tremors that reverberated in their ears, they could not tell for a moment whether the colorful belt of light burst out from the ground or appeared after the Great Rift Valley closed up. In addition to the shocking scene, there was also a discomfort coming from the midline of their bodies. They felt that it was better not to keep staring at it so that they would not have the illusion that they were being sawed in half. Feeling that the weight on her hand was getting lighter and lighter, Yuan Kong suspiciously lowered her head. The big idiot's face had a serene expression of ascension written all over it. Her body was so transparent that it could already reflect her arms. Furthermore, it was getting fainter and fainter. She was about to melt into the air. "Wah, big idiot, hang in there." The four of them immediately panicked and hurriedly rushed over to save her. 5 minutes later, Yuan Kong was holding a ball of light in her arms. She looked puzzled and speechless. His consciousness turned into a ball of light in his soul. I think I can understand what Siyu and Blue Phoenix felt when they saw him turn into a ball of light in front of them. Dao Tian, and the other two couldn't help but smile bitterly in their hearts. Seriously, this guy? He disappeared in just 2 minutes. Just a while ago, he was so heroic that he used a brick to anesthetize himself. But the next moment, good heavens, he directly entered a state of mild collapse. It was a mild collapse of his consciousness and soul, which was more troublesome than the collapse of his physical body. Standing at the entrance of the mansion and looking into the distance, the soul world in front of them had split into two halves. One half remained the same, while the other half was filled with ashes and haze. The heavy and strange aura was still heavy. Even though it had been dealt with, the earth showed no signs of recovering. This was especially true for the large area at the border and beyond the border. The ground there was still grayish-white, and the traces of erosion by broken snow and cracks in the earth were clearly visible. The scenery that once covered this area had changed from green mountains to a deathly pale plain. Even though the erosion had been completely stopped, it was still unknown how long it would take for it to recover. It seemed that there were still some things left there that kept the space in a state of death. Compared to the earth, the thick haze that covered the sky in the distance was dissipating bit by bit. The sky gradually recovered from its gloomy state. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. The tremors of the Great Rift Valley were still ongoing. Before it completely healed, the soul world couldn't begin to recover. And as the Great Rift Valley recovered bit by bit, the big idiot's soul would become weaker and weaker. Right now, it's only a slight collapse. Well, let's hope it doesn't get any worse. They had taken some precautionary measures, but it was obvious how effective the precautionary measures were in dealing with the secondary damage of concept class wounds. Taking precautions felt more like comforting themselves. The big idiot had waved his hand to indicate that he couldn't deal with it, and even had to use a brick to numb himself so that he would be out of sight and out of mind. How could they, with their thin arms and legs, deal with it? She placed the big idiot's soul on her big sister's flower bed and pressed the little purple soul that had yet to grow up on the bed. She felt a little strange when she saw the purple ball lying on the bed without any reaction. Previously, when the big idiot was being corrupted by chaos, it did not seem to have any reaction at all. It did not grab the big idiot, nor was it affected by the big idiot. It was still cooped up in this spiritual world. Oh, the soul world was not affected much when chaos eroded it. What they saw now was the destruction caused by concept class power. Sister, it seemed that she was still in the process of merging with the big idiot's soul. After all, half of his soul was not listening to him. Sister, as his secondary soul, should be helping to stop the deterioration of his soul injury. Yuan Kong looked at the two balls on the bed and thought for a moment. Then she placed the little purple soul next to the big idiot's ball of light and squeezed the two balls together. Then she turned to Dao Tian and the others and said, "Let's go out and not disturb the big idiot's rest. We have to tell the guardians that his soul and consciousness are slightly collapsing. Yeah, we have been here for more than a day. We have to tell them about the situation so that they won't worry about it." Qingyu nodded. Dao Tian secretly squatted by the bed and poked the ball of light a few times. When he felt 3 pairs of strange eyes staring at him from behind, he laughed awkwardly and quickly stood up. He quickly dragged the 3 girls away and said, "Aha, I'm saying goodbye to Big Brother. It's okay. Let's go." After the 4 girls left, the soul world quieted down. Only the continuous vibrations in the space made the soul world seem very restless. However, there was something strange in one place. Little purple soul, which was lying on the bed, seemed to have finally ended its long sleep. It suddenly expanded into a perfectly round ball and turned a few times on the spot. It seemed to have woken up. Then it suddenly saw another ball of light beside it. Following the familiar feeling, it hurriedly rubbed against it twice. Then it went in and stuffed the transparent ball of light into a solid purple ball. Chapter 1936. In the observer space. Although a certain fellow was still unconscious, it did not hinder the use of the observer space. In fact, even if the person in charge was not around, the sea of energy was still churning on its own, and its energy had increased exponentially compared to a few days ago. Now, they were suddenly feeling glad that a certain someone did not get carried away that day and did not press the entire sea of energy on their faces, or they would have been done for. As expected, they were glad that a certain someone had pressed all the things that he should have pressed down on, and did not let him reveal all the trump cards that he had personally prepared. Conservatively speaking, the void front line would have been blown up with every card that was revealed, and if all of them were revealed, the order void would have been useless. So, the question was, how many times could Maple blow up the void front line? How would I know? Anyway, the big idiot is the most dangerous person in the order void. Yuan Kong muttered, scratching her head. How was she supposed to answer such a difficult question when she had just entered? Everyone crossed their arms and nodded in unison, completely agreed. More than 2 days had passed, and it was almost 3 days later. Everyone who was normal, meaning everyone who was normal, had recovered, except for a certain fellow who was still half dead. Now, they were normal, did not know what to do. In short, their priority was to solve the problem of the void frontline defense. Over the past 3 days, everyone had been on tenterhooks. They were afraid that the underworld would suddenly beat the beat, shout slogans, and charge towards the entire void front line with bandages tied over their heads. Every minute and second of these 3 days had passed by in fear. It was also the Order warriors who had been guarding the front line for the past 3 days until their stomachs hurt. They probably weren't as nervous as they were when the 20 high-tier primeval charged at the front line. Fortunately, nothing happened in these 3 days, and 3 days passed quietly. Referring to the quiet pouring of firepower for 3 days, no node applied for support, and no node shouted "My venerable God" above and rushed out while cursing. No. There was a node who desperately submitted an application to help sweep the nodes guarded by others. After all, that node had been growing hair for who knows how many years, and they were all led by Black Lord. Each and every one of them was hot-blooded and could not wait to charge into the void, but they were forced to be logistics. He was already thinking whether he should transfer this group of overly hot-blooded fellows to other nodes, and let the fellows of other nodes who were already suffering from combat syndrome switch to the non-combat logistics node to rest and recuperate for a period of time. Anyway, for various reasons, the repaired fellows replaced the fellows who had been suffering from stomachs for 3 days. At this moment, the state of personnel transfer was continuing very normally. They had just planned to restart the origin baptism plan, and were now busy accelerating the transfer of personnel. Then Yuan Kong and the others came and told them about Maple's news, the collapse of the soul and consciousness concept level scars, and so on. They felt used to it, although the extra novelty at the end made them feel a little uncomfortable. They had already gotten used to the overall situation. He had been pressed down and eroded by the concept body of chaos for more than half an hour, and had also interacted with them for more than half an hour. If nothing happened, Maple himself would probably feel sorry for himself. How was his situation when you came out? We asked. I don't know. I haven't learned how to judge his situation from a ball of light. Yuan Kong shook her head vigorously. We and the others could not help but smile bitterly when they heard what she said. This was indeed a very difficult technical work, especially the slight collapse of the soul and consciousness. If the body collapsed, they could still judge from the soul and consciousness, but if the latter collapsed slightly, they did not know how to judge. Anyway, What was lying on the hospital bed at this moment was just a body. That guy's soul and consciousness were still in the midst of being hastily reconstructed, or perhaps he was still being tortured. He scratched his head with a distressed expression. "I'll take 2 energy cores and pluck 2 flowers to take a look. Sigh, this guy is always so troublesome." Yuan Kong and the others shuddered, and the former hurriedly waved her hand. There's no need to go. We just came out, and it's not good to keep disturbing the big idiot. Let him sleep there. After all, he'll lift the coffin lid and come out in a few days." We thought about it and felt that it was true, but the slightly stiff expressions of the 4 girls made him lose control of his brain. "That's what you say, but your expressions make me feel that there's something hidden. What did you do to that guy when you came out? You didn't strip him, did you?" Sui Feng and Brother Lei, who were reconstructing the domain of origin, all spat out mouthfuls of saliva and rolled their eyes. There were more girls in this place. Could this guy's mouth not float? As expected, little Brother Feng had to come out at this time and beat him up before he said more shocking things to give him a rest. Seeing Yuan Kong grimacing in pain without saying anything, but his expression became more subtle, as if he had really guessed correctly. But it was not just that. Hui was slightly surprised and tilted his head back. His expression changed greatly. Could it be that not only did he strip, but he also took the opportunity to do more? "Shut up! You shut up! Drag him away! Drag him away!" Sui Feng and Brother Lei each covered their mouths and held their arms. The 2 of them cursed as they dragged away Hui Jun, who was hesitating to speak. Sui Feng tilted her head and looked at Hui Jun, who was probably going to be dragged into the depths of the domain for a friendly exchange. She turned her head and looked at Yuan Kong and the others. "In short, his current situation is like what you said, right?" "That's it." Yuan Kong nodded and looked at the domain of origin that was being reconstructed. She felt that there was nothing to do here, so she waved her hand and prepared to leave. "Then that's it. I just came to tell you, so you don't have to worry about the big idiot. Since you are still busy, we will go back to the front line and see what we can do. There are so many people at the front line now. When did there become so many people? Since you are already here, there is no rush to leave." Sui Feng shook her head and waved at the 4 of them to follow. She then turned and walked into the depths of the domain of origin. The baptism of origin is almost ready. There are people in charge of bringing people here from the front line. You all came here just in time to settle this matter. There is no need to make an extra trip. Well, but as for you, Sui Feng turned her head, her blue eyes fixed on Yuan Kong. She glanced up and down and whispered softly, "The stars are uncertain. It is not easy to deal with. As for you, let Feng Ling handle it personally. Although we have made a judgment, there may be a slight error. Moreover, it is a big matter related to you, so it needs to be handled by him." She did not understand the first part of the soft voice, but the latter part confused her. Yuan Kong tilted her head and mumbled, "What do you mean? What are you all planning to do?" "The baptism of origin refers to..." She thought about the situation of Feng Ling's sister-in-law that Hui Jun had told her before. Sui Feng then said softly, "You are a being of chaos and order. Although most of the laws and order that you have constructed have become inclined towards order through your own efforts, there are still some..." "All right, I understand." Yuan Kong immediately raised her hand to interrupt her. She did not need to say anything to know what to say next. She could only grin helplessly. "Let's wait for the big idiot to decide. I will listen to him." Her elder sister was also a muddle-headed person. Anything that involved them and the origin could only be handed over to the big idiot to handle. Otherwise, who else could she hand it over to? She also knew what Sui Qing was considering, so she didn't force herself or agree immediately. "You can even make fun of me, for running into trouble again. Therefore, there's no need to force yourself to decide anything. If one day someone whispers in your ears, you need to do this for your own good, you need to do this for your own good, you need to do this so you won't cause trouble for anyone, you need to do this so and so, 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 you need to do this for your own good, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this for your own good, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this for your own good, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this for your own good, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this for your own good, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this for your own good, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this for your own good, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this for your own good, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this for your own good, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this for your own good, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this so and so, you need to do this for your own good, you need to do this so and so on, you need to do this for your own good, you need to do this so and so on, you need to do this so and so on, don't be too impulsive. Sometimes, what if the so-called good you think is limited by your own cognitive limitations? Don't be forced or induced to make a choice by anyone. You won't be so miserable. Look at me. I'm miserable enough. I'm being toyed around in the palm of the two broken things of the great Yuan realm. Is there anything worse than that? The words that the big idiot said during the family meeting were still deeply imprinted in her mind. She was deeply shocked. Although it was a long speech, it could be summed up in one sentence. Talk about important things openly. Don't cause trouble before you finish talking, especially things that have a great impact on you, or even things that are not only related to you. Time is not urgent enough for you to be in a hurry to be reincarnated. Don't make any rash decisions, lest you cause more trouble. Generally speaking, if you let the big idiot solve the big trouble, it would more or less turn into a bigger trouble. In fact, it was necessary to say it because some important things were not only related to her, just like how the big idiot would say it every time he was ready to charge and die bravely, unless the situation was urgent. She actually agreed with this statement. It was not a festival or celebration, so there was no need to hold back the surprise and not say it. Well, I digress. In fact, she just wanted to say that she had to wait for the big idiot to solve the problem for her. Firstly, judging from her situation, this was definitely a big matter that could affect her. Secondly, he was the only one in the void front line who could think about the origin and the chaos at the same time. She did not know much about the origin. Although Sui Qing and the others knew a lot about it, they could not make a more comprehensive judgment based on her special situation. It was not appropriate to make a decision rashly. Besides, there was still a lot of time. They could not do the baptism for the time being, but they had nothing to do for the time being. The Void Patrol team was all alone due to the emergency recall, and they were still counting the spoils of their wandering in the void. It would take some time to deal with the spoils of carrying things and the spoils of conversation. Before the new mission was assigned, the four of them were actually idle. Oh, to be specific, she was idle. Dao Tian and the others were going to the baptism, and she was just following behind to watch the fun. The arrangements are indeed a little scattered. Aya, there's nothing we can do about it. The current situation is still fine. If nothing unexpected happens, there's no need to transfer everyone back. But if something really happens, Sigh, just like when Maple suddenly went berserk 2 days ago, we could only quickly gather those who were close to him and those who were in the nodes. But in this situation, most of our combat power isn't in the nodes. We can only be careful and make sure that nothing goes wrong. I feel a little tired if it happens again. If it's not little brother Maple, then it's not a big deal to deal with it. In other words, the most important thing is to hold little brother Maple down. Hold Maple down? That task has to be given to his girls to take turns. We can't do it alone. TCH, when she reached the depths of the domain of origin, Yuan Kong saw the Lord Guardian, Sui Feng, and the others leaning on a pillar and listening to what they were discussing. She perked up her ears and listened for a while before moving closer. What are you guys talking about? Hui and the others turned to look at her and shrugged. What else could we be talking about? The void, Frontline, and your brother-in-law, they said in unison. I know, I just heard it. What do you mean by scattered? Could it be that the void Frontline? Yuan Kong scratched her head. Well, it's more or less what you think. Hui nodded. Actually, those who stay at the void Frontline, especially the nodes, and the Order warriors who go to the realm of Order to participate in the defense and battle, only occupy a small portion of the entire void Frontline. Very little. Most of the others are scattered in various places of the void of Order, as well as the Frontline World Special Zone. The Frontline World is still fine as it's close to the other nodes. Just like the other nodes, there's a special teleportation portal. No matter which node suddenly has a problem and requires an emergency assembly, they'll be done in a minute and a half. Then, they'll immediately grab their weapons and throw it at the enemy's face. So most of them are arranged in the void of Order. Yuan Kong tilted her head and frowned in puzzlement. Are there so many people in the Void Patrol Squad? It can't be that they occupy 90% of the Void Frontline, right? Hui and the others looked at each other and scratched their heads. Yuan Kong was startled. Is it more than 90%? Just put 2 more nines behind it. Hui scratched his head. Yuan Kong's eyes widened in shock when he heard what he said. The Void Patrol Squad actually accounted for 9% of the people in the Void Frontline. What are these people doing? Hui could not help but smile bitterly as he saw Yuan Kong staring as if she had seen a ghost. Actually, there were already a lot of people in the Void Patrol Squad before it was named. You have to go back 5 eras. After they established a foothold in the new Void Frontline, the Void Patrol Squad was already in a busy state. The things they had to do were no less important than guarding the Void Frontline. The dozens of echelons guarding the Void Frontline are the regular combat forces. Everyone doesn't have to worry about anything. They just have to think about how to throw their firepower at the abyssal death mist and how to prevent the enemy from throwing their firepower at us. This part of the Order warriors and a large number of logistics personnel at each node together make up the 1,000th of the Void Patrol Squad. Although the number seems small, everyone is the best of the best, so there's no need to worry about combat effectiveness. Yuan Kong was slightly stunned. She tilted her head and thought. Speaking of which, when I came back from a few missions, I didn't see anyone who was not a Yuansher in the front line. Occasionally, there were some who were not Yuansher in the front line. They seemed to be newcomers from the front line or other places, or some special ones. Well, our elite forces are all gathered in the Void Frontline's realm of Order. Hui nodded. When they beat up Maple that day, they gathered less than half of the regular frontline forces, but they did have 40 to 50% of the frontline's combat effectiveness. After all, everyone with elite combat effectiveness was gathered here. When the defense line changed, all the mid-tier Yuansher gathered, and the low-tier Yuansher filled the void with energy torrents to prevent the abyssal death mist from entering. In other words, 95% of the people gathered in the creation sanctum that day were mid-tier Yuanshi. Plus Hui and the other scions were all present. They made up 40 to 50% of the combat effectiveness. The other 50 to 60% of the combat effectiveness was made up of the remaining people. Even with such a high level of precision, they were still almost beaten half to death by Maple's chaos transformation. Oh, right, that day, in the calculation of 40 to 50% of their combat power, they threw Maple out. After all, they were going to deal with him at that time. In the beginning, the Void Patrol Squad had a lot of members, but it wasn't as exaggerated as what you're hearing now. Later on, the number of members increased bit by bit. Many things, big and small, became opportunities, and after that, the number increased by a lot. Yuan Kong thought for a moment. Big things, like the time when 20 high-tier Yuanshi charged into the front line of the Void. Well, to be specific, after the 20 high-tier Yuanshi were beaten back and regained their footing, well, that's what it means. To be specific, every time the front line of the Void encountered something, retreated, or adjusted after regaining their footing, the Void Patrol team would be busy and the number of people would increase, Hui said with his arms crossed. Every time after regaining their footing, they would send out more people? Yuan Kong was confused. I thought every time after regaining their footing, they would quickly increase their combat effectiveness to prevent the underworld from suddenly making a big move. You are right, but this part of the situation can be left to the conventional forces. Our current confrontation with the underworld could actually be said to be a dispensable level of battle. The underworld just casually threw a bunch of cannon fodder to fill the Void and attack the Order Void. Even in the few eras when we were confronting the underworld, they had never really mobilized a huge force to charge at the front line. They just threw a few high-tier Yuanshi to guard the battlefield. In other words, the Void frontline being beaten up is just a matter of convenience, and we just have to use the strength that is convenient to deal with it and keep each other in check. Huey's face twitched and could not help but mumble. Although it is convenient, we still have to consider the possibility that the underworld might go crazy, so we let the elites of the Order warriors stay at the front line. Well, after all, there is no need to let all the elites go to the rear. So there is nothing wrong with that. As for the part that is not convenient, you know that the underworld is stirring up trouble in their nest. We are quickly accumulating and strengthening our strength, and are ready to charge out and fight by force. As for what the Void Patrol is doing that they need so many people, Swayphone coughed dryly and took over the topic. They are roaming the Order Void, including the middle and lower planes where there are no obstructions. They are expanding the Void Seal, searching for undiscovered worlds, searching for signs of Void turbulence, searching for the relics of the gods. Lastly, this is a special group wandering around the Void with the origin energy creations we left behind. How is it? All of them are related to the Void frontline, and their priority is not lower than guarding the Void frontline, right? We shrugged at her. Things have settled down over the last half an era, and many have been transferred to the Void Patrol Squad. Actually, we could still reshuffle the personnel after installing the new generation of energy towers, but after some thought, we decided not to do so, lest the front lines encounter a calamity, and we have no time to mobilize our forces to deal with it. Yuan Kong was speechless. It was true. The underworld's territory was much larger than theirs, and there were even signs of them meddling in the upper planes. The expansion of the Void Seal was to prevent them from finding gaps in the upper planes and stabbing the Void frontline in the back. They also had to leave a small number of people to guard certain special places to prevent a node-sized abyssal death shroud from outside the Void Seal. That had happened often in the past, but in recent years, as we said, they were simply dealing with it casually, which was why they were too lazy to do such things. They simply cooperated with the Void frontline and fought back and forth at the 1,300 nodes. There were a few more things to be said, but to sum it up, everything related to increasing the Void frontline's forces, especially the search for the relics of the primordial gods, was progressing slowly. To be honest, there might not even be any progress, but it had to be done. It was no wonder that so many people had to be moved around the Order Void. These were all long-term missions, and unless the Void frontline encountered a major disaster, such as a certain idiot going berserk in the Void calamity, or the underworld suddenly attacking, they would not be casually moved back. Yuan Kong had a sudden realization as she thought about it. When the big idiot went chaos, you guys had called back the Void Patrol. No wonder there are so many people in the Node City, and no wonder it took so long to deal with it. You had called back everyone who was on a long-term mission. Hui smiled bitterly. How could it not be a lot when the number of people suddenly increased by 1,000 times? Every node would probably be overcrowded. Just kidding. There was no telling how many layers of overlapping space in the Node City, and it would definitely not be crowded. After all, they knew that there would be a lot of people in the Node City, and they had prepared beforehand. If they stayed in the Node City, they would see a group of people running around, and a person suddenly appearing from a crack in the space beside them. Everyone was busy getting to know the new face. You heard what we said just now. Because there are too many people out there, it would take a little time to be mobilized back when there's an emergency. It's quite awkward that the time is neither up nor down, and it's a bit of a headache. Hui rubbed his forehead gloomily. Yuan Kong had a deep understanding. They had rushed back from the Void, but before they could reach the front line, the emergency order had been lifted. The big idiot had already gone crazy, so what could they do? Since they were already back, they could only clear up the matter at hand and treat it as a long-awaited report, and then come back to rest and replenish. In other words, the big idiot might have already torn down the front line of the Void, and they had yet to return from the Void. It was quite awkward when they thought about it carefully. Hui shrugged and spread his hands. So, under normal circumstances, there's actually no problem. If there's nothing, they won't call everyone back. But when there's really something, Sui Feng scratched his ear and continued, if they can't be called back in time. Oh well, just like this time. But this time, the situation is still fine, and there's no big deal. So instead of thinking of a way to solve this problem, Yuan Kong grunted, why don't we think of a way to hold the big idiot back? The three smiled bitterly and nodded. That's right. As the strongest firepower in the front line of the Void, he was quite reliable, and he alone could take on countless people. However, he was also targeted by the things in the Void of Chaos for various reasons. So there was another side to his reliability, which was called uncertainty and instability. They were afraid that one day he would really shout, I'm willing to join the Void of Chaos, and then use the Nether Void Sword and Rhythm of Light to destroy the front line of the Void. But actually, we don't have to worry too much about that. The only things that can affect Little Brother Feng are the chaotic concept bodies, and it's hard for them to even come out. And, to be honest, Sui Feng covered his face and whispered, this time, it's purely Little Brother Feng's own carelessness. Carelessness. The three couldn't help but smile bitterly. It wasn't just him. They were careless as well. They all thought that there would be no problem, but in the end, they still underestimated those ink monsters. Chapter 1937. To be honest, she did not have a clear view of the situation at the Void frontline. On one hand, the Void frontline had been suppressed by the underworld all year round. On the other hand, the Void frontline had withstood the underworld's assault for several eras before retreating to the edge of the upper plane. At that point, the underworld became discouraged and began to focus on their own matters, ignoring the Void frontline. Leaving aside the half an era of discouraged, The situation before was just as she had described. Although she was close to the big idiot, she had never taken the initiative to understand such things that only needed to be observed and strategized. After all, she was not one of the decision-makers. She had always thought that the front line of the void had always been in a state of full power, and that they had been suppressed for several eras. Now, she finally understood that the front line of the void was actually holding back, and that the battle that was erupting at the front line was just the minimum defense against the invasion of the death mist, maintaining the minimum amount of power that would not allow the underworld to break through the void's blockade. Both sides were in a stalemate, with neither side able to do anything to the other. It was a meaningless battle from the perspective of the big idiot, and the others. Both sides were waiting for time to accumulate power. The underworld had to prepare for the possible defense of the heavenly god of origin in the divine realm, and all they had to do was to accumulate enough power before the underworld made its move. Then they would charge into the underworld and smash the place into smithereens. That was a truly meaningful battle, a battle that would change the situation, and also a battle that would determine the future. Such a coordinated battle in the void frontline was simply because both sides were not prepared and needed some time. However, they were unwilling to be left out. It's good that everyone is back from a long-term mission. We can adjust the order a little. It's better to let them finish the origin baptism and other things that they need to adapt to and deal with first. After they're done, they still have to go out. TSK. But that's a little. Whoa. We can't make it in time again. He was so anxious that he was dancing around. It's fine to finish the origin baptism first, but what about Maple's energy identification? That guy is still lying down and can't be adjusted. Even if it's adjusted, it can't be mass-produced immediately, and everyone can bring it along, but we can't just ignore this matter. It seems like we can only call everyone back again when the time comes. We knocked on his forehead with a headache. It was impossible to find Maple now. That guy was still lying down. His soul and consciousness were slightly collapsing. He did not know when he would be able to get up and move around. Even if he could get up and move around immediately, he would not be able to deal with the problem of energy identification immediately. It seems that this is the only way. We can only wait for Maple to be ready next time. Anyway, there is still a long time. Although it is not very long, there is still time to deal with this part of the matter. Can't rush, can't rush. At the mention of calling back, Yuan Kong could not help but think of the large group of people in the Node City. Usually, there were not many people in the Node City. It was empty. Yes, empty. She remembered that there were quite a lot of people in the Node City a long time ago, although there were not as many people as there were now when she called everyone back. The Node City was quite lively at that time. Later on, the Node City gradually became empty, leaving only the front line of order who were still in a state of busy fighting, as well as some places in the Node City between the Temple of Origins and the current creation. It turned out that those people were all sent out unknowingly. No wonder she did not notice that the Node City was empty every time she returned. By the way, how many people are there in the front line of the void? Yuan Kong tilted her head. The group that gathered in the realm of the gods. Are they all gathered here? No, not at all. Hui shook his head vigorously. Back then, when the quadrillion people besieged the realm of the gods, 90% of them were unaffiliated. The remaining 10% were less than 1 in 10,000. They were more obedient and had passable combat strength. They were the ones who could be put to use and joined the front line of the void from then on. As for the others, they returned to their own worlds and did their own things. They should have made their own preparations. I'm not very sure about that, and did not pay attention to what happened afterward. Anyway, as long as they are not stirring up trouble in the void of order, I'll just ignore them. That's part of it. As for the other part, they were picked up from the void along the way. For example, the void region that was abducted. The remaining part is a little special. They are those who fought against the erosion of the abyssal death shroud in the lower and middle planes. Of course, those who were rescued by us have also joined the front line of the void. The total number of them is certainly not small, but if we were to talk about numbers without taking into account the huge base of the front line, the number of Order warriors should be, well, it should be in the quadrillion units, probably around 10 quadrillions. I'm not sure either. There's no specific statistics on numbers. With such a huge number, only Little Green could give a specific number. I'll ask him when the time comes. Yuan Kong, there are actually that many of them. Actually, there were more in the beginning. After all, even if we moved all the rebirth tier beings from the divine realm here, there would still be more than that. The Void Frontline had the most people in the early stages, the first generation of the Void Frontline. At that time, they were guarding the middle planes, which was much wider than what we are guarding now. We also took almost 90% of the beings from the divine realm to guard it. At the peak, the number of people could be 10 times that of 10 quadrillions. Well, it could also be 100 times that. He spread his hands as he spoke. Then they were all wiped out. The Void Frontline that was rebuilt now had much fewer people and was replaced with more elite forces. As for our own people, they had all left long before the last generation of the Void Frontline was blown up, and the Void Frontline that was rebuilt later didn't bring that many people. One reason was that we had accumulated some experience and knew that it wasn't appropriate to charge in with the entire divine realm. Secondly, it wasn't good to empty out the entire divine realm either, since we were worried that a fire would break out in our backyard. That was why we only brought the most elite forces with us when we rebuilt the Void Frontline. That's right. In the entire Void of Order, tens of thousands of worlds in the timeline were all squeezed into the 0-point world. Who knows how many worlds of light floated in the Void of Order? And the number of beings in each world was also calculated in the hundreds of quadrillions. Even if we add all of those worlds together, this unit might not be enough. Let's be more specific. If we exclude the base of ordinary beings and only take into account those who could barely fight or defend themselves, this unit might still need to be raised by one level. Looking at the infinite Void of Order, with such number of beings and combat power, we could only gather a measly 1 quadrillion Order warriors. Suifeng's face twitched, his face ashen. To be honest, in our era, we wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Your era was different. At that time, you had to face the pressure from the entire primal chaos void. Since the entire primal chaos void is also an infinity concept, you naturally have to use the same infinity concept to deal with it. We shrugged. In our era, we just have to fight against the underworld. That's not the case. As he spoke, he jumped up, his face pale, as if he had seen a ghost. We still have to deal with 2 or 3 chaos concept bodies, right? My Kanzaki's profanity, myriad species common language, chaos concept bodies. 2 or 3 chaos concept bodies. If you combine them and round them up, wouldn't that be equivalent to dealing with 1% of the chaos concept body's power? What the hell? Suifeng and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly when they saw his face turning pale. That's the truth. Otherwise, why would that observer want to strangle himself to death? It's because of such a simple comparison that he could sense the irreparable gap between us. That's why he pushed himself to such an extent. He felt like dying every day. His face was full of so much pressure that it could even collapse the void. Genku smiled bitterly for a while before he quickly regained his senses. However, while the magnitude is not that great, but relatively speaking, the power of the Void Frontline should be great enough, right? At least in terms of the Order Void. the power of the entire void frontline should be about 50% of the current order void. No. Hui paused and waved his hand. That's a number from many years ago. Based on the current situation, let me think. There isn't a single mid-tier premier in the order void, right? Brother Lei sighed. They might not even be in the primeval realm. There are only two possibilities. The first is the primeval realm of the gods' world, and the second is the lucky survivors from our era. They must have endured the full impact of the chaotic tide. Even if they were once a high-level primeval, they might only be in the early primeval realm now. Worse, they might be like Jingyun. They might not even be in the primeval realm anymore, falling to the peak of the origin realm, unable to climb back. Based on this situation, the power of the void frontline should have condensed the power of the order void. Sui Feng raised his head, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light like his sister's. He stared at the void as if he was thinking. After putting together all the conditions, he finally came up with an answer. More than 95% of the power of the order void. Everyone, including Sui Feng, was stunned. 95 already? Hui shrunk his head and shrugged his shoulders, making an exaggerated expression. That's it. Is this all the power of the order void? Charging into the underworld, like this. Charging into the chaos concept body. I don't think so, but the reality is more or less like this. After all, the order void as a whole is terrible in every aspect. Sui Feng smiled bitterly. Based on the current situation, the void frontline is the place where the highest combat power of the order void is gathered. Numbers are meaningless in the war between order and chaos. Let me give you the most extreme example. If Brother Maple directly surpasses the countless obstacles and ascends to high-level premier, then all of us can go to bed. Or we can run around and cheer him on. Look at his right hand, netherworld ruins, his left hand, the rhythm of light, his left shoulder, the staff of origin and the staff of creation on each shoulder. Behind him, there's also a fortress of origins and 1,000 or 2 temples of origins. He's leading a battle line with 1 trillion magic circles to sweep across the underworld. Even if that damned Lord of the Underworld is at the pinnacle of the premier 7 or 8 refinement stage, he'll be dead with a direct blast from the staff of creation. There's also a 40% chance that he can fight the incomplete chaos concept body head-on. As for whether he can poke a hole in it, well, it's hard to say. It depends on whether Brother Maple still has the strength and condition after he's done causing havoc in the underworld. That's certainly an extreme situation. Come to think of it, there's a huge difference. If Maple ascends to premier, we can lead troops and charge into the underworld. If Maple wants to fight the underworld and the chaos concept body single-handedly, does he have to be a high-level premier? Those are chaos concept bodies. After all, as you said yourself, 2 or 3 chaos concept bodies are equal to 1/100th of the chaos concept body's power. When you fight them, you can feel an infinite concept smashing you with a power as heavy as the grand primordial realm. Your face would be flattened, and no matter how much little Brother Maple fights, he would not be able to break through with the power of a beginner premier. On the other hand, the chances of getting beaten up would be higher, and that's only on the level of one-on-one. With the entire void frontline, he might be able to fight a chaos concept body head-on, but the chances of him losing would still be visible to the naked eye. If little Brother Maple is in his advanced primeval form and has all his origin relics, he might be able to fight a chaos concept entity head-on. However, if 2 or 3 chaos concept entities are ganging up on little Brother Maple in his advanced primeval form, even the power of the entire void frontline won't be enough. It's far from enough. At least one person, yes, one person should be enough. Someone who can fight alongside little brother Maple, who can keep up with his battle rhythm, and who can drag the power of the entire Void frontline over, there might be a small chance that they can perish together. Brother Lay paused for a moment. Are you sure we won't be drowned by 2 or 3 true chaos domains at the same time? That's right. If the primal chaos concept body releases a real primal chaos domain and 2 or 3 primal chaos domains collide, that's it. 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 The only one who can survive is Little Brother Foam in his high-level primal beginning form. The others would have to leave first, and they might even turn around and attack Little Brother Foam. We wanted to sigh after hearing this. Damn you, immortal chaos concept bodies. So, Yuan Kong was left with a dumbfounded expression. We can only bet that there are no chaos concept bodies in the underworld. Or even if there are, there can't be more than one. Theoretically speaking, that is indeed the case. Sui Feng forced a smile and said, we can only bet that they won't be able to summon 2 or 3 chaotic concept bodies. Otherwise, this battle will be like a wooden club. One chaotic concept body is already very difficult to deal with, not to mention that what I just said is just a hypothesis. The real situation is that Brother Foam won't be able to reach Yuansher. I don't know what to say. We looked stupefied. I think I know why Maple always looks like he's about to die. Judging from his understanding of origin and chaos, as well as the fact that he's fought the chaos concept body a few times, he should have long understood the existence of this boundary. So when it comes to dealing with the chaos concept bodies, he looks like he can't wait to flip the entire Void upside down. Sui Feng laughed even more bitterly. It's so hard. What can we do to increase the fighting power of the Void frontlines? Based on the current situation, well, the only thing we can do now is to deal with the Origin Baptism, and then prepare energy towers and the Origin Sanctum. As for the rest, it's a pity that we can't interfere with the rest. Little Brother Maple has to deal with the fundamental changes himself. Hui sighed as if he had spat out his soul, shaking his head and waving his hand. We'll talk about Little Brother Maple later. Let's not talk about it for now. Anyway, let's do what we can do right now. First, increase the number of energy towers. Right now, because our combat power doesn't need to reach the maximum level, everyone is choosing to use one energy tower in groups of tens or even hundreds of people. 2 days ago, when we were dealing with Maple because we were too hasty and didn't have time to adjust, we had to use the same method of fighting, which limited our combat power quite a bit. The combined power of the energy towers is more important than the support of Order warriors. At least, that's the case before the power of the energy towers is stacked to a very large degree. Yuan Kong thought about it and said, although I think it's purely because the energy towers are too large, the formation would have to be spread far and wide if everyone uses one, and the realm of order would expand many times over. Well, when the time comes, we'll have to consider the realm of order and the origin sanctum. That's a situation as well. But when the time comes for the real battle, there won't be so many scruples. The power of 100 people using one energy tower would not be as powerful as the combined power of 100 energy towers. Oh, that's nonsense. We coughed dryly. Anyway, we still have to increase the number of energy towers. As for the realm of order, that's not a problem. We just have to increase the number of energy towers. But if everyone has one energy tower, considering the number of Order warriors in the Void front lines, Sui Feng crossed his arms and rubbed them. We'll have to save up to the storage level of the last generation of energy towers, right? What's the number again? 5 quadrillion, I think. That's about it. The 4 of them lowered their heads and kept quiet for a while before tilting their heads and covering their faces. This is a big, big, big project. The amount is too heavy, and we have to ask the people in the realm of order to use it sparingly. It's better to strengthen the logistics. Let's send some people to the logistics department. The production speed of the new generation of energy towers was slower than the previous generation, and there was no telling how long it would take to accumulate such a heavy amount. It had been hundreds of years since the completion of the new generation of energy towers, and only then did they have enough. 40 quadrillion in storage is far from enough. We have to speed up the progress, and even if we don't speed it up, we'll have enough sooner or later. So, should we speed it up or not? Forget it. Forget it. Let's stick to the original plan, for now. He waved his hand and was about to reject the idea when he suddenly paused. No, let's increase the number of people in the logistics department by 1/10. Yes, 1/10. Don't push everyone too hard. This war is already deadly. We've changed the direction of the battle and got out of the frenzy of war, but everyone might not have recovered from the shock yet. There was a slight buzzing sound of energy in the dark space, and it shook a little. Hui and the other two's faces turned pale because of the shaking. They squatted down without hesitation with a look of horror on their faces. Yuan Kong was stunned. What are you all doing? Hui subconsciously did this set of movements before he came back to his senses. He found that he was squatting very awkwardly and could not help but smile bitterly. He stood up, trembling. Well, it's a conditioned reflex, a conditioned reflex. When I fought with Maple 2 days ago, my brain was smashed and shaken. Now, the sudden shaking is a little, cough, 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 nervous. Sui Feng and Brother Lei also stood up awkwardly. The shaking that day, when the starry sky shattered the domain and dragged the entire space into nothingness, it was too violent and too scary. The shaking caused by the punches in the domain seemed to be trying to break the De Yuan realm down. Their brains were really shaken, and their souls were scrambling to escape. Now, they were trembling a little when the shaking shook. They might not be able to get rid of the shadow of the shaking for a while. This time, the shaking was just a little bit. Sui Feng and Brother Lei knew what was going on. It was the sound of the domain of origin being ready and about to be launched again. Phew, it's finally ready. It's almost time to call everyone who has finished their work. Sui Feng and Chang Shu took a deep breath and nodded to Hui Jun. The latter immediately shouted in the soul communication, "Little Qingzi, it's time to eat." The three of them were speechless. Was there something wrong with this slogan? In the pitch-black space, the pillars erected on the ground, which were also dark gray, began to shine brightly. The imprints, patterns, and divine patterns of origin began to climb from the bottom to the top of the pillars. The 147 kinds of origin energy flashed with different colors as the patterns spread, lighting up the entire space. Then, a dazzling light suddenly exploded in the sky. A huge light source descended from the sky. The cube-shaped sun crashed into their sight in the most gigantic way, sprinkling colorful lights all over the space. The holy aura of the origin energy descended from the sky, making this place look like a divine domain. At the same time, in the pitch-black sky, with the cube-shaped sun as the center, stars began to appear from near to far. Like ripples spreading into the distance, the stars also lit up in a circle that spread out in all directions. The flashing light seemed to reflect the scene of the void spark that once existed in front of them. Gradually, it occupied the entire sky, sprinkling the light of billions of stars in this space. This is really nostalgic. Brother Lei could not help but sigh. Every time he felt the presence of the gods, it would remind him of that time. Unfortunately, time had gone far away, taking away everything that they were familiar with. Yes, The presence of the gods. Huh. Sui Feng had just sighed for half a second when he suddenly remembered something terrible. He quickly widened his eyes and looked at Yuan Kong. How are you? Yuan Kong had just bathed in the colorful holy light, so she did not feel anything. She was startled by Sui Feng's shout. I'm fine. I feel quite comfortable. Is this the baptism of origin? Brother Lei also came back to his senses. He and Sui Feng circled Yuan Kong to check on her. After confirming that she was fine, they breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that you are more inclined towards order. Plus, you have been with Brother Feng for a long time, so you can get used to the weak origin energy. But let's put the baptism aside for now. I'm still worried that something might happen. We'll talk about it when Brother Feng wakes up. Sui Feng patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, Yuan Kong asked in return, isn't this the baptism of origin? Not really. This is just a weak reflection of the origin energy. It's not very strong. The true baptism requires one to walk around the domain and touch the stronger origin energy. That's right, one has to walk around the pillars and see if one can find a suitable situation. As for the latter part, I'm looking for a successor. However, there hasn't been a single successor yet. Yuan Kong nodded and glanced into the depths of Origin's domain. She didn't pay too much attention to it. Since they had agreed to wait, the big idiot definitely wouldn't act on his own. This was a very important matter that had a huge impact on them. They had agreed that they definitely wouldn't act recklessly. I wanted to ask earlier. After instructing little Greenie to gather everyone, Hui looked up and pointed at the newly formed star field that filled the sky. What is the meaning of this star field? That's... Sui Feng also gazed at the galaxy and exhaled softly. That's the scene when the defense line of order illuminated the entire void of order. It's a unique galaxy of the void. Every star could be a cluster of light of a world or a node of upper, middle, and lower levels. Look carefully. There are some identical stars arranged in various places in this galaxy, connecting them to each other. You can see Sui Feng kept them in suspense. Yuan Kong and Hui looked up at the star field at the same time. 2 minutes later, the two lowered their heads and rubbed their necks. No, I can't see anything. They said in unison. There are so many stars here. You want me to find a portion that is identical? Do you think I am Feng? Even Feng is not that free. Well, theoretically speaking, it is indeed difficult for people who are not familiar with it to find it. Sui Feng scratched his head and laughed dryly. All right, stop pointing. Just tell us what it is. We might not be able to find it even if you pointed at it. Hui waved his hand to stop Sui Feng from pointing. Sui Feng said, I am just pointing. Otherwise, I would not be able to find it. There are so many stars here that even Her Eminence would be dazzled by them. The answer was very true. Next, it was Sui Feng's riddling time. He waved his finger and said, Look, there is a star here. There is another star there. There is another star in the orange center. There is another star there. And there is another star in the blue area near the right. There is another star in the upper right corner. It should be clear enough. Look carefully. Those are not flickering, but they are always bright. Connect them from left to right. Each star is the closest star, and you will see, as he gestured, he drew a picture in front of his eyes. He used his origin energy to weave a picture in front of him. It looked like a galaxy connected with hundreds of smaller galaxies, and the smaller galaxies would occasionally branch out like tree branches. It was a dense picture. Look, it is a net like this. We looked up for a while. It took him a while to see the colorful stars. After connecting them with his line of sight, he responded with a sudden realization. The endless starlight constructed in the void, and the starlight turned into a big net. Could this be the net of origin and order. That's it. It is very obvious, isn't it? Swayfoam nodded and continued to gesture with his finger. Standing here, you can only see part of it. If you adjust your angle and position and look in front of any galaxy, you will find that the net seems to have no end. It is always extending forward until it envelopes the entire void of order. Before we understand this concept, we will not be able to find the end of it. The net of order and origin. He looked up at the sky with his arms crossed and sighed. The void of order in the past was so prosperous and dazzling. If we could reach 1%, no 1/10,000th of it, perhaps we would not be so troubled. Unfortunately, that is only a thought, although we do hope to have such power. Swayfoam spread his hands and sighed bitterly. Now, we can only rely on what we have now to deal with the situation at hand.